Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had 8 Sentient Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku came home from daycare more excited than ever. Clearly, he was ready to start gushing the second he walked in the door, but he held back the urge. Sighing, Inko smiled and asked, "So, what happened at daycare today?" Izuku immediately exploded. Kaken got his quirk today. He can make tiny booms with his hands, and he said it was his sweat blowing up, and he said it felt all tingly on his hands. And he said it made him feel cool, and I thought it looked so cool, and he's gonna be such a great hero. Inko gasped, "Oh, how nice it sounds like he takes after both Mitsuki and Masaru. I bet they're both happy." Izuku bounced up and down on the S of his feet. Mama, when am I gonna get my quirk? I want a cool quirk like Kaken's." Inko laughed and picked her little boy up. "Well, I'm certain your quirk will be just as cool as his, whenever it does happen to come." Izuku squealed and struck a pose in midair. "Me and Kaken are gonna be the best heroes together." By morning, all of that enthusiasm was completely gone. Inko poked her head into her son's bedroom to find him tossing and turning, feverishly scratching any part of his body he could reach. "Oh, Izuku, are you alright? What's wrong, baby?" "Mama, it itches, everything's so bright and loud, and I feel tingly all over, and my head hurts really bad, and I don't know what's wrong." Inko quickly rushed to her son's bedside, wincing as she felt how hot his forehead was. "Okay, sweetie, you don't have to go to daycare today. You can stay home and watch All Might, okay?" Izuku whimpered as he rubbed at his leg. "Okay." Inko rushed to the kitchen and grabbed her phone off the counter, quickly dialing the daycare. Come on, hello, Kizusan? It's Midoriya. Inko. "My son woke up this morning really sick, so he won't be coming to daycare today." The attendant hummed, worry evident in her voice. "Oh, poor boy. I'll be sure to let the other kids know if they ask." "Oh, Katsuki's going to be so upset." He was so excited to tell little Izuku what he named his quirk. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Katsuki keeps it a secret until he can see Izuku again. Inko giggled. "Yes, I wouldn't be surprised either. Anyway, thank you for understanding, but I have to go make sure Izuku's alright. Hopefully, I'll have better news later. Talk to you again." She hung up and hurried back to her son's room, pulling back his All Might comforter and gasping when she saw that the sheets were utterly soaked with sweat. "Oh, honey, were you hot all night?" Izuku nodded with another whimper. "It feels so bad. Mama, how do I make it stop?" Inko hummed worriedly. "I don't know, sweetie, I don't know. But I'll call the doctor and ask him about it. Do you think you can eat something?" Izuku nodded weakly. "I'm really hungry." Inko smiled. "Okay, sweetie. Why don't you put on your pajamas and go to the dining room while I make you some breakfast? Okay." Izuku nodded and peeled himself out of his bed, slowly walking over to his dresser. Inko hurried back to the kitchen, yanking a cabinet open and digging through it for a bit, before pulling out a box of almighty oats and setting it on the counter. As she stuck a slice of bread in the toaster, Izuku waddled out in one of his many All Might onesies, still feverishly scratching at his chest and back. She quickly handed him the bowl of cereal and a spoon, before ushering him onto the couch. The toaster dinged, and she pulled a butter knife from the block with her quirk, snagging the butter from the fridge. Checking to make sure the bread was warm and soft how Izuku liked it, she lightly buttered it and hustled the plate to the living room, setting it down on the coffee table. Izuku weakly glanced up at her. "Thanks, Mama. I feel so bad." Inko patted him on the head. "It's okay, sweetie, we'll figure this out. Do you think you'll be okay while Mommy makes a phone call?" He nodded weakly and went back to his cereal. Inko ran to the front room and pulled out her phone again, scrolling through her contacts list until she found the local doctor's office. She tapped her foot impatiently as the line rang once, twice, three. "Musutafu Pediatrics, Akechi Nagar speaking." "Yes, Akechi-san." "Midoriya Inko." "Ah, Midoriya-san, you seem quite worried. Is something wrong with little Izuku?" "Yes, he woke up this morning drenched in sweat and itchy all over. He says everything seems bright and loud. And his head hurts, but he's well enough to eat, and I don't know what's wrong." Okay, please calm down, Midoriya-san. Now, walk me through what he looks like." Inko whimpered and poked her head around the corner, watching her son slowly eat his breakfast. "Okay, well, he's got red marks on his cheeks, but I don't know if those are from scratches or if they're a rash." "What kind of red marks?" Inko frowned. Well, they almost look like flames, but I could be wrong about that." Akechi-san paused. "Flames, you say? Is there anything else?" Izuku glanced up at her, and she gave an encouraging smile, only to pause as she noticed something else. Yes, he has light blue marks near his eyes that I think look like lightning bolts." Izuku waved back. "And there are darker blue marks on his palms that look like squares." Akechi-san hummed. "Okay, I think he may not actually be sick." Inko ducked back around the corner. "Are you sure?" The doctor grunted. "Not entirely, but mostly sure. I've heard these kinds of symptoms from my sister, Mizu. She's actually a quirk counselor, and she specializes in early manifestations. Give me a second. There was a beep, and a new voice chimed in. What's the situation? Akechi-san responded. Midoriya-san's son, Izuku, woke up sweaty, itchy, and overstimulated, but with a healthish appetite and strange colored markings on his body. Red on the cheeks, cyan near the eyes, and blue on the palms. The newcomer whistled. In my experience, that sounds a lot like the development of a sentient quirk. Inko gasped. Really? Akechi-san's sister hummed. Yep. The overstimulation is because there's a second mind practically speedrunning human development, including the senses. Extra input for sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and even temperature. The hunger is because the kid's got another mind to feed. The itchiness and sweating are part of the overstimulation. Inko hummed. Well, what should I do? Make sure the kid is in a safe place. Give him plenty of food and water, and try to take his mind off his senses. Distract him with something, maybe something he really enjoys. With any luck, your kid's quirk will fully manifest itself in a little bit, after which the symptoms should mostly fade. You might want to keep him home for a day or so after it appears, just to be on the safe side. Inko sighed. Okay, thank you so much, Akechi-san. Akechi-san, the brother, chuckled. Not a problem, Midoriya-san. Izuku's a wonderful patient. I'd hate it if anything bad happened to him. His sister interrupted. One more thing. I'd recommend keeping it quiet that this is his quirk developing. It could make him focus on the sensory input, which tends to emphasize the discomfort. Inko nodded. I understand. Thank you so much for your help. She hung up and walked back into the living room, noticing that Izuku had finished his cereal and was cautiously munching on the bread. Am I gonna be okay, Mama? Inko smiled and walked over, running a hand through her son's curls. You're gonna be fine, Izuku. Akechi-san told me that it should get better if you get some food. Izuku took a big bite of the bread, chewing it before swallowing. Yeah, I noticed that things felt a bit better after I finished the cereal. Can I have some rice and fish? Inko giggled and ruffled his hair. Of course, sweetie. Once breakfast was over, Izuku's condition had improved slightly. Granted, he fell asleep on the couch, but he wasn't sweating up a flood, so Inko took that as a win. She spent that morning calling her boss to let him know she was taking care of Izuku for the next couple days, then cleaning up the dishes from breakfast and washing his blankets. At lunchtime, Izuku woke up again and downed a healthy meal, albeit slower than usual. He stayed awake this time, and once the dishes were cleaned, he felt healthy enough to walk to his bedroom and sit in his bed. Inko quickly moved the computer to his bedside, setting the monitor and keyboard on his lap. Do you want me to pull up that All Might video again, sweetie? Izuku took a moment, then slowly shook his head. No thanks, Mama. Everything's still a little loud, and I think the shouting would be too much right now. Inko smiled softly and carefully removed the monitor and keyboard from his lap. That's okay, sweetie. Do you need anything? Izuku reached up and grabbed her arm. Can you stay here? Inko pulled over the chair from his desk, setting it next to his bed. Of course, sweetie. I'll be here as long as you need me. Izuku smiled and leaned back against his pillows, staring at the All Might poster on the opposite wall. Do you think All Might ever got sick like this, Mama? Inko frowned. I don't know, sweetie. I've never seen him get sick, but I don't know everything about him. I bet he got sick before he was All Might, though. Izuku paused. But he's always been All Might, hasn't he? Inko smiled. Well, he had to be someone before he could be a hero, didn't he? It's not like he was born throwing smashes and saving people from burning buildings. Izuku giggled. That's true. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Mama, what did the doctor say was wrong with me? Inko paused. Don't worry about that, sweetie. He told me everything that I needed to do to help you feel better, and that's what I'm doing. You're gonna be okay, honey. There was another pause. Izuku. He groaned and grabbed his arms, curling in on himself. It's starting to hurt again, Mama. But I don't feel hungry this time. Okay, sweetie, do you want me to call the doctor again? Izuku suddenly grabbed her arm. No, don't go. He winced again and clutched at his stomach, curling in on himself further. Inko reached a hand out, only to pause when she noticed that his hair was shifting. The windows were closed. There was no breeze through the apartment, but Izuku's hair was definitely moving. Sweetie, Izuku gasped, and there was a flash of rainbow-colored light. Inko turned away and covered her eyes, blinking as spots clouded her vision. After a few seconds, the light faded, and she lowered her arm. Izuku, are you okay? Her son's curls were now a shimmering, metallic color. She couldn't exactly call it silver, it was almost like a mirror or a prism. Then she heard a warbling sound from above, and she glanced up, gasping. Izuku, look. Her son glanced up and gasped at the 8 tiny squid-like creatures floating above the bed. They all had a large head and 3 tentacles coming from the bottom, but each one had a unique color and minor variations on the base design. The white one had a singular eye and 2 antennae on top. The cyan one had 2 eyes and tentacles shaped like lightning bolts. The red one had 3 eyes in a triangle and a head shaped like a flame. The orange one had 2 eyes stacked vertically, knobs on the ends of its short tentacles, and a Kanache head. The yellow one had 1 eye and a triangular head with moving stripes. The green one had a single eye, tentacles like the orange one, and a short head. The blue one had 3 eyes in a row, a cubic head, and blocky tentacles. The pink one had a single eye and 5 spikes spaced around its head. She and Izuku blinked. The squids blinked back in unison. Izuku slowly lowered his gaze to his now unblemished body, staring at his hands. I don't feel funny anymore. He glanced up and fingered a lock of his prismatic hair. My hair looks weird. The squids all exchanged glances, before the white one floated down to hover in front of Izuku's face. It let out a warbling noise that sounded like gibberish to Inko. What was that? Izuku blinked. He didn't understand it. It asked me if I was a friend. He turned to the squid. Yeah, I'm a friend. Who are you? The squid tilted its head curiously and warbled again. Inko frowned. It still doesn't make sense to me. Izuku hummed. It said that it didn't know. That it wasn't 1 second and then it was the next, or something like that. A smile slowly stretched over Inko's face. Izuku. Yeah, mama. I think your quirk came in. Akechisen was more than willing to see them without an appointment, and even called in his sister to look at Izuku. There had been some confusion getting all the squids into the car, and they'd drawn some weird looks in the waiting room. But Izuku didn't care. He finally had his quirk and it was sentient. It was like he suddenly had a whole bunch of new friends. They only had to wait a little bit before the nurse at the front desk called them up. Dr. Akechi will see you now. Mom led him to a room at the back of the doctor's office, and Akechisen brightened when he saw Izuku. So, how are you feeling, little man? Izuku beamed. I feel great. It's so much better when I'm not all itchy, and I've got new friends. The doctor's sister giggled. Well, why don't you hop up on this table so we can take a look? Yeah. Izuku complied, barely even flinching as they went through the typical doctor checkups. The whole time, the squids were floating near the ceiling and watching with a mixture of expressions. The yellow and orange ones were the most nervous, while the white and green ones seemed more curious than anything else. Akechisen stepped back and removed his stethoscope from his ears with a grin. Well, you're the picture of health, little man. Now, why don't we talk a bit about these new friends of yours? The white one floated down and warbled. Is it gonna hurt? Izuku shook his head. No, Akechisen's good about that. He's not gonna hurt you. The quirk counselor frowned. Never heard a quirk speak in a language only understandable to the user. But stranger things have happened, I guess. Now, while it's not unheard of for a sentient quirk to just exist, more often than not it carries some unique abilities of its own. Going off the multifaceted nature of this one, I think it's likely that each one carries its own unique power. Unfortunately, this room isn't the best place for testing, so let's hold off on that for now. The blue one yawned and floated down towards Izuku's head. Staying up high makes me tired. The squid landed on his prism-colored hair, and there was a flash of blue light. When it faded, Akechisen blinked and grabbed a nearby hand mirror, showing Izuku that his hair was now the same blue as the squid. Izuku blinked in surprise, then glanced down at his hands. It feels tingly under the skin. Not a bad tingly, like an itch, but still tingly. The white squid floated down, cautiously laying a tentacle on Izuku's head. Nothing happened, and it floated back an inch, laying one tentacle against the bottom of its head and supporting it with another, only one at a time. Izuku inched himself off the table and landed on his feet, only to leave cracks in the floor where he fell. Everyone gathered blinked, and then there was another blue flash. The blue squid spun backwards through the air, quickly regaining its balance. Wow, that felt weird. Izuku glanced up, confirming that, indeed, his hair was back to looking like a prism. So my hair reflects the color of the squid I fuse with. The white one glanced at the red one and jerked its head at Izuku. The red one nodded and floated closer, tapping Izuku's nose with a tentacle. This time, the flash of light was red, and the feeling in his hands felt a lot warmer. Another check of his hair revealed that it was now a brilliant red. Izuku clapped his hands together, and fire burst from the point of impact. Another red flash, and the red one flew towards the ceiling to join the others. Akechisen's sister smiled. Well, while this has been fascinating, I think we've seen enough to conclusively put down an official description for your quirk registry, kid. I already brought the forms with me, so just give me a second here. The woman pulled some papers out of his lab coat and grabbed a pen from a cup on the counter. As she began writing on the papers, Izuku hauled himself back up onto the table, and the other squids settled down a little bit away from him. So, are we still friends? The white one nodded. Of course, even if we didn't want to be friends, it's not like we could leave you. Izuku smiled. Okay. And done. The quirk counselor turned on her heel and walked over to Izuku, handing him a clipboard with a bunch of pages in it. Here you go. Everything's all filled out, except for one thing. It's customary in my line of work to let the kid have a go at naming their quirk. Granted, I won't let you name him just anything, but your input is key. Izuku took another look at the squids. Now that he was really looking at them, he could see little flakes of color shooting off every now and then. It was like that English word Mom had said to him a while back. Oh, what was it again? Oh, right. Izuku smiled and met the doctor's eyes. Wisps, Katsuki huffed as he walked into daycare, still not seeing any sign of Zukan. Come on, where is he? I gotta tell him my quirk's name. The daycare lady sighed. I'm sure he'll come by eventually, Katsuki-kun. And Kasen said that he wasn't feeling well, so it might be a couple of days before you see him again. Why don't you talk about your quirk with the other kids? Katsuki pouted and crossed his arms. No, I'm waiting till Zukan gets back. He's gotta be the first to hear what I called it. Suddenly, the door slid open again, and Katsuki nearly gave himself whiplash as he heard a familiar voice call out, Kaken, Kaken. Katsuki grinned and ran up to Zukan. About time, come on. I want to tell you what I named my quirk. Zukan laughed. Okay, but I've got something to show you, too actually. Can I show you mine first? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Fine, but make it quick. It had better be cool. Zukan turned around and held out his hand to someone outside the room. Come on, it's okay, nobody's gonna hurt you, I promise. Katsuki suddenly registered Zukan's weird hair that seemed to reflect the light. But that came second to the 8 flying squids that zoomed in, drawing gasps and excited squeals from everyone. Katsuki couldn't help but grin. Took you long enough to get your quirk. I knew you wouldn't stay behind me for too long. Zukan beamed. Everyone, come say hi to Kaken Kaken. These are my wisps. The squids flew down to hover behind Zukan, and Katsuki gave what he thought was a kind grin. Heya, the red one tilted its head curiously, then floated closer. It reached out with a fiery tentacle and tapped his hand. Suddenly, it vanished in a flash of red light, and Zukan gasped. Kaken, he fused with you. Auntie and Co giggled and pulled out a hand mirror, showing Katsuki that his spiky blonde hair had flecks of red in it. He snorted, then paused. Wait, my hands feel funky. It feels like there's too much sweat. He tried to let off a spark, only to pale when a really big boom erupted from his palms. The squid flew out in another red flash, and Katsuki stared at his hands blankly, before slowly lifting his head to meet the thing's gaze. A huge grin stretched across his face. Okay, that's super cool. Zukan beamed. I know, right? I didn't even know they could fuse with other people before now, but they can give me powers. To watch this. The green one flew into Zukan's hair, turning it bright green. Zukan lifted off the ground, surrounded by a green glow, and the adults gasped. Katsuki grinned and jumped up, grabbing Zukan's ankle and pulling him back down to the ground. I told you we'd be the best heroes together. Zukan laughed and hugged him tightly, lifting off the ground a couple inches. We are. Kaken, we're gonna be great heroes. Hisashi kept up his smile as the customer left his cubicle, only dropping the facade once they were out of earshot. He let out a deep sigh and slumped in his office chair, swiveling to stare at a picture of himself, Inko, and Izuku standing in front of Might Tower. The photo had been taken a couple days before he'd left Japan to work at this merchandising company in America. I wonder how they're doing. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, eyes widening when he saw who it was. He eagerly accepted the call, already shooting up and running to the employee break room. Inko, what is it? Is something wrong? Did something happen to Izuku? Do I need to come back already? His wife laughed heartily. Calm down, Hisashi. It's actually wonderful news. Izuku's quirk came in. Hisashi beamed. Oh, that's wonderful. Honey, what is it? Is it pyrokinesis like I guessed it would be? Inko laughed again. Actually, no, it's 8 sentient squid-like creatures that can fly and fuse with people to grant extra powers. Hisashi paused. Really? Huh. I was hoping he'd take after me more than my brother. Your brother? Hisashi nodded as he walked into the break room. Yeah, my family has a bunch of quirks related to mythical creatures. Mine is loosely based on Western dragons. And I have a brother whose quirk basically makes him a kraken. Is Izuku alright, though? Inko chuckled. Oh, he's absolutely over the moon. He was so excited when he learned that the wisps, as he calls them, can fuse with other people as well as him. He kept going on and on about how he could make Katsuki an even cooler hero, as he put it. Hisashi chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like Izuku, alright. Phew, and I was worried it was something serious. Still miffed that I missed his quirk manifestation, though. Inko giggled. Oh, it was some story. When it first happened, I thought he had suddenly come down with some rare disease. He was sweaty and itchy all over, and his senses were overstimulated. Thankfully, Akechisen has a sister who specializes in early manifestations, and they were able to walk me through everything until the wisps appeared. I almost worried myself half to death. Hisashi snorted. Well, that's great news. With any luck, I might be able to convince my boss to give me a week off. I'll come see the two of you as soon as I can. I'll hold you to that, Hisashi. 11 years later, Izuku stared up at the massive building ahead of him, the enormity of the situation hitting him like a ton of the bricks underfoot. Wow, hard to believe I'm actually applying to UA. Katsuki scoffed, his bag slung over his shoulder as usual. Believe it, nerd. Now come on, we don't want to be late for the written portion. Izuku nodded and stepped forward, only for his foot to hit a loose brick in the pavement. He tipped over, and Green trilled in alarm, shooting out of his bag and keeping him from face-planting. As he regained his balance, he suddenly noticed a girl with her hand extended towards him. She squeaked and pulled her hand back, rubbing at her neck nervously. "Oh, sorry, it's just that you looked like you were about to fall, and I thought that'd be an omen of bad luck. Good luck on the exam, I guess." Izuku stared as she ran off. What was that all about? Katsuki shrugged. "Beats me. Let's get moving." The written exam passed in a blur, and Izuku quickly found his way to the auditorium for the practical orientation. After finding his assigned seat, he unzipped his bag and let the wisps out, the critters zooming through the air around him. He was certain he was drawing quite a few stares, but he ignored them up until the point someone started shouting at him. "Excuse me." Izuku glanced up at the blue-haired student chopping his arm. "Can I help you? It is extremely rude to allow your pets to cause this disturbance. Please corral them so that the others may focus on the task ahead." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Would you prefer if they were doing this during the orientation?" The other teen paused. You raise a fair point." Izuku nodded. "I'm letting them get their energy out now so that they aren't pent up while we're supposed to be receiving directions. It's hard for them to sit still for very long. The written exam was already pushing it." "Oh, and for the record, they're my quirk, not my pets." The student bowed. I apologize for my rash assumption." Izuku waved a hand dismissively. "Sentient quirks aren't too common. It's an easy misconception." He stuck out his hand. "Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Midoriya Izuku." The other boy accepted the handshake. "Ada Tenya, I wish you good luck on the practical exam." Izuku grinned. "Likewise." Katsuki entered the auditorium and walked up to Izuku's row, plopping in the seat next to him. "If I'd known the exam was gonna be that weird, I would have studied harder." Izuku patted the blonde on the back. "Don't sweat it." The lights dimmed, and the wisps reconvened in Izuku's bag. Spotlights shone on the podium, revealing Present Mike in all his banana-haired glory. "Everybody say hey." Dead silence. What a refined response. In any case, welcome to the debriefing for the Hero Course practical examination. Your task is to face down hordes of robotic villains swarming through the city. If you'll take a look at your applicant ID, you'll see your assigned battle center. Once you've been given your instructions, you'll board one of 7 buses to your designated site, after which you'll have 10 minutes to wreck as many bots as you can. The villains are worth 1, 2, or 3 points each. The difficulty scales with the point value, so it's up to you on what to do. Do you take lots of lower-risk targets and build up your score slowly, or do you go for broke and take down the biggest threats immediately? It's your choice. Ida shot up. "Excuse me, sir, according to the pamphlet, there are 4 types of robots. I certainly hope that a prestigious institution such as UA would not make such a grievous error." The hero sighed. "Keep your pants on, listener. I was just getting to that. The 4th robot type is worth 0 points. Zip. Zilch. Nada. This one's designed to be an insurmountable obstacle. He's not impossible to beat, but there's no reward for doing so. He absolutely rampages in close quarters, so if you see him, your best bet is probably to run the other way. Luckily for you all, there's only one of them per battle center." Ida bowed. "I see. Please excuse my interruption." Present Mike chuckled. "Now, remember, you're all here to try to be heroes, so attacking the other examinees is a big no-no. Outside equipment is allowed, so long as you cleared it with administration beforehand. You dig? That's all you need to know, so get out there, go plus ultra, and good luck suffering." The lights turned back on, and Izuku glanced at his ID. "I'm at Site B. What about you?" Katsuki grunted. "I'm at Site A. Guess they don't want people from the same school to work together." Izuku grinned. "Well, they couldn't lump all the awesome in one place. You'd get a black hole of epicness." Katsuki snorted and snagged his bag from the floor. Yeah, come on. The pamphlet says we've got 5 minutes to get changed before the buses head out. There's a map on the back." As the applicants gathered at the entrance to Site B, Izuku ran through some basic stretches, wearing the teal tracksuit Mom had given him for the exam. The wisps all hovered by his side, showing their tension in their own personal ways. Red was bobbing back and forth, fluttering his tentacles. Pink wrapped one around the other, as though she was cracking her knuckles. Cyan was flitting around, his tentacles shuddering rapidly. Green was glancing back and forth nervously, her nubs wiggling. Orange was bouncing up and down in midair, her anxiety obvious from her expression. Yellow was flying in circles, his stripes flowing faster than usual. Blue was sitting on the ground, tapping his nubs against the asphalt. White had his tentacles crossed, staring resolutely at the gate. Izuku snapped his fingers to get the wisp's attention. "All right, when this starts, we're gonna have to be fast. White, cyan, orange, stick with me. Red, yellow, pink, feel free to take out any robots you come across, but don't get out of earshot. Blue, green, keep an eye out for anyone who might be in danger from bots they don't notice. Either lock him down or pull him out of the way." "All clear." Pink rubbed her tentacles together in excitement. "I can't wait to finally cut loose for once." Red smirked. You and me both. Izuku rolled his eyes. You two spend too much time with Katsuki. Yellow giggled. This is going to be so fun. Cyan huffed. You know for a fact I could clear out the entire site on my own within a minute, so why do I have to stick with you? Izuku sighed. We've been over this, Cyan. We have to give the other applicants a chance at passing. The wisp rolled his eyes, and White smacked him upside the head. Enough of that. We need to focus here. If you run off on your own, you're staying at home when we go to the gym. Cyan sighed. Fine. Orange whimpered. This is going to go terribly. Blue hummed. I really hope I can get to people before they get hurt. I'm not as fast as the rest of you. Green patted him on the back. You'll be fine. Even if you're not as fast as Boost, you're still faster than most people. The gate started shaking, and the wisp stopped talking. White flew up next to Izuku's shoulder, ready to fuse on a moment's notice. Blue left the ground, hanging next to Green. Red and Pink high-fived each other, before bunching up in preparation. Yellow's stripes moved faster, and he started whirring. Orange and Cyan floated behind Izuku, the former looking nervous and the latter crossing his tentacles. Present Mike called out, "Begin." Immediately, White merged with Izuku in a flash of light, and he shot through the crowd of people, a white aura surrounding him as he charged into the fake city. The wisps flew in behind him, leaving colored trails in midair. The other applicants stood outside the gates in confusion. The hero shouted, "What are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go. The die has been cast." Izuku paid the crowd no attention. His focus locked onto the group of 1-point robots rounding the corner. 10 points. Red, you're up. The flaming wisp shot forward, erupting in a blast of fire in the middle of the cluster. Singed metal battered the nearby windows, and Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Let's keep this up. Shouta grunted in disappointment as he scanned the video feeds. Most of them took a while to get moving. Heroes need to be able to act on a moment's notice if they want to save lives. Nedzu chuckled as he rifled through the stack of files on the table in front of him. How true, Shouta-kun. Still, there are a couple per site that took off immediately. Shouta glanced at the footage for one site, raising an eyebrow at the rainbow of flashing lights in one part of the fake city. What's going on in Battle Center B? Nimari leaned forward to peer at the screens. It looks like there are a bunch of colored flying squid creatures in that center. Whose Quirk made those? Nedzu chuckled as he tossed a file her way. That would be applicant 4302, Midoriya Izuku. His Quirk, called Wisps, creates 8 colored critters that are capable of flight and fusing with human beings. Each wisp has its own unique power, and can impart that power to their fused host. A side effect is the host's hair takes on the color of the fused wisp, either partially in the case of others or fully in the case of Midoriya himself. When not fused, his hair is prismatic. The wisps themselves are fully sentient. All Might frowned. That seems quite varied for a singular Quirk. Are we certain he doesn't have multiple similar ones? Nedzu laughed. Quite certain. Toshinori-kun, a friend of mine who's a Quirk counselor, is siblings with Midoriya's former pediatrician, and personally handled the registration of Midoriya's Quirk. Rest assured, though it's quite multifaceted, it's still a single Quirk. Shouta frowned, watching the green wisp fuse with an applicant and lift them into the air, just as a 2-pointer erupted from the ground and sprayed fire where they had just been standing. I take it we're giving Midoriya any villain or rescue points earned by the wisps. Nedzu hummed. At a 1-to-1 ratio, he'd handily dominate the leaderboard with all those points. No, I think we'll assign half points to the wisps' actions, and full value to Midoriya's. Vlad grunted. I guess that's fair. He's still getting a lot of points, though. Nedzu cackled. Well, I'm not one to downplay heroic qualities when I see them. Sekijiro-kun the mammal glanced at the clock in the corner and grinned. Oh my, it seems there are only 2 minutes left, Shouta-kun, if you would do the honors. Shouta grinned and slammed his fist down on the giant red button in the center of the desk. Screams echoed through the cameras as the 0-pointers appeared across the 7 testing sites. A person's true nature is revealed in the face of danger. Let's see what you do against overwhelming odds. Izuku swore under his breath and snapped his fingers. White switched out for orange, and Izuku crouched, before launching himself sky-high and swinging himself onto a rooftop. He cast his gaze out over the fake city, eyes locking onto a rising cloud of dust a few blocks away. Letting out a piercing whistle, he exchanged orange for green and soared through the air, flying over streets filled with debris and sheets of metal. He had in a shocked breath when he saw the massive 0-pointer grab onto the edge of a nearby roof, crushing the concrete in its enormous grip. Rampages in close quarters, my ass. Everywhere is close quarters for something that big. He scanned the street below, grunting as he noticed all the other examinees were running away from the giant robot. Suddenly, a cry of pain reached his ears, and he locked his gaze onto the girl from the front gate, her leg pinned underneath a chunk of concrete. He jumped off the building and shouted, "Blue." The wisp obediently flew into his body from nowhere, and he slammed into the street below, leaving cracks in the asphalt as he darted forward, no worse for wear. The other wisps converged on him as he scanned the concrete block. The girl glanced up as he approached, her eyes widening. What are you doing? Don't waste your time on me. You need to get out of here. Izuku scoffed. No good hero leaves an injured person behind. Blue, brace her. Yellow and pink, break the rubble. The wisps obliged, and the two halves of the concrete block fell on either side of the girl's leg. Are you able to walk on your own? The girl slowly climbed to her feet, then winced and dropped to one knee. No, my leg feels like it's on fire. Izuku scowled. All right, Green, get her out of here. I'm gonna do what I can to either slow down or stop that zero-pointer. The girl opened her mouth to protest, but Izuku ran forward, his mind wholly focused on the task ahead. Cyan appeared out of nowhere to fly beside him. Feel like using me now? In lieu of an answer, Izuku held out his left hand. Cyan snorted and fused, and a light blue bolt of energy streaked through the air, piercing through the giant's chest and reforming on the other side. Izuku swapped out Cyan for a newly rived red and curled in on himself, energy swirling around his body. He fell through the air towards the robot's back, and when he was a couple feet away, he flung his limbs wide. A massive explosion of fire consumed most of the faux villain's torso, the head tipping forward before the slim remainder of its neck snapped, the massive metal crashing to the street below. Red was forcibly ejected from Izuku's body, and he plummeted to earth, his saving grace being Blue flying up and bracing his body moments before he hit the ground. Present Mike announced. And time the practical exam has concluded. Everybody stay where you are. The medical bots will track you down for retrieval and treatment if necessary. Izuku's last thought before he blacked out was, I sure hope Green got out okay. Shouta grunted in approval as the feed cut out. Impressive. He was explicitly told that taking out the zero-pointer would do nothing for him, and he took it out anyway just to make sure a peer would get to safety. Although, the fact that the huge explosion completely drained his stamina is a little too self-sacrificing for my taste. Nenzu tutted. Perhaps so. But keep in mind that he displayed superb control of his various wisp powers during the rest of the exam. He saw a nearly impossible obstacle, saw that it was putting others in danger, and did all he could to stop it, short of sacrificing his own life. I sincerely doubt any real villains would remain standing after that last-ditch effort, and he wouldn't need to go that far for most villains in the first place. Shouta shrugged. I guess that's fair. The week following the entrance exam saw Izuku in a constant state of near panic. Every day after school, he'd anxiously check the mail for anything bearing UAS logo. Orange was anxious, Blue kept fretting, even White was more nervous than usual. And while the others seemed unaffected, Izuku knew that they were all harboring doubts of their own. Come Friday afternoon, Orange nearly shot a hole through the roof upon spotting a letter bearing a wax seal of UASM. It was a very near thing. Only White's quick reflexes saved Mom from having to make an emergency payment to the landlord. After setting his backpack down in his bedroom, Izuku hurried to the living room and took the envelope in hand, sitting on the couch with Mom beside him and the wisps hovering over his shoulders. After a few seconds, Mom said, It's not going to get any worse if you wait, sweetie. Izuku nodded and swallowed, before popping the wax seal and sliding a tiny metal disc out of the envelope, setting it on the coffee table. The surface flickered on, and a hologram projection of All Might appeared. Greetings, Midoriya Izuku, I am here to deliver your exam results. Izuku blinked. This is from UA, right? Why is it All Might? Mom shrugged. The projection continued. In any case, you did remarkably well on the written exam, placing in the 95th percentile of this year's applicants. Furthermore, you made quite the impressive showing during the practical. Sadly, you only earned half credit for the actions of your little friends, but rest assured, you still put on a wonderful show. You earned a sum total of 50 villain points on its own, already in the top scores of the entrance exam. But that's not all US. After all, a hero school, and we'd be a poor one if we didn't reward heroic behavior, wouldn't we? The video cut to a montage of footage clips from Izuku's testing center, showing various instances of him or his wisp saving someone. For your heroic actions during the practical exam, you have been awarded an additional 50 rescue points. Congratulations. Midoriya Izuku, you've earned the top score in the entrance exam, and have been accepted to UA High School's heroics course. This is your Hero Academia. The projection shut off, and the apartment was silent for about 2 short seconds. Then Mom squealed happily, and the wisps started cheering and flying circles under the ceiling. You did it, Izuku, you got in. Izuku hugged Mom tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. I did it, I'm gonna be a hero, Mom. Katsuki, of course, was even more smug than usual. The Monday after the results came, their homeroom teacher had asked if they'd gotten their scores back. Katsuki had immediately launched into a dramatic retelling of his exploits during the exam, and Izuku had to admit what he heard sounded impressive. The blonde finished by saying, and apparently, helping out the other applicants got you some bonus points, so I ended with a total of 90 points. The teacher beamed. That's amazing. Bakugan, I'm certain nobody else's score came even close to beating yours. Katsuki snorted. Nah, I only got second. Take a guess who got first. The other students started muttering amongst themselves, and the teacher frowned. Well, who could be so powerful as to top your own score? Izuku coughed into his fist and rubbed it against his shirt with a smug expression. Gee, I dunno, maybe the guy who's basically 9 people in one. Just a thought. There was a pause, and then everyone started laughing. The teacher chuckled. Good one, Midoriya, come on. You can't possibly think we'll believe you got more than a few points. Sure, you may have squeaked by just enough to pass, but there's no way you took the top spot. Izuku sent Katsuki a quick glance, and the blonde scoffed, but closed his fist on the sparks in his hand regardless. The bell rang, and the others composed themselves, though a few smug grins and quiet chuckles were sent Izuku's way. Pink bristled, but thankfully White cut that off at the pass. Izuku nodded his thanks to the wisp, and focused his attention to the front as the math teacher walked in for the first period of the day. Just a little while longer until I can get out of here. When the last bell of the day rang, Izuku was the first out the door. He grabbed his bag from his locker and headed straight for the front gate, quickly heading down the sidewalk towards his apartment. Naturally, Katsuki was quick to catch up, stuffing his hands in his pockets as the two walked down the street. I still don't get why you always hold back with those extras. You and I both know your wisps are way more badass than you let on, so why keep up the pretense? Izuku sighed. The place just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. All the teachers see you as this great hero, and leave me in the background like I'm just a random no-name sidekick. If they're not gonna treat me like I'm worth the time of day, then they don't deserve my full effort. They always do a quirk party on the last day of school, and that's when I'm gonna leave this place with a bang. Katsuki smirked. Devious. I like it. Can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they realize you've been a badass this whole time. 2 weeks later, Aldera was, once again, throwing a party for its third-year students on the last day of school. Officially, it was the standard no classes, permanent free period that most schools had, but in reality, it was an excuse for the older students to be even rowdier with their quirks. Sure, they technically had free reign all year, but the last day was when the restrictions were even more relaxed than usual. Most of Izuku's homeroom spent the morning tearing up old homework, disorganizing any shelves they found, and overall acting like a bunch of 5-year-olds. At one point, Izuku had to excuse himself to the front gate, fusing with Blue and implanting himself in the dirt off to one side to keep himself from going off. And judging by Katsuki's twitchy fingers, the blonde was in the same boat. Come lunchtime, the cafeteria was even more of a mess than usual. Their class throwing food, overturning tables, and generally being chaotic. Izuku couldn't help but groan and offer the line worker a part of his lunch as compensation. She declined, but thanked him for offering. As the day drew to a close, their class eventually congregated in their destroyed homeroom, having already used up most of their energy earlier. Izuku and Katsuki were the last to enter the room, and the former shook his head with a grin as he looked over the rows of exhausted students. Sheesh, no wonder none of you passed the entrance exam. If you couldn't last this long in a celebration, there's no way you could last 10 minutes in a life-or-death situation. Yubai, a kid who could extend his fingers, groaned. Lay off, Midoriya, it's not like you're much better. You just couldn't get to anything before we did. That's the only reason you're still upright. An evil grin stretched over his face. Are you sure about that? He turned to the homeroom teacher, who was slumped on top of the podium. Sensei, Katsuki and I haven't exercised our quirks all day. Could we go out to the field and work out this energy with the sports equipment? The teacher groaned. Do whatever you want, Midoriya. Anything for one of our 2 students attending UA. Izuku smirked. Of course, sir. He walked over to the window and climbed out, drawing several gasps as he dropped to the ground. He rolled as he hit the dirt, springing up and looking as though he hadn't fallen 10 feet onto hard ground. He casually strode over to the shed on the edge of the field, gathering as much sports equipment as he could find as the class slowly spilled out from the side doors. Katsuki leaned against the wall of the main building with a grin, crossing his arms. The wisps all flitted around in excitement, Pink looking even more smug than usual. Izuku grabbed a medal from the pile, one of the ones that the school used for shot put. He tossed it up and caught it a few times, staring at it curiously. Sensei, this is solid steel, right? The teacher nodded numbly. That's correct, Midoriya. And the school has multiple of these, right? So it wouldn't be too much of a loss if it were destroyed. The teacher frowned. I suppose not, but what? Izuku smirked. Excellent. Pink, if you would. He tossed the medal straight up, and Pink squealed with glee, shifting into power mode, as Izuku called it, which in her case was a pink with a ring of spikes. Pink flew upward, spinning faster and faster until she was practically a buzz. She shot towards the medal and cut clean through it, the 2 halves dropping to the ground. The class gaped. Not even Katsuki had been able to do more than char the surface of one of those and Pink had just sliced it in half as if it were styrofoam. Yubai stuttered, BB but. Izuku's grin widened. And that's not all. He grabbed the halves from the ground and threw them skyward at an angle, before snagging a base bat from the pile and winding up. Red moved over and shifted into power mode, a blazing of fire, and Izuku slammed the bat into him, sending him flying through the air in a home run. Red glowed brighter, turning basically white, before erupting in a massive explosion and incinerating the remains of the metal. Izuku dropped the bat and called on White, shooting across the field faster than anyone in the class had ever seen. Red shifted back to wisp mode, falling slowly through the air. Izuku swapped out White for Orange and jumped, shooting straight upwards and grabbing the tired wisp from the air. Exchanging Orange for Blue, he plummeted back to the ground, causing a geyser of dirt to erupt into the sky where he landed. As clumps of soil rained down, Izuku climbed out of the newly formed crater and laid a hand on his hip, staring down the rest of the class. When I said that I got first place on the entrance exam, I meant it. Your fault you didn't believe me. The teacher scowled. I can't believe you were holding back the whole time you attended this school. It's an insult to your teachers to not give your best effort. Izuku cracked an eyebrow. Really? And you don't think it's just as insulting to disregard a student just because he doesn't make explosions with his sweat? Because frankly, I've been just as capable as Katsuki for years, yet you praise him like the second coming of All Might and treat me like I'm some second-rate sidekick. If you weren't going to give everyone your full attention, I decided to reciprocate. You want my best effort. You have to earn it. And let's be honest, you didn't earn shit from me. You think I'm going to sing your praises once I graduate and earn my license? Think again. But then, this place was never too good about thinking. Katsuki pushed off from the wall and walked past the class without so much as a backwards glance, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Good show. Let's get going. These shitheads aren't worth our time. Izuku smirked. You said it. When he got home, Izuku found Mom standing in the living room, a weary look in her eyes and her phone in her hand. I just got a call from the principal demanding that you be brought back to the school. I take it you went out in a blaze of glory like you said you would. Izuku snorted. Let me guess, he wants to expel me on account of destroying school property. Mom smirked. Indeed he did. And I told him that if he wanted to make a big deal about it, I would point the officers in the direction of the other school property destroyed by your former classmates. Besides, the school year just finished. There's no point in expelling someone who's already no longer part of the school. Izuku grinned. Which is exactly why I waited this long to do it. 2 weeks later, Izuku breathed deeply, staring up at the massive door in front of him labeled 1A. White poked his head out of the bag and trilled. It's not going to get any easier if you wait, you know. Izuku sighed and nodded, before steeling his nerves and sliding the door open. Immediately, he was hit with the sound of yelling. And as he adjusted, he traced it to Ida chopping his arm at Katsuki, who had his feet kicked up on his desk as usual. It is extremely disrespectful to the school, our teachers, our upperclassmen, and everyone who was involved in the desk's creation. The blonde scoffed and leaned back. Buzz off, glasses. I don't go off on you for having a customized desk chair on account of your shins, so don't get up my ass for being tall. Ida huffed. I failed to see what height has to do with this. Izuku rolled his eyes and walked over, noticing the other, smaller conversations happening around the room. Our junior high wasn't well-funded, so we had those desks where the chairs are fixed to the tables at a set distance. Katsuki's the oldest in our year, and he's always been the tallest in the class, so he's used to having to kick his feet up like that. He slid his own chair back and sat down. Besides, just because he's got his feet kicked up doesn't mean he isn't paying attention. He may look like a delinquent, but he's actually committed to his education. Katsuki huffed. Doh, can't be a hero if I'm a dumbass. Ida hummed. I see, please forgive my rude assumption. He stuck a hand out to Katsuki. Perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Ida Tenya. I look forward to working with you in the future. Katsuki smirked and accepted the handshake. Bakugo Katsuki, let's see if you've got what it takes to call yourself one of the elite. The door slid open again, and Izuku glanced over as he saw a boy with a bird head walk in, immediately heading towards the desk, one behind and one to the right of Izuku's. As the other boy set his bag down on the floor, the two of them locked eyes, and something seemed to click. The newcomer glanced down at Izuku's bag, before raising his gaze. You as well? Izuku nodded. Yep, at the very least, they're more mature than my former classmates. The newcomer walked up and extended a hand. Takoyami Fumikage, Eminence of Shadow. Izuku smirked and accepted the handshake. Midoriya Izuku, Sign of the Visible Spectrum. Takoyami chuckled. A bold claim. Izuku raised an eyebrow with a grin. No more bold than your own. Takoyami shrugged. Fair enough. Suddenly, a voice groaned. If you're only here to socialize, get out. Being a hero isn't something you can take lightly. All attention was drawn towards the door, then down at the floor to the bright yellow sleeping bag laying there. Katsuki muttered under his breath. Is that? The sleeping bag stood upright and fell to reveal a man dressed in a black jumpsuit with a gray scarf around his shoulders. My name is Aizawa Shouta. I'll be your homeroom teacher for this year. He reached into the sleeping bag and pulled out a gym uniform. You'll each find a copy of this in your designated gym locker. Get changed and get out to the PE field. Time is limited, so get moving." The man turned on his heel and walked out, leaving the class in stunned silence. Izuku glanced down at his bag and caught White's gaze, staring for a bit before shrugging. He headed for the door, and the wisps flew out of his bag to follow him, eliciting a fair few squeals from the girls and a shocked hum from Takoyami. They'd be seen eventually, might as well get the reactions out of the way. Izuku-sensei didn't seem to react when Izuku walked onto the field, flanked by his 8 wisps. He merely checked his watch and grunted in what seemed to be approval. 3 minutes. Not bad. Most kids usually take at least 5 to get out here. Izuku shrugged. Can't be saving lives if you're stuck in the locker room changing into your uniform. The man snorted. True enough. He glanced at where Orange was bouncing up and down nervously, before raising an eyebrow at Izuku. Something wrong with them. Izuku sighed. Each wisp reflects a part of my personality. Orange is my anxiety, so she's almost always stressed. She tends to settle down once things get moving, though. Izuku-sensei grunted. All right then. The girl with her black hair and a ponytail glanced at Ida, who shrugged. The other student that was already out on the field, the one with split red and white hair, said nothing, resolutely staring at the teacher and ignoring everyone else. Katsuki showed up at the 4-minute mark, which earned him a nod of approval from Izuku-sensei. Takoyami trudged out after about 6 minutes, the brown-haired girl at around 7, and most of the others between 8 and 9 minutes. The midget swaggered onto the field right before the 10-minute mark, eliciting a disappointed grunt from the hero. Once everyone was gathered, he stuck his hands in his pockets and shook his head in disapproval. Most of you took almost 10 minutes to get changed and get here. If you stick around, I expect you to cut that time down to 5 minutes at most. In any case, today we're holding a quirk apprehension test. The girl from the entrance exam raised her hand cautiously. Sir, what about orientation? The man grunted. Heroes don't have time for such frivolities. We only have 3 years with all of you, so we need to make use of every second. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the 8 standard fitness tests: the throw, the seated toe touch, the 50-meter dash, and so on. While the public schools force you to do them quirkless, we here at UA believe in hitting the ground running. Izuku caught the toss his way. Midoriya, you got the top score on the entrance exam, right? What was your record for the throw in junior high? Izuku hummed. About 65 meters. Stand in the circle and throw that as hard as you can. Only this time, you're allowed to use your quirk. Normally, I'd say anything goes, but you're a special case, so there's an added caveat that you have to be the last one to touch it before it hits the ground. Am I clear? Izuku grinned and walked over. Crystal, sir. He took his place in the circle and held the close to his chest, breathing deeply. With barely a thought, Red flew over and merged in a flash of red light, and the others gasped at his now brilliant red hair. Izuku drew back his arm, red energy gathering around his chest. As his arm came forward, the light grew brighter and turned almost white, and a high-pitched humming noise filled the area. Right before he released, the nexus of energy suddenly shifted to his palm, and a burst of fire sent the flying through the air. The class gasped in shock, while Katsuki merely snorted. Copycat. Izuku-sensei watched impassively, before something beeped and he glanced down at a rectangular device in his hand. After a second, he grunted and displayed the screen. 704.9 meters. Not bad. The class muttered excitedly. And a pink-skinned girl said, we get to use our quirks for this. This is gonna be so fun. Izuku-sensei silenced the class with a glare. Fun, you say? Is the hero course nothing more than a game to you? Fine, then. If this is a game, why don't we introduce some stakes? Whoever has the overall lowest score in these tests will be determined to have 0 potential, and will be immediately expelled. The class started yelling, and the brown-haired girl shouted, you can't do that, it's not fair. The man scoffed. Natural disasters, major accidents, selfish villains. Japan is filled with unfairness. It's the job of heroes to combat that unfairness every day, so UA gets its hero students used to it from day one. If you wanted an easy 3 years where you can hang out with your friends at McDonald's every day after school, too bad. This is where the best of the best are trained to be heroes, so you won't have time to rest. You'll have to go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku smirked, even as Orange started chittering nervously. Psyching us out already? Huh. That's one way to separate the weak from the strong, I guess. He's got a point, though. You don't deserve to waste UAS time if you're not gonna give it your best effort. Either go at it with everything from the get-go or get out. Almost an hour later, the two-tone boy finally left the track, leaving the ponytailed girl still riding her moped. After a few more seconds, Izuku-sensei cleared his throat and made a beckoning gesture. That's enough, Yaoyorozu. Clearly, you'd be able to keep going forever, so I'll just assign you a score of infinity for this test. The girl nodded and walked over to join the rest of the class, which were gathered by the fence at the edge of the field. The wisps were all resting on the ground at Izuku's feet, most having been put to use in the other tests. Red, of course, had been exhausted since the throw. Cyan was slightly out of breath from the 50-meter dash. White had given his best effort to assist in the standing long jump. Blue had focused into Izuku's leg as he stepped on the scale for the grip test. Green had stayed fused for longer than they'd ever tried for the endurance run, and gratefully settled on top of Blue to rest. Orange was bobbing up and down nervously. Yellow was trying to assuage his fellow wisp, and Pink was laying against the fence with her tentacles crossed. Izuku-sensei scanned the class before grunting. Well, I can't complain too much. While nobody had a perfect score, you all excelled in at least one of the tests, and none of you were slacking off. As for the rankings, he hit a button on his device, displaying a holographic 10-bit woe table that faced the cluster of students. In first place was the Yaoyorozu girl, who had created something to assist her in every test. Second place went to Todoroki Shoto, the boy with split hair and a masterful command of ice. Katsuki was in third, which elicited a triumphant grin and a fist pump from the blonde. Izuku was in fourth, Ida was in fifth, and Takoyami came in sixth. The brown-haired girl from the entrance exam, Uraraka Ochako, came in 11th, and 20th went to the midget, Minta Minoru. Minta immediately dropped to his knees and wailed at the sky. No, it can't be, forgive me. Hot babes, I've failed you. Izuku-sensei blinked. Oh, by the way, nobody is expelled. Dead silence. The man grinned. It was a logical ruse, designed to back you into a corner and draw out your best effort. Pink scoffed, glaring at the hero. Bullshit. I heard it in his tone. He was totally going to expel someone. I bet he didn't because we all put effort into the tests. Izuku was about to respond, only for Takoyami to hum in agreement. Indeed, perhaps we have impressed him enough to postpone his threat, but we do not know how much time we have bought. Izuku blinked, ignoring Minta's relieved sobbing. You understood what she said. Takoyami blinked back. Of course. Did she not speak in Japanese? Katsuki hummed. Nope. Maybe it's a thing with sentient quirks. A shadowy bird suddenly emerged from Takoyami's stomach, smacking a fist into its palm. That makes sense. Wonder why I can speak normally while your wisps can't. Maybe it's a biology thing. I've got vocal cords, but they don't even have mouths, which makes me wonder how they make noises at all, but whatever. Izuku and White exchanged glances, then shrugged in unison. Questions for later. So, what's your name? The shadow grinned. Call me Dark Shadow Goddess. It's cool how you've got 8 friends when most people like Fumi only have 1. Izuku nodded. I'm fully aware that I hit the genetic jackpot. Takoyami hummed. Dark Shadow and I are day and night in terms of behavior, and many sentient quirks are similar. What are the natures of your own companions? Well, they're all reflections of my major personality traits, though they are fully developed in separate minds. In essence, they're clones of me, with each emphasizing an aspect of my personality. White saluted. White boost, he, him. I represent his logical side. Red waved. Red burst, also he, him. I'm his determination. Pink huffed. Pink spikes, she, her. His impulsiveness. Orange floated closer. Orange rocket, she, her. His anxiety. Yellow beamed. Yellow drill, he, him, his excitement. Green giggled. Green hovered, she, her. His empathy. Blue slowly lifted off the ground. Blue cube, he, him. His caution. Cyan rolled his eyes. Cyan laser, he, him. His totally valid pride. Izuku sighed. Yeah, we know, Cyan. Dark Shadow giggled. Oh, they're all so much fun, it's neat how they have different gender identities. Are you fluid? Izuku shook his head. Nah, firmly male. I guess orange and green present as female cause those two emotions are considered more feminine. But I still have no clue why pink presents as female. Pink huffed. Because girls are badass, duh. Dark Shadow laughed. See, you get it. Like in junior high, the day after orientation was the first official day of classes, and the periods were just spent introducing the teachers and the syllabi for their courses. First period, right after homeroom, was English with present Mike, otherwise known as Yamada Hazashi. Second period was algebra with ectoplasm. Third period featured Midnight, Akakeyama Nimuri, teaching modern hero art history. Fourth period was cultural studies with Snipe. Following that was an hour for lunch. The cafeteria was already in full swing, and Lunch Rush was cooking up a storm behind the counter. Izuku accepted his tray and headed for the area of tables where he could already spot some of his classmates. He took his seat next to Katsuki, who had already claimed an empty table. They started digging in, only briefly glancing up to acknowledge Takoyami, Uraraka, and Ida as the other 3 joined them. After a few minutes of silent eating, Uraraka wiped at her mouth with a napkin and set down her chopsticks, before turning to Izuku with a grin. Hey, I don't think I ever got the chance to thank you for saving me during the entrance exam. I wanted to stick around until you woke up, but Recovery Girl chased me out of the infirmary. Izuku shrugged. Wasn't anything special. Just did what a hero is supposed to do. Ada sat up straighter. Maybe so. But you chose to set aside a chance at more villain points to help someone in need, a choice not shared by anyone else in our exam site. In fact, I was already there and in a prime position to assist. And yet I chose to escape to obtain more points. Izuku grunted. Whatever. What's done is done. Takoyami chuckled. Indeed. Dark Shadow peeked out from under the table and slowly reached a hand towards Takoyami's udon. At the last second, the teen sharply poked her arm with his chopsticks. She giggled and retreated under the table. Just keeping you on your toes, Fumi. Takoyami sighed and glanced up at where the wisps were flying around the rafters. To be honest, I envy you, Midoriya. Your companions are much more well-behaved than my own. Izuku chuckled. Well, they can't hide like Dark Shadow can at least. Not all at the same time, so they've had to be better behaved in order to not get in trouble. Plus, White helps keep him in line. Since he reflects my logical side, he usually takes charge. Uraraka blinked. He reflects your logical side. Huh, Katsuki grunted. Each wisp reflects a major aspect of Izuku's personality. White's logic, red's determination, pink's rashness, orange's anxiety, yellow's excitement, green's empathy, blue's caution, cyan's pride. They're all full personalities, but they lean heavily into the aspect that they reflect. Got it. Uraraka nodded. Gotcha. So, what do they all do? I know that blue is, like, weight, and green is flight, but what about the others? Izuku grinned and snagged another bite of rice from his bowl. That's for me to know and you to maybe find out. Uraraka pouted, and he laughed, then sobered up. But seriously, I make it a policy to not share what they can do unless I've really gotten to know someone. Call it paranoia, but I think it's stupid to announce your capabilities to someone you've only barely met. Ada nodded. A fair point. Of course, that becomes easier when your capabilities are less obvious from your appearance. In my experience, people can quite easily determine the abilities of a mutation quirk. Katsuki grunted. True. Granted, some mutants have powers that aren't immediately obvious. But more often than not, they wear their powers on their sleeve literally. Uraraka hummed. Ada, the way you talk, are you a rich kid? Ada balked, nearly spitting out his orange juice. Uraraka patted his back a couple times as he recovered. My apologies, I wasn't expecting such a question. While I don't like to make a big deal out of it, I am indeed from a rich background. Are you familiar with the turbo hero Ingenium? Izuku brightened, head of the largest team agency in Japan. How could I not know of him? He's the best team-based hero in all of Tokyo. Eda beamed. I am glad to hear that you think so. You see, Ingenium is my older brother. Katsuki smirked. Makes sense. He has engines in his arms. You have them in your legs. The family resemblance is kinda obvious. Uraraka chuckled, but glanced down gloomily at her ramen. Must be nice to not worry about money. The others exchanged glances. Izuku hummed. Budget issues. She sighed. Yeah, Ma and Pa run a construction company in Mai, but business hasn't been great recently, so money's been tight. Pile on UA tuition and the rent for my apartment in Musutafu. And we're just barely scraping by. She picked at her noodles with a sullen expression, and Katsuki grunted. Badass. So, what? You're gonna be a hero for the paycheck so you can help him out? Uraraka chuckled wearily. Let me guess, you're gonna tell me that's selfish, and I should do it for the joy of helping people. Katsuki scoffed. I wasn't gonna say that. Just gonna point out that it's gonna take a hell of a lot of time and effort to start making big bucks. Most fresh heroes barely earn enough for themselves, since they aren't well known yet, so they have to scrounge for villain fights and commercial deals until they earn a good reputation. I remember the hag once told me about how she'd nearly gone homeless until she snagged a short contract with Dragwar that put her on the radar. Uraraka sighed. I know it's gonna be a long time until I can really help. And it's gonna be even harder for me cause I'm a girl. But I'm not giving up until they don't have to worry about going hungry. Katsuki grinned. Integral. That's the spirit. After lunch ended, they reconvened in the classroom. 5th period would be modern literature, led by Cementos. After that, 6th period was health class, which was led intermittently by Recovery Girl and Hound Dog. The bell rang after 6th period ended, and Izuku-sensei stood up as Hound Dog and Recovery Girl left, walking up to the podium. Now, as Hero Core students, you'll have a 7th period at the end of the day for your heroics classes. You'll have both Hero Informatics, which covers the more theoretical aspects of hero work, and Foundational Heroics, which naturally is the physical side. I'll be in charge of your Hero Informatics lessons, much like how Vlad King covers it for 1B. Foundational Heroics, on the other hand, will be covered by the school's newest hire. Rumbling echoed from the hallway, growing steadily louder. The class exchanged concerned glances, wondering if the school was under attack, when Jiru's eyes suddenly widened. No way. Booming laughter sounded from the hallway, and the door slammed open. IAM All Might leaned in through the doorway at a 45-degree angle, coming in through the door like a normal person. The class started chittering in excitement, and Yellow started flying circles around Izuku's head, squealing with glee. Ah, it's his Silver Age costume. That's so cool, I can't believe we get to learn from him. White rolled his eye. Down, boy. All Might strutted to the podium, grinning the whole way. Indeed, I'll be your teacher for foundational heroics. This class focuses on the basics of practical hero work, and making sure you've got the skills you need to succeed out in the field. Kaminari clenched his fists in excitement. This is gonna be so cool. All Might stuck a finger up. Now, as Izuku said yesterday, we don't have any time to waste, so let's kick things off today. You'll be learning about one of the most common aspects of hero work, combat. Kirishima grinned and slammed a fist into his palm. This is what I've been waiting for. However, you can't perform hero work in your gym uniforms. No, you'll need these. He pointed to the wall opposite the door, and the 4 darker stripes suddenly extended outwards, revealing tall shelves embedded in the wall. Each shelf held a briefcase marked with a neon green number, with 5 shelves per stripe. You each submitted request forms for costumes before the school year started, and our lovely support department has delivered. Now, get changed and head to ground beta. It spoke to their enthusiasm how nobody had stopped to make conversation or comments in the locker rooms. They had all changed and headed to the assigned training ground in about 3 minutes, tops. Izuku couldn't help but grin as they walked out of the entrance tunnel together, light beaming down from the sky and reflecting off their clothes. All Might nodded with a grin. They say the clothes make the man. Ladies and gentlemen, though in this case, I'd say the clothes make the hero. You all look excellent. Izuku grinned wider and flexed his fingers, staring down at his gloved hand in excitement. Hell yeah, we do. Izuku's costume mainly consisted of a teal jumpsuit, inspired by the tracksuit Mom had gifted him for the entrance exam. 2 tufts of white wool rested on his shoulders, resembling a pair of clouds. A hood with colored stripes sat behind his head, a sequence of pink, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, and red, starting at the face and moving back. Silver stripes made of reflective material stretched across his shoulders and down his arms, sides, and legs. A silvery belt held 8 blue rectangular pouches, plus a cyan buckle shaped like a lightning bolt. His hands bore light gray fingerless gloves with pink rings around his knuckles, red flame symbols on his palms, and yellow stripes around his wrists. He wore teal boots on his feet with white toes, green soles, and orange laces. Glancing around, Izuku grinned at his classmates' costumes. There was a wide variety within the class, some leaning more towards function while others had more emphasis on form. Ada looked a lot like Ingenium, but that was to be expected. Aoyama wore a suit of shining armor, which reflected the sunlight in practically every direction. Jiru and Kaminari looked more ready to head to the mall than save lives. Todoroki had coated his entire side in a layer of something that looked like ice, but was evidently flexible enough to let him walk. Katsuki looked exactly how the 2 of them had designed his costume when they were kids, though he was missing the grenade gauntlets. Uraraka wobbled nervously as she slowly walked over to Izuku. Gee, Izuku, you look really nice. I like how you did something for all your wisps. Izuku hummed. Are you okay? You seem like you're having trouble walking. Uraraka, she sighed. It's these heels. I never asked for them on the paperwork. And I've never worn heels before, so it's kinda hard walking in them, but I'm sure I'll get used to them. Yaoyorozu looked like she was about to say something, but All Might boomed. Now then, let's jump right into things. Ida stuck a hand up. Sir, this area resembles the testing sites from the entrance exam. Will we be conducting mock cityscape battles again? Not quite. Young Ida, we're actually going to jump ahead a couple steps. Most televised villain fights take place outside, but looking at the numbers, villains appear indoors substantially more often. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, the intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this exercise, you'll be split into teams of 2 and face off against each other. Asui frowned. Without any basic training. These are the basics. Young Asui, this exercise is designed to determine where you all sit in terms of skill level, allowing me to find where to start. However, keep in mind that this time, you aren't just beating up robots. Yaoyorozu hummed. How will wins and losses be determined? Uraraka asked. Will we be expelled if we lose? Ida thrust a hand up again. How will the teams be divided? Aoyama posed. Isn't this cape crazy? All Might coughed into his fist. Slow down. I promise I'll get to all your questions eventually. Now then, he reached into a pocket and pulled out a tiny booklet of script. The situation is thus: dastardly villains have taken refuge inside this building and are armed with a nuclear device. The device is set to detonate in 10 minutes, and the heroes must stop it before then in order to win. The hero team must capture both members of the villain team or touch the bomb before time runs out. Teams and matchups will be determined by random lottery. Ada started chopping his arm. Surely there is a better method. Izuku huffed. Not really. In the field, heroes often have to partner up with whoever else is on the scene. They won't get to choose. And villains don't often form groups out of fear of betrayal, so they generally only team up out of necessity with those nearby. Choosing teams randomly is a decent way to simulate that. All Might beamed. Well said, young Midoriya. Now then, let's get started. Team A Yamayuga and Bakugo Katsuki. Team B Sato Rikadu and Mineta Minoru. Team C Takoyami Fumikage and Midoriya Izuku. Team D Kaminari Denki and Kuda Kuji. Team E Shaoji Mezu and Kaiuka Jiru. Team F Zero Hanta and Hagakure Toru. Team G Ida Tenya and Yaoyorozu Momo. Team H Ashido Mina and Todoroki Shoto. Team I Asui Tsuyu and Kirishima Ijiru. Team J Uraraka Achako and Ajiro Meshurao. Once all the teams were assembled, All Might pulled out 2 boxes, one white-labeled hero and one black-labeled villain. Now, let's see who will face who for the first match. He ruffled around for a couple seconds before pulling out a white marked with a B and a black marked with an F. Team B as the heroes will face Team F as the villains. Zero and Sato met each other's gazes evenly, while Mineta grinned and started rubbing his hands together, staring in Hagakure's direction. The invisible girl crossed her arms, evident from the movements of her gloves, and shuffled herself behind her taller partner. Izuku frowned, taking notice of the expression on the midget's face. He leaned close to Cyan and muttered, "If he does something I don't like, go get Aizawa. You know how to write in kanji, right?" Cyan huffed. "Of course." All Might boomed. "The villain team will get 5 minutes to hide the bomb and make preparations. The hero team will spend that time going over the floor plan from outside and making plans. Everyone else, head to the monitor room." A couple minutes after All Might had directed Team F to their assigned hideout, the hero strutted into the monitor room and took up a position by the podium under the massive holographic screen. He stuck something in his ear before picking up a pen and clipboard. "Everyone, remember to be thinking of potential strategies you may wish to employ in your own battles. The idea is to learn not just from your teachers, but also each other." Izuku frowned, leaning against the back wall of the room with the wisps playing around near the floor by his feet. "Go ahead and think about the exercise all you want. I'm more worried about Hagakure." Takoyami, who was leaning next to Izuku, hummed, "What troubles you?" Hagakure seems more than capable of handling herself on the field of battle, since she was quite athletic during the tests yesterday. Izuku scowled. "Did you see the look Mineta had on his face? I get the impression that he might use this exercise as a chance to pull off something less than family-friendly." Takoyami grunted, crossing his arms. "If he does, then I pray that All Might intervenes, for Dark Shadow's leash is quite loose, and even then, there is no guarantee that I would hold it all that tightly." Izuku huffed. "While I empathize, I'd suggest gripping that leash a little tighter. Cyan's on standby in case the midget pulls something, and he'll go grab Aizawa-sensei if All Might doesn't step in." Takoyami nodded. "I understand." Dark Shadow popped up, cracking her knuckles. "So do I. But that doesn't mean I won't try to keep myself from dispensing some karma if it comes down to it." White rolled his eye. "Come on, Shadow. You gotta trust the adults to handle things." Pink huffed. "Police, White. We know better than most that adults don't always do the right thing. Remember that time Yubai tried reaching under the skirt of the girl in front of him?" The wisp scowled. "Still can't believe they swept that under the rug just 'cause he whined to his mama and she threatened to drag the school. They isn't even mainstream, though what's she gonna do?" Blue sighed. "Calm down, Pink. Katsuki already kicked Yubai's ass for that. There's no need to dwell on it." Pink scoffed and crossed her tentacles, slumping against the wall. "I still think it's stupid to rely solely on the teachers when shit goes down." Cyan rolled his eyes. "Even I know that there's situations where you need to step in personally, and situations where you need to back off and let someone else handle it. Do you really want to land us in detention for assaulting a fellow student?" Pink sighed. "Fine, I guess I'll let the adults handle it." Green hummed. "And again, that's if something happens. Who knows, maybe Mineta won't do anything." Izuku, Takoyami, Dark Shadow, and the other wisps all gave her a look of disbelief. She huffed and settled on the floor, crossing 2 nubs and sitting on top of the third. "What? I'm the optimist. I'm allowed a little wishful thinking." All Might boomed. "Your 5 minutes of prep time are up, heroes. You may now enter the building." Immediately, Sato pulled out a small packet from a belt pouch and poured some kind of white powder into his mouth, visibly bulking up. Mineta pointed at the top of the building and said something, and the larger boy picked up his partner, bodily throwing Mineta towards the roof. The class gasped in shock as the midget pulled it off his head and smacked it into the side of the building, sticking in place. Izuku grunted in approval as the midget fiddled with the nearby window. "Good thinking." He probably didn't know, but he just bypassed a bunch of Zero's tape traps. Then again, it makes sense. The villains probably expected the heroes to enter through the front door, and Mineta knew it, so he devised a strategy that didn't involve the front door. Mineta pulled open the window and clambered inside, before raising a finger to his ear and saying something. Back on the ground, Sato nodded, before roaring and charging in through the front. Takoyami frowned. If Mineta was going to sneak in higher up, why would he have Sato charge in down below? Does that not defeat the purpose of his silent infiltration? Izuku hummed. "It's a diversion." Mineta is getting Sado to draw Zero's and Hagakire's attention so that he can find the bomb without the villains getting in his way. Sort of a sacrificial move, though. Not great. On the screens, Hagakure left Zero to guard the bomb on the 5th floor and headed down the stairs, pausing on the 2nd floor to ditch her gloves and boots. Mineta carefully maneuvered around Zero's traps on the 4th floor, reaching the stairwell somewhat quickly. He moved up to the 5th floor and hung a string of S from the ceiling, using it as a sort of harness to stake out the room from above. Down below, Sado was bypassing the traps by destroying the walls they connected to, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Suddenly, Sado tripped over seemingly nothing, stumbling forward directly into multiple strips of tape he hadn't yet cleared. The tape stuck fast and it stuck hard, rendering the large teen completely immobile. A roll of capture tape seemingly floated out of a nearby room, and Izuku grunted as he realized what happened. Hagakure stuck her foot out and tripped Sado into a trap, and he couldn't avoid it because he couldn't see her. All Might boomed, young Sado has been captured. On the 5th floor, Mineta glanced back and forth between the hallway and the bottom floor, clearly considering his options. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath and disconnected one end of the string of S, swinging from it and launching himself down the hallway. Izuku nodded in satisfaction, crossing his arms. Good. Mineta hurried down the hallway, coming to a stop outside the door to the room with the bomb in it. Inside, Zero had filled the entire space with strands of tape, standing in front of the bomb defensively. Yaoyorozu hummed. The heroes are at a massive disadvantage. Zero has severely limited the options for approaching the bomb, and Hagakure is already on her way back up. Before long, Mineta will be trapped between hammer and anvil, with no support on its way. All Might nodded. True, young Mineta is at a severe disadvantage here, but a good hero is able to turn a bad situation on its head now. Watch carefully. Mineta stuck one to the floor and another to the ceiling. Before jumping on top of the first, he bounced off and shot up to the ceiling, bouncing off the second and shooting towards the end of the hallway, going above the door frame and avoiding Zero's line of sight. Mineta ran over and opened the window, before sticking another to the outside wall and bouncing up to the roof. The midget leaned over the edge and tossed it down, sticking it on the wall underneath a rear window. He dropped down to it, using it as a foothold while grabbing the window ledge, all the while not making a single sound. Zero nearly jumped a foot in the air when All Might suddenly boomed. The bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. The teen spun on his heel to stare at Mineta sitting smugly atop the bomb. A breeze from the open window sending the strips of tape fluttering. After recovering Sado from the 1st floor, the two teams walked back to the monitor room, Mineta basking in the cheers that greeted his arrival. All Might boomed. Excellent work from both sides now. Who can analyze what each team did wrong? Mineta opened his mouth to ask something, but Yaoyorozu cut him off. The villain team mistakenly assumed that both members of the hero team would come in through the front door twice, in fact, as Zero only watched the door to the room with the bomb. However, Mineta sent his opponent in as a sacrificial lamb, meant to only distract the villains. Sado's capture was practically guaranteed the moment the heroes chose to split up. Izuku grunted. While it wasn't a bad play logically, it's still not something that heroes should do in the field. Out in the real world, villains will fight to kill, not to capture. Sending in your only backup as a one-use diversion means that you'll have that heroes on your hands. While Mineta won the exercise, he still lost his partner, and that'll hurt his chances in future team-ups. Nobody's gonna want to work with the guy who let a fellow hero be killed for the sake of the mission. Mineta hung his head in shame, only to perk up when Yaoyorozu continued. That being said, it may have been the right choice to go for the bomb instead of trying to save Sado. Due to Mineta's short stature, direct confrontation may not have been viable, especially if Hagakure had used her comm link to call Zero for backup. In addition, not being able to see Hagakure would place Mineta at a massive disadvantage, and she might have even been able to capture him on her own, thus winning the match. Sneaking around behind Zero and securing the bomb stealthily was an intelligent play, even if the setup for it was less than desirable. All Might beamed. A wise assessment on both parts. Remember, win or lose, there's something to be gained from this match now. Let's see who's up next. He ruffled around in the boxes, before pulling out a white E and a black C. Team C as the villains will face Team E as the heroes. Due to young Zero's traps, we'll use a different building. Izuku hummed as the wisps set down the bomb in a room on the 5th floor. You'd think they'd make it a bit heavier, to more closely resemble an actual bomb. Takoyami frowned. Perhaps so, but making it lightweight allows for easier transport, especially if the match needs to be relocated. Izuku shrugged. That's fair. He considered the bomb, then the area around it. You know, Zero had the right idea. You don't want the bomb to be easily reachable. Move the bomb to that corner. The wisps obliged, and Izuku cleared his throat, then warbled, Yellow, drill out the floor around the bomb, but leave the floor under it intact. Takoyami, come with me. The bird-headed boy nodded and followed Izuku out of the room, the wisps flying behind them. Yellow obediently drilled a curve in front of the bomb, before starting a pattern moving back and forth in increasingly wider curves, leaving a pattern of curved stripes in the floor. As soon as Yellow finished, Izuku grunted, "All right, Yellow, make holes for the others to get through and be ready in the room underneath." Once the wisps were in position, he called out, "Pink, start cutting the floor strips down. Everyone else, catch them before they hit the floor and set them down gently. We don't want to make any noise." As the wisps got to work, Takoyami nodded in satisfaction. "From what I observed yesterday, neither Shaoji nor Jiru should be able to clear that gap. Shaoji has a decent standing long jump, but his performance yesterday makes me believe he is incapable of this distance." Izuku nodded as Pink started cutting the bigger strips in half before disconnecting them from the walls. "Exactly. And Jiru's athletic, but I don't really think she's climbs the outside of a 5-story building athletic. What's our strategy beyond this?" Takoyami hummed. "I believe it would be prudent if you positioned yourself in the room underneath the bomb. Your wisps are much more patient than Dark Shadow, and would be better for holding a defensive position while she goes on the attack. Furthermore, we have already proved that 2 of them together can lift the bomb, and All Might never said that it could not be moved mid-match. This could potentially come down to playing keep away." Cyan snorted, "I'm excellent at keep away." Izuku glanced over to see that all of the strips had been cut away from the wall and gently stacked at the back of the room below. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to Takoyami and held his hand out. "Good luck. If you need help, give me a buzz. Remember, I'm not the only one who can make use of the wisps." Takoyami smirked and accepted the handshake. Indeed, as the bird-headed teen walked off, Izuku turned around and stepped through the doorway, Green catching him just before he hit the floor below. As he walked towards the middle of the room, he gave her a curious glance. "Why, you know I can handle a 2-story drop." Green rolled her eye. "Yes, but you just said you wanted to keep quiet for the time being. And dropping an entire floor was bound to make noise." "That's fair." All Might's voice boomed from the loudspeakers. "Your 5 minutes are up, heroes. You may now enter the building." Izuku brought a hand to his earpiece. "Takoyami, can you speak the wisp's language?" His partner sighed. "Unfortunately, no. However, Dark Shadow can, and she sees what I see. I will give her my earpiece, and she will relay happenings to you as relevant." There was a brief pause, and then the shadowy bird trilled, "Am I coming through okay?" Izuku grinned. "Loud and clear, Dark. What are the heroes doing?" They walked in through the front door. "I'm gonna stretch along the outside and see if I can listen in." Another pause. And then Jiru's voice came through the earpiece, albeit distantly. "Midoriya's on the 4th floor, and Takoyami's heading down the stairs from the 5th. Since Midoriya isn't moving, I'm going to guess that the bomb's on the 4th floor." Shaoji responded. "But if it's on the 4th, then why was Takoyami on the 5th floor? Plus, they know neither of us can scale walls like Minder or Zero, so it would make sense for them to put the bomb as high up as possible to delay us." Jiru hummed. "That's a good point. All right, you deal with Takoyami. His Birdman thing looks tough." Shaoji grunted. "Be careful. Midoriya may look innocent, but his buddies are clearly powerful. You saw what he did for the 50-meter dash yesterday. He could be on us in a second." Jiru chuckled. "Worry about yourself. I've got a move I doubt he'll see coming." The earpiece shut off, and Izuku grinned to himself. "So, she thinks she can catch me by surprise. We'll see about that." He only lasted about half a minute before he started tapping his foot impatiently. Cyan was flitting back and forth, lightning crackling around his tentacles. Come on, let's go already." Blue sighed. "Patience. Neither of them have enhanced speed. This'll probably take a while." Pink huffed and crossed her tentacles. "Well, excuse me if some of us want to be more active about this." White hummed. "While I understand the desire to take action, there's value in standing your ground. Think of it this way: as heroes, we might have to defend a VIP or civilian. In those cases, we'd have to stand our ground and wait for the villain to come to us, since we wouldn't want to abandon the person we're defending." Red nodded. "That makes sense." The wisp pouted. "Doesn't make this any less boring, though." Izuku grunted. "Yeah." He glanced up at the sound of hurried footsteps, and Jiru skidded to a stop in the doorway. "All right, villain, your end is now." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I thought it was the end is nigh." The girl rolled her eyes. "Whatever. Point is, you're going down." Izuku smirked. "Ooh, I'm quaking in my boots. Here." Jiru grinned. "Funny you should mention boots." Her jacks suddenly shot down, trailing fleshy cords behind them as they aimed for her tall boots. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he noticed the mesh pattern on the front. A snap of his fingers caught Blue's attention, and he crossed his arms, slightly bending his knees in preparation. Her jacks plugged into her boots, and a massive sound wave rushed out, washing over Izuku and shoving the debris against the windows. The glass itself rattled under the attack, but didn't shatter, surprisingly. As the force abated, Izuku hummed curiously. "Weird. Thought it'd break from that." Jiru smirked. "The sound needs to be at the glass's resonant frequency for that to happen." If the frequency's off, it'll vibrate, but it won't shatter like you see in videos. Izuku grunted. Good to know. He stepped forward, only for another blast of sound to push back against him. Jiru grinned widely as she leaned forward. Her jacks plugged into her boots. Give it up, villain, you can't reach me. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Not like this, certainly. Orange, blue unfused, and Izuku flew back towards the windows, planting his feet against the debris on the floor. Orange obediently flew over, and 2s of orange light formed under Izuku's feet. He bent his knees before jumping, rocketing across the room. Jiru's eyes widened, and she unleashed another blast of sound, but he was moving too fast. He shot through the distortion and wrapped his arm around her neck, dragging her across the hallway. She slammed into the opposite wall, her jacks knocked out of her boots and the breath driven from her lungs. Izuku quickly pulled out his capture tape and secured her hands to her sides, before reaching down and pinning her jacks to her upper legs. All Might boomed. Young Jiru has been captured. Jiru's chest heaved as she drew breath, and Izuku calmly patted her on the back. Sorry about that. I'd have warned you, but villains won't let you know what they're planning. Jiru sighed, slumping in defeat. I guess not. Any chance you'll tell me where the bomb is? Izuku grinned and reached towards her ear, pulling out her comlink and storing it in one of his belt pouches. Don't want your pal listening in on our discussion, do we? Jiru chuckled. I guess we don't. The bomb. Izuku stepped to the side and pointed his thumb at the bomb, visible through the massive hole in the floor above. Jiru's jaw dropped, and Izuku grinned. Didn't see that coming, did you? She snapped her mouth shut. Nope. I guess Shaoji was right about the bomb being on the top floor. I kinda assumed you were standing in front of it, since your heartbeat wasn't moving. Izuku crouched down, standing low on the S of his feet. Well, you were half right. So, you can hear heartbeats. And from so far away, too. That's pretty cool. Jiru raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to support Takoyami? Izuku rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. Pink, yellow, and green immediately shot down the hallway towards the stairwell. There, I've supported him. Now, tell me more about your quirk. Can you plug your jacks into things to listen to the vibrations in them? Jiru chuckled, leaning back against the wall. Yep, and they can project my own heartbeat. As you saw, the effect is a lot stronger if I pump it through some kind of speaker. She glanced down at her boots. Gotta say, I'm impressed with how compact the support department made them. Izuku grinned. True, I've never seen speakers so small before. Still, the fact that they're so far from your head is a bit of a downside. Like you saw, if an opponent sees you reaching for them, they can either prepare themselves, like I did, or interrupt you before you can attack. It might be good to add another set of speakers higher up on your costume, as a more accessible weapon. Jiru hummed. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. I just asked for these really strong ones to be in my boots cause I don't think my shoulders could take the backlash. And even still, I gotta be careful I don't use too much juice, or else I'll just blow myself backwards. Newton's third law, and all, you know. Izuku smirked. I'm a lot more familiar with that law than you might think. Say, electric guitars are typically plugged into loudspeakers, right? What if you had one that had a speaker built into it, or something? It'd look like a regular guitar, but it'd be a closer weapon for your jacks. Jiru's eyes widened. Not just that. I know that if I plug one jack in a speaker and use the other to listen to something, I can project the input from the speaker. And if I can amplify my heartbeat, you could also amplify those inputs. Izuku finished. And since electric guitars already take inputs and put them into speakers, I could use the chords as sound attacks. Jiru interrupted. That's genius. Suddenly, the building shook, and Jiru glanced around wildly, only to pause when Izuku snorted. Calm down. All Might announced. Young Shaoji has been captured. Villain team wins. The class cheered as Izuku swung open the door to the monitor room, and he chuckled, before walking over and high-fiving Katsuki. I take it we put on a good show. The blonde snorted. That's one way to put it. All Might boomed. I'm impressed young Midoriya and young Takoyami worked together quite well. In fact, I'd go so far as to say your teamwork was flawless. Now, who can tell me what mistakes the hero team made? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Like with the last match, the greatest mistake was splitting up. Jiru seemingly assumed that Shaoji would be able to handle Takoyami alone, or at least hold him off while she secured the bomb. If she and Shaoji had fought Takoyami together, they might have had a chance at victory. Though, they were at a massive disadvantage for all intents and purposes. This was a 2-on-11 fight. Not only could Midoriya's wisps enhance his or Takoyami's capabilities, they could also reconnoiter and battle on their own. In a real fight, had Jiru managed to detain Midoriya, a wisp could have released him. And besides, her chances of beating Midoriya by herself were slim to none. The more practical route would have been to face Takoyami alongside Shaoji, a fair 2-2, before then facing Midoriya as a team. Jiru could have briefly pinned Midoriya as she did here. thereby giving Xiaoji a brief window to either finish Midoriya off or secure the bomb unimpeded. Ada interjected. Another disadvantage of the heroes was that their discussions could be overheard, while the villains had a code that allowed them to discuss their plans safely. He turned to Izuku and Takoyami with a frown. However, I must admit I am curious as to how the two of you already have a secret code language in place. Do you two know each other, by any chance? Izuku smirked. Nope, we just met each other yesterday. The code language is a sentient quirk thing. Cyan crossed his tentacles and huffed smugly. An elite group that you scrubs have no chance of joining. White smacked the wisp upside the head. Be nice. All Might coughed. In any case, let's keep moving, we only have so much time. He ruffled around in the boxes for a bit, before pulling out a white mark D and a black mark G. Team G as the villains will face Team D as the heroes. Since this building is so extensively damaged, we'll again use a new one. Izuku hummed as he scanned the screens. Ida and Yaoyorozu had holed up on the top floor, the latter having somehow acquired several sheets of metal to barricade the doorway. This ought to be interesting. Though, where'd Yaoyorozu get the materials? I didn't think the buildings were stocked with those. Some kind of transmutation quirk. Todoroki grunted. She makes things. Izuku blinked. You're joking. She just makes stuff out of thin air. That's ridiculously overpowered. The two-tone teen huffed. Not out of thin air. She needs fuel. Something about lipids. Izuku hummed. Okay, slightly less ridiculous, but only slightly. I don't think it's one tune either, but I don't know enough of the science to say for certain what's really going on. Kirishima crossed his arms. I don't think Kaminari has the muscles to break through those barriers. And Kuda doesn't seem like he's the type for direct confrontation. What can he do, anyway? Izuku considered that as All Might boomed. Your 5 minutes of prep time are up, heroes. You may now enter the building. Suddenly, a tidal wave of rats emerged from the nearest manholes, swarming the building and covering it in a thick layer of fur. Ada froze up and Yaoyorozu shrieked in terror as the rodents covered them, easily bypassing the barriers and covering them completely. The class watched in shock as Kuda entered the building, Kaminari following with his jaw practically on the floor. The rats parted before the taller boy, and they reached the bomb room with zero resistance. A quick command from Kuda, and the rats lifted the metal sheets from their channels, unblocking the doorway and allowing the heroes easy entry. Ida and Yaoyorozu were gently washed aside by the sea of rodents, and Kuda calmly walked forward, laying a hand on the bomb. All Might blinked. The bomb has been secured. The hero team wins. Kuda opened the door to the monitor room a couple minutes later, met with shocked stares. Kirishima was the one to break the silence. Bro, that was actually kinda cool. A grin stretched over his face, and the others stared at him. Come on, you gotta admit it was really manly how he detained the villains and retrieved the bomb without hurting anyone or breaking anything. Right, Takoyami chuckled. I suppose the case could be made for that. Most villains would be wholly unprepared for a biblical plague, and very few defenses would hold up to thousands of tiny mammals swarming them. Izuku nodded. If they even defend themselves at all, that kind of sight would make just about anybody freeze up. All Might coughed into his fist. Yes, remember, as heroes, any collateral damage you cause is taken out of your paycheck, so minimizing destruction is always a good strategy. Kuda smiled softly and nodded, walking to a corner of the room and sitting against the wall. A solitary rat followed him, and he began stroking the mammal's fur with a large finger. Ada sighed and removed his helmet, holding it by his side. For the sake of honesty, I must admit that I am disappointed in myself for losing so easily. But I understand that we are here as students to learn and grow, and failure is expected on occasion. Yaoyorozu smiled and patted her teammate on the shoulder. Very true, Ida-kun. All Might smiled. In any case, let's get moving with the next match, shall we? He stuck his hands in the boxes and ruffled around for a bit, before pulling out a white H and a black I. Team H as the heroes will face Team I as the villains. Shadow stared up at the building ahead. His teammate was bouncing back and forth incessantly, always in motion. Must you be so noisy? I am trying to focus on the task ahead. His partner Ashido, his brain supplied, pouted. Well, excuse me for being just a wee bit nervous, Ice King. Besides, this is how I focus. I have a hard time standing still. Shadow sighed. Very well. I was originally planning to freeze the building solid, but if you refuse to stay back and let me handle it, then I suppose a different tactic is required. Ashido frowned. You were gonna do everything. That's no fun. Though, hey, isn't Asui a frog? Shadow raised an eyebrow. And what if she is? Ashido hummed. Well, aren't frogs colded? Wouldn't she have problems if she was suddenly exposed to a bunch of ice? Shadow paused. True, many frogs hibernate during the winter, usually by way of burrowing. While wood frogs can technically be frozen solid and still survive, they require a large intake of sugar beforehand. I can't count on Asui being similarly prepared. In that case, I will try not to use my quirk on her. Ashido smirked. I guess you can be considerate of others. Shadow huffed. We may be opponents at the current moment, but she is still my classmate. It would do me no good to deliberately harm my allies. Refresh my memory, what is your quirk? Ashido grinned. I can produce acid of varying corrosiveness and viscosity from anywhere on my skin. And since my costume designer put holes in my shoes like I asked, I can produce it from my feet and slide around like I'm on a slip and slide. Shadow nodded. A mobility option is a good idea for any hero. I, myself, can create a layer of smooth, slippery ice underfoot in order to get around more efficiently. Ashido's eyes widened, and she grinned wider. Say, can you make ramps out of your ice? Shadow huffed. Quite easily. Why do you ask? She made a sweeping motion with her arm before pointing up at the roof. I'm thinking if I get enough momentum and a good angle, I can launch myself up to the roof. If you can make ice underfoot, you could just make a pillar rise under yourself so you can follow me. Shadow hummed. That is not a bad idea. All Might boomed. Your prep time is up, heroes. You are now cleared to enter the building. Shadow swept his right arm, and a giant slope of ice stretched out away from the target building. Ashido ran up the ramp, and he formed a smaller ramp aimed towards the roof. Her voice crackled through his earpiece. I'm gonna need a taller starting point, Ice King. Rolling his eyes, he placed his right hand against the larger ramp, and a shelf of ice erected from the tall end. Tall enough for you, she cackled. Excellent. Coming through. Shadow calmly stepped to his left, and Ashido shot past, flying through the air towards the roof. She fell just barely short, grabbing the ledge with one hand. She flailed around for a bit, before finding a foothold atop a window frame with her left foot. From there, she easily grabbed the ledge with her other hand and heaved herself up and over onto the roof. Shadow chuckled and walked across the street, stopping next to the doorway and shifting his right foot. A pillar of ice shot up from the ground under his feet, quickly raising him up to roof level. As he stepped off onto the concrete, he glanced down at where Ashido was on her back, panting, already out of breath. Shameful. Heroes need better stamina. She grinned up at him. Oh, I can give you stamina, big boy. Shadow rolled his eyes. Focus. We have work to do. She groaned in exaggerated annoyance and sprang to her feet. You're no fun. Come on, let's move. As he followed her inside, he couldn't help but chuckle under his breath. Father would absolutely loathe her, so I guess I can tolerate her. Izuku hummed as he watched Ashido and Todoroki ascend to the rooftop together. The hero team is working together. Whatever next. He could see that Asui and Kirishima had hidden the bomb on the 4th floor. With no way to cut off access like Izuku had, they'd resorted to standing back-to-back next to the bomb, watching the entrance and the windows at the same time. Ashido and Todoroki swept the 5th floor together, the former taking the lead and the latter keeping watch behind. They quickly moved down to the 4th floor, Todoroki taking the lead this time. It wasn't long before they came upon the room with the bomb in it, the two heroes immediately stepping inside. Todoroki erected a wall of ice behind them, locking all 4 combatants in the room. Kirishima grinned and banged his fists together, immediately launching himself at the other 2. Todoroki threw up a thick sheet of ice that blocked the redhead, and Ashido darted around the conflict, sliding across the floor and flinging a glob of acid at Asui. The green-haired girl dodged and bounded forward, immediately lashing out with a dropkick. Ashido sidestepped, throwing a clumsy punch as her opponent passed. The blow missed, and Asui landed on all 4s, immediately whipping her tongue out and wrapping it around Ashido, before bodily throwing the pink girl towards the outer wall. A wall of ice caught Ashido before she hit the concrete and glass, and Izuku glanced over at where Todoroki was still calmly evading Kirishima's bullheaded assault. Every strike was either dodged, caught, or blocked by ice. Izuku hummed in approval. Todoroki has training. Not a lot of high schoolers can claim that level of skill. Yaoyorozu sighed. Well, to be fair, his father is Endeavor, so being unable to fight was never really on the table for him. Izuku blinked. Seriously, he's Endeavor's kid. I didn't even know Endeavor was married, let alone a dad. Ida hummed. Endeavor is hardly public about his home life. Perhaps he predicted that villains would attempt to target him through his family, and thus kept quiet about them for their own safety. Izuku shrugged. Makes sense to me. On the screens, Todoroki caught another punch from Kirishima with his right hand, and something in his expression hardened. Ice suddenly ran down Kirishima's body from the point of contact, freezing him solidly to the ground. He pulled his roll of capture tape out of his pocket, wrapping it around Kirishima's frozen legs. All Might boomed. Young Kirishima has been captured. Naturally, Asui glanced over at where her teammate was standing, and that moment of distraction cost her. Ashido shot past her defenses and landed a punch to the frog's side, sending her reeling. Todoroki followed up by quickly stringing more capture tape around Asui's legs, effectively disabling her greatest weapon. The team carefully set her down on the floor, before walking past and setting a hand on the bomb. All Might announced, both villains have been captured, and the bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. Todoroki opened the door to the monitor room, met with polite clapping and quiet cheering from the rest of the class. He grunted, though Izuku could just barely make out a hint of a smile under that mask. He walked inside, immediately moving to stand next to Yaoyorozu. Ashido skipped in behind him, a spring in her step and a smirk on her face. Asui dragged Kirishima behind her, the redhead practically catatonic after his defeat. All Might boomed, an excellent display from both sides now. What mistakes were made in this match? Yaoyorozu raised her hand immediately. The largest blunder was assuming, again, that the heroes would enter through the front door. While Asui, call me Tsu, Kiro, the raven-haired girl bowed her head. While Tsu did account for possible overhead entry by placing the bomb on the 4th floor rather than the 5th, the heroes still only had to search 2 floors. Still, the villains at least had the foresight to watch both the door and the windows, especially considering Mainta's ploy in the first match. Izuku frowned, though. I find it odd that Todoroki seemed to chase down Kirishima almost single-mindedly. And when he did go after Tsu, he didn't even use his quirk. What's up with that? Todoroki grunted. My partner brought up the possibility that ice may have an adverse effect on her amphibian biology. I chose not to face her, since I reasoned that I could have caused her undue harm that would have otherwise been avoided. Tsu nodded at him gratefully. And I'm glad you did, Kiro. Whenever I get too cold, I start to hibernate. And if the change in temperature is too sharp, it's really bad for me, Kiro. Izuku nodded once. I see. Thanks for clearing that up. Kirishima slammed a fist into his palm. I just wish I could have done more. I feel so useless. Ashido rolled her eyes and smacked him upside the head. Chill out, you doofus. You held off Todoroki for a good couple minutes, and in a way, you kept him from teaming up with me against Tsu. Be proud of that. All Might announced. Young Ashido is right. Young Kirishima, while you should still consider what you did wrong, never be afraid to take pride in what you did right in any case. Time for the final match. He pulled the black box over from beside the mic and ruffled around for a bit, before pulling out a black ball inscribed with a J. Team J will play the villains against Team as the heroes. Katsuki flipped through the floor plans of the building across the street, pausing and glancing up at where his teammate was switching between several flamboyant poses. Are you gonna be an arrogant prick the whole time? Or are you gonna get your ass over here so we can plan? Baguette huffed dramatically and stuck a finger in the air. A plan is unnecessary. Monami, for I will dazzle all with my brilliant sparkle. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Sure you will, Baguette. Fine, if you wanna run in. Navel blazing, then go ahead. I'm gonna head in from the top for a pincer movement. Baguette pouted. But monsieur, if you do that, then nobody will be around for me to amaze. Katsuki scoffed. Save it. When you're licensed, go ahead and pose for the cameras all you want. But as long as you're my teammate, you're gonna shut the up and take this seriously. Cabbage. Baguette sighed. No appreciation for talent. Katsuki grunted and turned back to the floor plans. Whatever. Suddenly, All Might announced, your 5 minutes of prep time are up, hero team. You may now enter the building. As promised, Baguette immediately turned on his heel and made a beeline for the front door, strutting like a complete tool. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but reluctantly followed his partner. Abandoning him to his own devices likely wouldn't end well, especially considering Printer got on G's case for doing it in the first match. Baguette practically skipped through the hallways on the first floor, making sure to pose dramatically every time he noticed a camera, which happened far too often for Katsuki's liking. After the 7th time on the first floor alone, he clamped a hand around his other wrist to keep himself from dragging his partner along by that stupid cape. There's literally no reason to be so fancy, Baguette. Now get your ass in gear, we've got a bomb to find. Baguette huffed. Patience. Monsieur, an artiste cannot be rushed. Suddenly, Monkey appeared at the other end of the stairwell, launching himself down the hallway and slamming his thick tail into Baguette's stomach. The idiot slid backwards, coughing as dust got kicked up from the floor. Suddenly, he froze, before immediately grabbing his cape and scrubbing furiously at it. No, my beautiful cape has been soiled by Pausier, this will not do. Katsuki groaned loudly, before launching himself forward and aiming a right hook at Monkey. The other student caught the blow with crossed arms, sliding back a couple feet. Katsuki barked, worry about your damn cape later, this is a combat exercise, not a goddamn fashion show. But monsieur, I spent so much time and glitter making this cape almost as sparkly as I cannot let that effort go to such waste. Katsuki held himself back from slamming his palm into his face, and resorted to letting off an explosion that sent Monkey retreating around the corner and up the stairs, if his hurried footsteps were any indication. Completely and utterly out of patience, he roughly grabbed Baguette's leg and slung him over his shoulder, before blasting off down the hallway. He tailed Monkey up to the 3rd floor, following the other blonde to a room away from the street with a single entrance. Inside, Roundface had the bomb floating up near the ceiling. She visibly paled upon seeing Katsuki blast around the corner, whereas Monkey took up a defensive stance, quickly appraising the situation. He threw Baguette towards Roundface and shouted, make yourself useful, turning to Monkey. He crouched and let off a few sparks for intimidation. "You and me, Wukong." Monkey immediately sprang forward, aiming a solid roundhouse towards Katsuki's face. He blocked it with his left arm and retaliated with a right hook, which was deflected and countered by a swinging tail. Katsuki grinned and ducked underneath, before aiming an uppercut with his left fist at Monkey's chin. It connected, and the other teen was lifted off the ground by the force. Katsuki attempted to follow up with a swift kick to the chest, but was interrupted by Baguette being flung at him from across the room at speeds that shouldn't have been possible. Round face, he thought quickly, grabbing Baguette by the leg and throwing him at Monkey like an improvised bola. He turned to block her clumsy punch, before retaliating with a quick knee to the solar plexus. She hunched over, her cheeks bulging and her arms wrapped around her stomach protectively. Katsuki swore under his breath, turning his attention back to where Baguette was retreating from Monkey, using the recoil from his laser to propel himself through the air. Seeing that both villains were otherwise occupied, Katsuki blasted across the room, before leaping upward and grabbing one of the tail fins of the bomb, dragging it towards the ground. All Might announced, "The bomb has been secured, hero team wins." Immediately, Katsuki turned on his heel and strode over to where Round Face was kneeling on the floor, clutching her stomach. He started patting her on the back and muttered, "Sorry, didn't realize that nerve cluster would make you react like this. Can you turn off your quirk?" Round Face slowly placed her fingertips together and weakly announced, "Our release." The bomb settled down, and Baguette crashed to the floor, his visor shattering on the ends and his armor crumpling. Monkey winced at the violent sound, but Katsuki was preoccupied with Round Face suddenly hurling at her feet. He quickly gathered her bangs in his hands and pulled her hair back from her face, rubbing circles between her shoulder blades. "Shit, you think you need to see Recovery Girl?" Once she'd emptied her stomach, Round Face nodded weakly, before outright fainting. Katsuki caught her before she landed in the pile of vomit on the floor, quickly sweeping her up in a bridal carry. He barely spared a glance at the other two before running down the stairs, taking off down the street towards the tunnel out of Ground Beta. Izuku hummed wordly as Katsuki beelined out of the building and towards the exit of Ground Beta. "Yikes, I know getting hit in the solar plexus is unpleasant, but I didn't think it'd induce vomiting that badly." Ashido winced. "I talked to Uraraka a little bit after the Quirk apprehension test yesterday, and she told me that floating too much stuff makes her nauseous, especially if she floats a living thing, since she was already floating the bomb. Adding Aoyama onto that was already pushing her to the edge." Izuku added a breath through his teeth. "Youch, I hope she's okay." Katsuki showed up at the monitor room only a few seconds after Ajiro had dragged Aoyama in. The French blonde was practically catatonic, clutching his glittery cape and sobbing uncontrollably. Katsuki rolled his eyes and walked past Aoyama with a grunt. "Get over yourself, it's just a cape. Easily cleaned, easily repaired. Human lives are less so." All Might boomed, an impressive display on both sides, albeit brief in the interest of time. "I'll only ask for a short critique of the overall match. Any takers?" Yaoyorozu raised her hand, but Izuku spoke first. "Ajiro and Uraraka had a good plan in place. Floating the bomb made it unlikely for the hero team to properly secure it without facing her first. In addition, Ajiro took the fight to the hero team, stalling them as much as possible, but he also knew when he was outmatched. When he saw that he couldn't beat Bakugo, he made a strategic retreat and attempted to fight the heroes alongside his partner. And because one of the heroes was an active hindrance," here he glared sharply at Aoyama, "the villain team could have won if Bakugo hadn't accidentally exploited Uraraka's weakness." All Might grinned. "Well said, young Midoriya." There was a rush of wind, and suddenly the pro was at the door. "Now, watch how a pro exits like he's got somewhere to be." In an instant, the hero was gone, and an enormous gust of wind signified that he had bolted towards the exit tunnel at top speed. Gasps and shocked muttering were heard, but Izuku ignored it to lay a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. "She's gonna be okay. You got her to Recovery Girl as soon as you could." The blonde sighed. "I know, but I did that to her in the first place." Izuku cuffed him over the head. "You didn't know for certain it'd cause such a violent reaction." "Hell, I didn't know it would, and Ashido had to explain to me why it did." Katsuki's shoulders slumped in defeat. "Fine, whatever." Izuku patted him on the back. "Hey, don't worry about it. We're here to learn, to get better. In future combat exercises, you'll know not to hit her in that spot, and it won't happen again." "Right." Katsuki stood upright. "Right." Izuku grinned. The taboi. After classes were done for the day, Katsuki made to head towards the front entrance, but paused when Izuku started heading the other direction, flanked by the wisps. After a brief moment of indecision, the blonde turned on his heel, quickly catching up. "Where are you headed?" Izuku grunted. "Support department. My costume designer left a note in my costume case asking me to stop by after classes today to discuss additional gear." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "And you're considering it?" "Last time I checked, your wisps covered just about every necessary angle." Izuku sighed. "Not quite. I've still got one major weak point exposed: the wisps themselves." Katsuki blinked. I don't follow. As powerful as they are, they're still sentient beings, and they've still got blind spots, since I can only have one fused at a time. That means the other 7 are completely exposed during a fight. And sure, they're fast, but they're not invincible. I keep worrying about what might happen if one of them was caught unawares and seriously injured, or worse. Katsuki hummed. Yeah, that's fair. If you had something that they could sit inside until they're needed. That would be cool, but it'd also be super bulky and tough to keep on hand in the field. Izuku grunted. Don't be too certain. Support items have been getting more and more compact in recent years. There were rapid footsteps behind them, and they paused, turning to see Uraraka running up to them. There you guys are. Ashido told me you were heading in this direction, and I wanted to catch you before you left. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. How come? She grinned sheepishly and rubbed at the back of her neck. Well, mostly to apologize for earlier. Katsuki blinked. Apologize? Why? You did nothing wrong. But I ruined the match. Katsuki scoffed. Bullshit, Cheeks. You did everything you were supposed to in that situation. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for making you vomit your guts out. She gasped. I don't blame you for that. It was a combat exercise. We're supposed to hit each other. I already know I've got to get over my nausea. And I'm going to have to endure pain, so I might as well start now. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, clearly, neither of you blames the other for what happened during the exercise, so just shake hands, promise to do better, and move on. Okay. The 2 others stared at him. After a couple seconds, Katsuki sighed and stuck his hand out. He's got a point. We both have things to work on, so let's just move on. Uraraka smiled and accepted the handshake. Fair enough. Izuku grunted and continued down the hall. Katsuki followed, and after a brief pause, Uraraka fell into step on Izuku's other side. So, how come you 2 are going this way? I thought the front entrance was the other direction from the classroom. Izuku grunted again. Support department. My costume designer wanted to talk to me. Uraraka blinked. Wait, we can talk to our costume designers. Katsuki tilted his head. Yeah, didn't you read the memos that were in the cases? Hero students can go to the support labs after classes to propose costume alterations and discuss additional gear. Why? She blushed. Well, I had thought I'd just get used to the heels in my costume, but if we're allowed to request alterations, I'm gonna see if I can switch them out for something like astronaut boots. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, that's definitely something to talk to your costume designer about. If your costume isn't comfortable, change it. Not that complicated. They rounded a corner, and Izuku grunted upon seeing the huge metal double doors further down the hallway. There's the development studio. It's the workshop dedicated to costume adjustments. He stepped up to the doors and reached for the handle, when an explosion suddenly blasted him across the hall, blowing the doors off their hinges entirely. Loud cackling emanated from inside, and an older voice shouted, Hatsum, I swear to Nedzu, if you don't move your projects to the beta studio, I'm going to ban you from the workshops for a whole week. The first voice groaned. But sir, I'm meeting someone here today, and I couldn't just do nothing while I waited. Izuku sighed as he peeled himself off the wall. I'm guessing she means me. He snapped his fingers. An orange shot through the smoke, quickly dispersing it. I take it you're my costume designer. The girl with pink dreadlocks beamed at him. Maybe Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Which costume is yours? Again. Izuku grunted. Midoriya Izuku, the rainbow one. Hatsum brightened. Oh, you're the guy I wanted to talk to today. Honestly, your class has a criminal lack of babies with their costumes. Wire's the only one who got to include some Nito grenade gauntlets with one of hers. Katsuki scowled. You mean the functional weapons that definitely shouldn't have been given to a hero student on the first day of classes? Power Loader waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, I made sure she added a toggle. If you slip on the pin coverings upside down, the tanks won't siphon your sweat. Wasn't there a note in your case about that? Katsuki frowned. Not that I saw. Then again, I saw 2 gauntlets that looked exactly like what I'd requested, and I kinda assumed they were fully functional, so I just left them in there. Good to know they've got an off switch. Hatsum rolled her eyes. Boring. What's the point of having babies if you're not gonna use them? Power Loader sighed and opened his mouth to say something, but Katsuki beat him to it. If you give a first-year student the equivalent of a handheld nuke on the first day, there's a good chance they'd accidentally kill someone with it. We've got to learn control before we start messing with weaponry, or people are gonna get hurt. Got it. Hatsum paused, then nodded emphatically. Got it. Wait on the babies until the user's trained to operate them. Power Loader gave Katsuki an extremely grateful look, before adding, of course, that's specifically for weapons. For mobility aids like your hover soles, those are more applicable for early on. Uraraka perked up. Hover soles. Those sound interesting. What? Hatsum held a hand up. Up, I've got a meeting. You and I can talk later, but right now, I have a client to negotiate with. The support student grabbed Izuku by the wrist and dragged him over to an empty testing room. pulling him inside and closing the door before whirling to face him with stars in her eyes. Before she could say anything, Izuku held up a hand. Keep it slow enough that I can register what you're saying. All right. She nodded quickly. Sure, I can do that. Izuku crossed his arms. All right. What's on your mind? Hatsum grinned. So, Meijime-sensei let us watch the footage of the entrance exam for our assigned clients, and I noticed that your butt is kept flying around loose, which doesn't seem safe for them. Izuku grunted. True. I was actually hoping to discuss some kind of housing for them so they aren't vulnerable mid-fight. Hatsum beamed. That's what I was thinking, so I went ahead and whipped up a quick prototype baby that I wanted to test, but couldn't without something from you. She ran to a corner of the room and slid open a drawer, pulling out a weird-looking device. It had a flat cylindrical base made of red plastic, with two small clamps underneath a clear plastic lid that was hinged on one side and fastened on the other. Here, if my hypothesis is correct, the final piece should allow this baby to safely contain a single wisp. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And what final piece would that be? She grinned. Some of your hair. Izuku blinked, and she rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, it's obvious your hair is normally prismatic, and it changes color when you fuse with a wisp, so clearly they're being stored in your hair in some way. Izuku raised a finger, then paused, finding that he didn't really have a counterpoint to that. Okay, that's fair. He reached behind his head and pulled out a few strands of hair, noting that it seemed to glow even in the dim lighting of the room. That good enough. Hatsum beamed and snagged the hairs from his grip, immediately opening the device and slotting them into the clamps. That should do it now. Which one wants to be the guinea pig? The wisps exchanged glances, and Blue cautiously tapped a nub against the exposed hairs. There was a flash of light, and Hatsum snapped the lid shut, revealing that the hairs within were now a brilliant blue. She cackled maniacally, but Izuku wasn't convinced, holding his hand out. Taking the hint, she handed him the device, and he flicked the lid open. There was another flash, and Blue backflipped into the air, his eyes spinning. Whoa, that was weird. Green floated closer, rubbing her front nubs together worriedly. Are you all right? Blue shook his head, his eyes refocusing. Yeah, I think I'm okay. It's just really weird to fuse with something that's not alive. Izuku grinned and locked eyes with Hatsum. Works like a charm. She grinned widely. Excellent, I'll get right on machining 7 more of those babies. I noticed there's a lot of empty room on the back of your costume, so I figure I can stick M there. Izuku rubbed at his chin. Actually, I want to check something. He pointed at the curved side of the lid. Could you drill a small hole through there? Just enough that the hairs would fit through. Hatsum nodded and dashed out of the room, quickly coming back in with a small drill bit. She quickly bored a hole in the side of the lid, and Izuku adjusted the hairs in the clamps so that the ends were sticking out. Red fused with the hair, and Izuku laid the container on his palm, making sure the tips were touching his skin. He mentally prodded it, and there was another red flash, leaving the detached hairs prismatic. Izuku glanced up, and sure enough, his own locks were now red. Another mental push, and the clamped hairs turned red again. A fourth flash, and red floated up to join the others, rubbing his head with one of his tentacles. Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Figured, if the hair is touching my skin, the wisp can move from the container to my body without exposing itself. So, if I give you some more hairs, could you wire these containers into the costume so that the hairs are touching my skin? Hatsum cackled and snatched the container from his hand. Child's play. Captain Rainbow, just watch. You'll have an epic new costume before your heroics exercise tomorrow. Izuku rounded the corner before UA and paused, Katsuki running into him due to the sudden stop. What's up? Izuku grunted and gestured to the crowd milling around the front gate. Reporters. Katsuki groaned and shouldered his back. Wonderful. All right, let's get this over with. They walked towards the school, the cries of the reporters growing louder and clearer as they approached. As they watched, a Gen Ed student attempted to push through the crowd and was surrounded immediately with microphones and cameras being shoved in his face. Hey, you All Might's teaching here, right? What's he like as a teacher? Is it true he always smiles, even while talking? What subject is he teaching? Which costume does he wear? Or is he in civilian clothing? What does his breath smell like? Wordlessly, the student gestured to the shoulders of his uniform, 2 buttons set on each side. The closest reporter groaned and turned on her heel, announcing, "This kid's in Gen Ed, he's got nothing." She walked up close to the gate and shouted, "Come on, give us All Might already." The crowd moved in behind her, inadvertently shoving the Gen Ed kid back away from the gate. Izuku and Katsuki walked up as the purple-haired teen gave the reporters a dirty look. Izuku tapped him on the shoulder with a worried expression. "You okay?" In lieu of an answer, the kid gave a thumbs up. Izuku frowned, taking in the dead expression and eye bags that gave Izuku-senseis a run for their money. "You don't look like it. Having trouble sleeping?" A nod. Izuku winced. "Yeah, I know what that's like." He pointed over his shoulder with his thumb at where yellow was flying rings around the other wisps. "I gotta make sure to let that one exercise before bed. Otherwise he keeps me up all night." The Gen Ed guy gave him a sympathetic look and stuck his hand out. Shinsu Itoshi, 1 degree Celsius. Izuku accepted the handshake. Midoriya Izuku, 1A. Katsuki grunted. Bakugo Katsuki, also 1A. Now, how are we gonna get to classes? Those damn reporters are blocking the entrance. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. Hero students wanting to avoid the cameras. That's a shocker. Izuku grunted, ignoring Shinsu's comment. I'm tempted to cause a diversion with red down the block and cite Sentient Quirk legislation as an excuse. Technically, I have a provisional civilian license so that the wisps can exist and exercise without breaking quirk usage laws. But I don't want to risk causing property damage. Katsuki hummed, considering the crowd. Cyan, maybe. Dart each of us through one by one. Shinsu coughed. And what about me? Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the insomniac. Did you think you weren't included in that us? Shinsu blinked. Kinda. Izuku hummed, considering the reporters and glancing at Cyan. Hey, my civilian license doesn't cover the fusing. There was a cough behind them, and the three of them turned to see Ida standing there. If I might interrupt. While it's not well known, there's a side entrance, about a block down from here. You just need to scan your ID card to open it. Midoriya, if you keep your wisps in your bag, they should be let through with you. Izuku nodded gratefully. Thanks for the tip, Ida. The taller boy waved his hand dismissively. Think nothing of it. Because of my brother's career, I've had to deal with reporters myself on occasion, and believe me, they're extremely unpleasant. When the bell rang to signal the start of homeroom, Izuku-sensei walked in with a supremely annoyed look on his face. Wisely, everyone shut up, and he huffed as he stepped up to the podium. Good thinking. Reading the room is an important skill for anyone. Not just heroes. In any case, today you'll need to make a decision that'll impact the rest of your time here at UA. Nobody dared to breathe. You'll need to decide on a class representative. There was a collective sigh of relief before everyone began clamoring to be chosen. Blue whimpered and ducked inside Izuku's bag, and Green followed her fellow wisp. The others congregated in the rafters, away from the din, and Izuku wished he could join them. After a little while, Ida shot up and shouted, Everyone, since we clearly cannot come to a consensus, we must decide this rationally. We will hold a democratic vote to choose our class representative. Kaminori frowned. We've only known each other for a couple of days. Wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Perhaps, however, if someone were to gain others' votes in such a short time, then clearly they are most suited for the position. He turned to where Izuku-sensei was slumped against the front wall. Is this acceptable, sensei? I don't care. Just get it done by the end of homeroom. Ada nodded and reached under the podium, producing a stack of papers and a bundle of pencils. He distributed the items among the class, and the room was quickly filled with the sound of scribbling. Izuku tapped the eraser of his pencil against his chin, deep in thought. I'm not going to lie and say that I don't want the position. But do I think I'm the best person for it? Ada already takes charge first out of everyone, and he certainly has the confidence for it. Yaoyorozu is really smart, and she could have won the exercise if Koda hadn't used a tidal wave of rats. But she doesn't seem to believe in herself. Ada would probably fill the position best. Maybe I'm sacrificing my chances, but sacrifice is a hero's job, isn't it? He quickly wrote Ada's name on his paper and turned it over, setting his pencil down on his desk. Once everyone's paper was turned over, Ada went around the room and collected the votes, making sure not to look at them until the stack reached the podium, and he began sorting them into piles. Once the votes were tallied, Ada grabbed a piece of chalk from the tray and wrote the results on the board. Midoriya Izuku 7 votes. Ada Tenya 6 votes. Katsuki Bakugo 3 votes. Yaoyorozu Momo 2 votes. Aoyama Yuga 1 vote. Maita Minoru 1 vote. Katsuki grunted. 3 of you idiots voted for me. You seriously thought the guy with anger issues should lead the class? Kirishima shrugged. I dunno, bro. You seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders. Uraraka nodded. I second that. You're calmer than you give yourself credit for. Ajiro hummed. Agreed. Aoyama pouted. But messieurs at madams, should the face of this class not be tres sparkly? Surely I am the superior choice. Ashido snorted. Dude, if you were in charge of the class, you'd have us all covered in glitter and eating camembert with every meal. Aoyama bristled. And what is wrong with camembert? Izuku clapped his hands together, silencing everyone. As your newly appointed class representative, kindly shut up. He walked up to the podium, nodding at Ida before scanning the class. I'm not entirely certain why you all apparently think I'm good for this role, but I'll do my best to live up to your expectation. He turned and offered a hand to Ida. I look forward to working with you, Vice Representative. Ida smiled and accepted the handshake. Likewise, Izuku-sensei grunted and sat upright. Good, you got it over with during the span of homeroom. Certainly faster than other classes I've had in the past. Izuku and Ida quickly headed for their seats, and the hero emerged from his sleeping bag, moving to stand behind the podium. Right. In other announcements, I've been informed that some of you requested minor alterations to your costumes yesterday after classes. The man nodded in approval. Good thinking. Your costume is an ever-present part of your career, so it needs to be in top condition, just like you. Making sure you can wear it comfortably is a vital step. Midoriya, I'm told that your updates are taking longer than expected, but Power Loader assures me your costume will be available by tomorrow's Foundational Heroics class. Uraraka, your updates are already finished, so I recommend stopping by the development studio after classes today to make sure everything is comfortable and in working order. Yaorazu, your request for an alternate costume has been received by the designated company, and it should be ready by next week. Minta pouted. Why? It's already perfect. The midget suddenly reeled back in his seat as Cyan practically teleported in front of him, staring him down resolutely. At the same time, Izuku-sensei fixed the short boy with a sharp glare. Make another comment like that, and you're expelled. Minta whimpered and nodded, and the teacher grunted. Hagakure, you've been specifically requested to come down to the development studio after classes today. Power Loader noticed the schematics for your costume and insisted that you needed something else. He quickly fixed Minta with another glare before the midget could say anything. Also, a quick word about yesterday's exercise. For those of you who won, don't think you don't still have room to improve from where you are. Likewise, for those of you who lost, don't think that your failures are here to learn, and losing is a part of that. The bell rang, and the hero grabbed his sleeping bag. Be back here at 1 to elect class officers. That's all for today. Dismissed. At lunchtime, Izuku and Katsuki sat at the same table as Uraraka, Ida, and Takoyami, but this time, they were joined by Yaorazu and Todoroki, the latter by virtue of following behind the former. Not long after she sat down, Yaorazu turned to Izuku and said, I feel I must congratulate you on being chosen as class representative, Midoriya-kun. Izuku grunted. Not like I did much in the way of campaigning or anything. Still not entirely sure I'm the best person for the job. Ida huffed. Well, I'm certain you'll do quite well, Midoriya. You've already shown an ability to make snap decisions, and you've routinely placed other people before yourself, qualities that I unfortunately lack. Still, I feel proud that the class considers me a close second to you. Katsuki scoffed. Still can't believe people thought I should be a rep. I've never been good at all that paperwork shit. Plus, can you imagine people seeing me and assuming that the whole class is the same? Uraraka sighed. I guess that's fair. Todoroki hummed. By the way, Midoriya, your quirk is unusual. Not only is it sentient, which is already rare, but it's incredibly multifaceted. It's almost like 8 separate quirks rather than a single one. Izuku snorted. Trust me, I'm well aware my quirk is a drastic outlier when it comes to what we know about them. But we got it tested shortly after it manifested, and we're certain it's just the one. Todoroki frowned. Be that as it may, it's quite powerful. Tell me, Midoriya, are you the secret love child of Gang Orca and Spectrum? Izuku choked on his noodles, and Katsuki quickly pulled him out of his seat for a Heimlich maneuver. After a few seconds of coughing, during which Todoroki was as stone-faced as ever, Izuku finally recovered enough to stare at the other teen incredulously. Are you joking? You've gotta be joking. Where the hell did you get that idea? Todoroki shrugged. Gang Orca has an aquatic quirk, and Spectrum can create multicolored beams of light. Both very strong quirks, and could reasonably combine to create yours. Izuku blinked, then sat down and sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Okay, so, first off, the wisps aren't actually squids, they just share some physical similarities with real squid. As far as I know, they aren't aquatic, although Yellow does have a weird fascination with water. And second, my parents aren't heroes, not by a long shot. Mom works as a nurse at Musutafu General Hospital, and Dad's in hero merchandising in America has been since I was 2. Mom's quirk lets her attract small objects, and Dad has fire breath. I'm told I take after his brother, Midoriya Tako, who has a kraken quirk. Supposedly, the Midoriya family has a lot of quirks based on mythical creatures. Todoroki sat up straighter. Are you related to Ryukyu? Izuku opened his mouth to retort, then paused. Let me get back to you on that. I don't think so, but I'm not 100% certain about that. Suddenly, alarms started blaring, and they all glanced up. The speakers blared. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outside promptly. I repeat, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outside promptly. Immediately, all the students in the cafeteria got up and began stampeding towards the exit. Izuku stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a piercing whistle, fusing with green and floating above the heads of the crowd. He soared through the thankfully spacious hallways, scanning the tide of students. Spotting a head of blue hair, he snapped his fingers, and pink flew in after orange, the two working in tandem to fling it up to the ceiling and stick him there by his feet. Izuku glanced over to the windows and swore under his breath, spying microphones and cameras inside the campus boundaries. It's just the media. We need to get them to calm down. Ida pointed down the hallway at the double doors. If you can get me onto the door jamb, I should be able to get their attention. Izuku nodded. I'll distract them using red, and you get their attention while they're not panicking. Cyan, you're up. The wisp nodded, and Ida shot through the air as a beam of light, reforming above the doors and planting his feet on the frame. Izuku flew to the side and landed on a windowsill, exchanging green for red and accentuating a clap of his hands with a burst of fire. It had the intended effect of making the crowd pause. Ada shouted, "Everyone, please calm down. It is just the media acting in such a panicked manner is unbefitting of students at such a prestigious institution. Now, please proceed through the exit in a calm and orderly fashion." The crowd began to slowly move through the doors, a steady trickle of people emptying the hallway. Izuku nodded in satisfaction and dropped to the floor, joining the flow and barely even reacting when Ada dropped down next to him. "Good work, Vice Rep." Ada slightly bowed his head. "I could not have done it without you, class representative." 1A reconvened in the classroom at 1 as expected, though they were quieter than they'd been that morning. Before anyone could say anything, Izuku-sensei stepped up to the podium. "Now, first things first. While I'd like to say I'm disappointed in you all for getting caught up in the panic earlier, it's understandable that you'd follow the older students. Regardless, in future crises, I expect you to handle yourselves much more calmly than today." Midoriya and Ida set a good example. Try to follow it. "That's all from me. Class Rep, Vice Rep, your turn." Izuku nodded and walked up to the podium, Ada standing beside him shortly after. "Right. First, we need a secretary to handle paperwork and other managerial-type duties. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, though." Vice Rep, Ida hummed, "I nominate Yaoyorozu for the position. She's quite adept at organization, scheduling, and similar duties." The others in the class voiced their assent, and Izuku nodded. "All right, then Yaoyorozu is secretary. Next, the treasurer, for budgeting and allocation of resources. I nominate Uraraka. Her family does construction, which consists of a lot of that sort of work." Objections. Minda scoffed. "I bet she'll just take whatever money she can from the budget and sneak it off for herself." Izuku leveled the midget with a glare. "Your opinion has been noted and steadfastly ignored. Any thoughts, Ada?" Ada shook his head. "I have no objections." Izuku grunted, keeping his gaze locked on Minda as the rest of the class nodded in agreement. "Then it's settled. Lastly, we need a discipline officer, someone to keep troublemakers in line. I propose we give that position to Bakugo. He's already done that sort of thing before, and he's an excellent mischief deterrent." Ada nodded. Seconded. Katsuki swiveled in his seat to shoot Minda an evil grin, curling his left hand into a claw. The midget whimpered and shrank low in his seat, and several in the class shot Katsuki grateful looks. Izuku chuckled before clapping his hands together. "Right, that concludes the election of class officers, though other positions may be created if they are deemed necessary and approved by Izuku-sensei." The teacher grunted. "Fine by me." The following day, the front gate had been replaced with a solid sheet of metal, and several of Ectoplasm's clones were directing students to a side gate, much like the entrance Ida had shown them the day before. The crowd of reporters was thankfully nowhere to be seen, and Izuku-sensei informed them of a class field trip that afternoon. Be at the bus lot at 3:20 p.m. or get left behind. Wear your hero costumes or don't. It's up to you. At lunchtime, rather than sitting with 1A again, Izuku grabbed 2 bentos from Lunch Rush and led Ida through UAS halls to the first class representative meeting. Izuku-sensei, Vlad King, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, an underground hero called Ventriloquist, Power Loader, Midnight, and a minor hero by the name of Sprout were already there. Izuku and Ida were the first students to arrive, and they were quickly joined by the other class reps and vice reps of the first-year courses. 1B was represented by Kendo Itsuka and Shouta Nyaranjiki. 1 degrees Celsius class rep was a girl with curly white hair by the name of Kuki Shizuka, and Shinsu was their vice rep. 1D was represented by Sunuyama, a girl with a ginger ponytail and 2 white hearing aids, and Agoyamato Tsutsutaka, a boy with a black pompadour and a prominent chin. 1E had Tojike Chikuchi, a girl with a black ponytail and spiked hair tie, and Tenohira Shizukasa, a boy with gray hair with soundwave decals. 1 Fahrenheit's class rep was Kinzoku Majoru, a girl with silvery, shoulder-length hair. 1G was represented by Arashi Harigane, a boy with light blue hair that was constantly crackling with electricity. 1H had Furasu Maina, a girl with a black ponytail, a screwdriver-themed headband, and an exhausted expression to rival Shinsu's own. Representing 1I was Atama Hachai, a boy with tall blonde hair like a beehive. Rikai Sokudo, a boy with short olive hair and round glasses, represented Class 1J. Finally, 1 Kelvin's representative was Memai Hanton, a boy with dark blue hair and swirls on his cheeks. Power Loader explained the support and management courses only had singular representatives due to the specialized nature and smaller sizes of the classes. The homeroom teachers for the management course were absent for the first meeting due to an unexpected surge in workload. Izuku guessed that the media invasion was responsible. Once introductions had finished, a vent in the ceiling opened up, and a furry figure in a suit and tie dropped out of the air duct, landing in a chair at the head of the room. calmly ignoring the shocked screaming of the Gen Ed reps. The mammal chirped, "Greetings, everyone. I'm certain most of you recognize me from orientation, but I imagine 1A has yet to see me in the flesh or the fur, as the case may be." Izuku bowed his head. "Principal Nedzu." Nedzu chuckled. "Please, a simple Nedzu-sensei will suffice. I see myself as a teacher more than a principal, personally." Izuku smirked. "Nedzu-sensei, then." Nedzu grinned and clasped his paws together as the Gen Ed reps finally composed themselves. Now, this first meeting is more of an introduction to each other. After all, as representatives, you'll be working with each other quite often, so it's important to be familiar. Furasu sighed. "As long as I'm away from Hatsune." Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, I'm guessing she can be a handful." Nedzu beamed. "And that right there is what I had intended for this first meeting. While you may be in separate courses or separate classes, you are students of UA all the same. And having good relationships with your peers is essential to your development. I sincerely hope that at least some of you leave this meeting with a greater rapport with others than you had when you arrived. There's no real schedule, so feel free to take the lead of the discussion, anyone." Tojek huffed. "I personally don't see interdepartmental relations becoming a thing. Sure, it'd be nice, but I doubt it's realistic." Izuku hummed. "Well, it depends on how open both sides are to getting chummy. If I had to hazard a guess, Tojek-san, you're expecting that the hero course will largely keep to themselves. Am I right?" Tojek shrugged. "Kinda figured you big shots wouldn't have time for us little people." Ada bristled. "On the contrary, making time for the little people, as you so put it, is a principal responsibility of heroes." Kendo nodded. "Heroes are, above all else, public servants, and we can't serve the public if we don't understand the public." Several noises of assent rose up, and she glanced around the room. "So, any suggestions on how to promote interactions between the departments?" Shinsu cautiously raised his hand. "Well, some students in Gen Ed tried out for the hero course, but couldn't quite make it in due to having non-combative quirks. Some of us really want to be heroes, and while we could transfer by making a good showing in the sports festival, the fact remains that the hero course is getting exclusive training. They're shooting even further ahead and leaving everyone else in the dust." Izuku rubbed at his chin. "Gym Alpha is open to all courses after school hours until 6:30 p.m., and I'm pretty sure Gym Beta is the same. I know hero course students can't join clubs since those run during our extra school period. But is there anything against training sessions after hours?" Nedzu chuckled. "On the contrary, Midoriya-kun, all students are heavily encouraged to make full use of UAS facilities." Izuku nodded and locked eyes with Shinsu. "All right, so what if we set up regular training sessions between Hero and Gen Ed students? It's not the same as heroics classes, but it's still more than what they'd get normally." Shinsu nodded. "Sounds good to me." He glanced at the other Gen Ed reps. "That sound good to you guys?" Tenohira frowned. "While getting extra physical training alongside hero kids is all well and good for transfer hopefuls, what about something for the Gen Ed kids that want to stick to Gen Ed?" Shouter raised his hand. "What about a standing invitation for tutoring from the top scorers in the various departments? I knew some people back in junior high that became really close after studying for exams together." Tenohira nodded. "That could work. Granted, we won't know who the top scorers are for a little while, but we'll get there when we get there. The only snag would be getting them to volunteer." Izuku shrugged. "Well, that's a flaw in anything we come up with. No matter how much we advertise it, the choice to make use of it is still up to the other students. We can't force them to be buddy-buddy with each other, and some will insist on antagonism." Kendo groaned. "Don't I know it? One of my classmates has spent every spare moment proclaiming that 1B is the superior hero class. And worse, I think some others are starting to side with him that we need to prove something." Izuku sighed. "There'll always be people like that. Least we can do is try to show that they're the minority. But let's not worry about that right now. So far, we've only talked about Hero and Gen Ed. How could we foster relations with the support or management departments?" Furasu hummed. "I know that the Hero and support courses are already closer than usual, since Hero students tend to interact with their costume designers a lot. So we probably don't need to worry on that front, but beyond that, things might get difficult. Us nerds generally don't do well with socializing. A lot of us are introverts, and some are workaholics. Plus, I think a good chunk of us have had to deal with people offering friendship, only to turn around and make fun of us behind our backs." Izuku winced. "Not a great feeling. Even worse is when they act like they want to be friends, when really they only want to use their connection to you to get somewhere else." Arashi hummed. "That's true. But back on topic, what can we do?" A thought occurred to Izuku. "Say, the support students often have to market themselves to developers and companies in hopes of getting contracted out for gear and such, right?" Kinzoku nodded. "Yeah, granted, we don't get a lot of that outside of the school festival, but a few enterprising kids will make themselves known during the sports festival." Izuku nodded. "Right, and management students often create projections of a hero student's early career, or manage social media accounts for said students, right?" BGMI nodded slowly. Yeah, where are you going with this? Izuku laced his hands together on top of the conference table. What I'm thinking is, we offer support students and management students a chance to coordinate the latter will advertise the former. It could be an extra credit assignment, an after-school club, an optional side project, etc. I'm not certain how we'd present it so that it's less like a business proposal and more like an offer of cooperation. Here he grinned at the management students, but I'm certain you guys could figure that out. Atama huffed and ran a hand up his hairdo. Of course we could 'tis our role in the world, after all. Zonu piped up. And while management classes generally focus on the hero side of things, maybe there could be opportunities for practice with more mundane businesses aligned with general education, say, working cybersecurity for a popular streamer, or advertising for a new chain of restaurants. Rikai grinned and pushed his glasses up his nose. Indeed, I know some of my classmates have been put out that they keep getting slapped in the face with the fact that they are simple hype men, as they put it. Perhaps a break from the hero industry would be quite welcome. Arashi frowned and rubbed at his chin. I'm not sure how we could get support and gen ed to overlap, though. It's not like civilians get a lot of gear, or even need it in the first place. Kuki interjected, maybe, but consider optional side assignments where a gen ed student shares a daily issue with a support student, and the support kid tries to come up with a technical solution to the problem. For example, say someone has chronic insomnia as a result of their quirk. Maybe the support student could develop a speaker that outputs a frequency that induces drowsiness. After all, as big a business as heroics is, it's not everything. Plus, science has stagnated hard since quirks developed. So maybe some of your classmates would be excited about getting that started up again. Shinzoku hummed. I know one of my classmates has had ideas for new fields of nutrition, but the assignments haven't really let her work in that direction. Last I heard, she was thinking up some kind of granola bar that's the nutritional equivalent of a full meal. Aizawa-sensei stood up straighter from where he was leaning against the wall. Say what now? Nedzu coughed into his paw and tapped at his wristwatch. As exciting as these conversations have been, I must sadly remind you all that we're running low on time. Still, what I heard discussed was interesting, and I'd love to hear you go into these in further detail. Perhaps we should establish communications between all of you, so that these topics can be brought up later in more detail. Izuku held up his phone, open to a newly made Discord server titled Congregation of the Rat God. Already on it, sir. You should be able to invite the relevant teachers and grant yourself admin privileges. He quickly switched over to his notes app, making a new note titled Rep Contact Info. He passed his phone to Ada and said, add your phone numbers, email addresses, Discord accounts, or anything else we can use to contact you. I'll be sure to make everyone's relevant info easily available from the server. I've already included mine there. Nedzu chuckled, already tapping away at his tablet. Excellent work, Midoriya-kun. When the bell rang to signal the end of 6th period, most of the class was up and out the door before Recovery Girl even shut her binder. She sighed and slid her materials into her handbag, slinging it over her shoulder and heading for the classroom door. You kids and your boundless energy. Izuku snorted from where he was desperately trying to cram yellow into his bag. Don't I know it? The class was gathered by the bus lot at 3:15, and Aizawa-sensei grunted in approval upon seeing everyone in their costumes. Good thinking. A hero needs to be ready to act at a moment's notice. Since everyone's here, go ahead and get on. Ida cleared his throat, likely intending to organize the class onto the bus, but Izuku laid a cautious hand on the taller boy's shoulder. And indeed, the bus has a non-traditional seating layout. Based on how Ida's shoulders slumped, the vice rep hadn't expected it. Thankfully, the class loaded up quickly and orderly, and soon the bus was rumbling across the massive campus. The front featured 4 seats on each side, much like a train car. Behind the middle entrances, the layout was closer to that of a traditional bus. Ada had taken the seat closest to the front on the driver's side, and Izuku sat across the aisle. Ashido, Aoyama, and Kaminari sat next to Ida, and Izuku was joined by Satu, Tsu, and Kirishima. Not long into the trip, Tsu leaned forward to look at Izuku. Midoriya-kun, Kiro, I say what's on my mind a lot. What's up with your quirk, Kiro? It's got so many moving parts, it's hard to believe that it's a single quirk. Izuku hummed. I get what you mean, Tsu. But Mom and I had it tested thoroughly when I was a kid, and we're certain it's just a rarely multifaceted quirk. I just hit the genetic jackpot. Kirishima grunted. I guess so. Your quirk's super flashy, so you'll have no trouble getting noticed as a pro. He held up his arm and hardened it with a shower of sparks. My own hardening is strong, sure, but it doesn't look like much, so I doubt I'll be very popular. Izuku huffed. Don't sell yourself short. That level of defensive capability is something most pros wish they had. It'll get you far. Aoyama laid a hand over his heart and boasted. But Mon Naval Laser is proval in both flashiness and strength. In unison, Izuku and Ashido deadpanned. Yeah, until your stomach gives out. The French blonde pouted, and Kirishima chuckled. Still, if you want to talk both flashy and strong, nobody can beat Bakugo or Todoroki. The latter was asleep, and the former snorted loudly. And that's where you're wrong. I still have yet to actually kick the nerd's ass in a sparring session. The only reason why I was at the top of my class so consistently was that I barely had any competition. The nerd was the only one who made me work for it. Izuku snorted. He calls me a nerd when he refuses to stay up past sunset and complains if he ever gets below a 93 on an assignment. Pot, meat kettle. Uraraka giggled. Does he really? Izuku grinned. I'll send you his phone logs. 0 activity after 8 p.m. for the past 3 years. She started cackling madly, and Katsuki's eye twitched. Oh yeah. Well, how about I show quote the Raven your internet search history? Takoyami perked up. You have my attention. Katsuki grinned, eyes locked with Izuku. The 6 most recent results are all searches for hero articles. Izuku bristled. Hey, if you were as serious about heroes as I am, you'd be keeping up with the news, too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Since when does could Maruko crack a person's skull between her legs like a watermelon have anything to do with hero work? And don't get me started on that tool clamp you bought. Izuku blushed furiously and pulled his hood over his head, almost the entire bus laughing. Kaminari, meanwhile, locked eyes with him and nodded sagely. A fellow degenerate of culture, I see. Izuku mumbled. I wanted to figure out if I could use blue to survival Lunatidris. But no, Mom had to ban me from putting my head in a vise. Kaminari leaned across the aisle and laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder. From one man to another, I salute your attempt at sacrificing yourself in the name of science. At the front of the bus, Izuku-sensei sighed deeply. Just barely loud enough to hear, he muttered, I chose to work with teenagers. He turned around and announced, enough chatter, we're almost there. Uraraka nearly vibrated to a higher plane of existence when she saw the figure standing in front of the enormous glass dome. Oh my god, it's the space hero. 13, she's my favorite, she's my entire inspiration for going into rescue heroics. Izuku grinned and laid a hand on his classmate's shoulder. Easy, girl. Wait until after class before you ask for an autograph. Katsuki raised an eyebrow and grinned at Izuku. After you do the same, right? Izuku rolled his eyes. Don't put words in my mouth. 13 bowed. Welcome, Class 1A, I've been eagerly waiting for you. Come, let's head inside. The huge double doors slid open, and Izuku couldn't help but gape at the interior of the massive building. The doors opened onto a raised platform, with a long set of stairs heading down to a plaza below. Immediately to the left was an assortment of wrecked buildings, and to the right was a smaller dome with opaque shades of blue. After the wrecked buildings on the left, there was a massive landslide, followed by a small mountain range. Next to the blue dome, there was a massive lake with a green slide, followed by another opaque dome with a flame pattern. In the center of the plaza was a large fountain on a raised dais, and rows of lights on the underside of the dome illuminated the inside of the building. 13 announced, a floundering shipwreck, a slick landslide, a raging fire, a howling windstorm, a sprawling mountain, and a devastated city. This building is a training ground I designed to simulate all manner of natural disasters. The unforeseen simulation joint. Kaminari blinked. So it's not Universal Studios Japan. Jiru smacked the blonde upside the head with a jack, even as the heroine sighed. They make that joke every year, kid. You're hardly original. Izuku-sensei walked up to the other teacher, hands in his pockets. Where's All Might? The blonde buffoon was supposed to meet us here. 13 stepped closed and whispered something to the hero, holding up 3 fingers on her left hand. Izuku wondered what they were discussing, only for a chill to run down his spine. Izuku glanced around the dome, flexing his fingers, this sense of foreboding what's going on. Izuku-sensei sighed and turned to face 1A. Unfortunately, it seems All Might won't be joining us until the end of class. In any case, let's begin. 13 clasped her hands together. Now, before we get started, allow me to say just a few things. She held up her left hand and flexed her fingers. I'm certain some of you are familiar with my quirk. Black hole, yes. Uraraka started nodding so fast. Izuku was afraid her head would fall off. You've used it to save so many people from all kinds of disasters. 13 nodded. Indeed. However, it is also a power that can all too easily kill. A hushed air fell over the class. I'm certain many of your own quirks are the same. While it's not a problem due to the stringent regulation of quirks, do not forget that many quirks can take a life with one wrong step. Izuwasan's physical exams helped you discover hidden uses for your powers. All Might's combat exercise surely showed you the danger of using those powers on others. However, consider this class a fresh start. Here, you will learn how to use your quirks to save lives. She bowed gracefully. That is all I have to say. Izuku-sensei grunted and pushed off from the pillar he was leaning against. Right. With that out of the way, let's. Suddenly, the lights shut off, and the class started glancing around in confusion. Izuku swore under his breath and scanned the area. The fountain in the plaza began stuttering, and the air warped in front of it, purple mist swirled into existence before exploding out into a massive fog bank that stretched across the path. A hand emerged from the fog and gripped it, and a head covered in a gray severed hand emerged, staring up at the gathered class. Izuku-sensei barked, "Stay together and keep still, 13. Protect the students." Kirishima looked up and leaned back. "What's that?" Down in the plaza, several sinister figures began streaming from the fog bank, slowly walking towards the stairs. The first person stepped fully onto the bricks, revealing a simple all-black outfit and more severed hands gripping his arms and shoulders. Kirishima squinted at the gathering below. "Is this like the entrance exam, where the lessons already started?" Izuku-sensei ordered. "Don't move, those are villains." The hero reached into his scarf and retrieved a pair of slitted yellow goggles, sliding them up over his eyes. Izuku was briefly overcome with fanboying, but that was quickly cast aside as he refocused on the crowd of villains streaming into the plaza. "This is bad." Izuku-sensei no. Eraserhead pulled on his capture scarf, the weapon immediately flying out from his neck and quivering in midair like some deranged set of tentacles. 13 held an arm out protectively, placing herself between the students and the villains. Kirishima protested. "There's no way villains could get into the school." Yaoyorozu pushed forward to the front of the pack. "Sensei, what about the intruder sensors?" 13 paused. "We have them, of course, but..." Todoroki hummed. "Did the villains only appear here, or did they attack the school at the same time? Either way, if the sensors aren't responding, then someone's quirk is jamming them. They isolated us far away from the main campus. This surprise attack was meticulously planned with some sort of ulterior goal in mind." "But what?" Eraserhead stepped forward in front of the class. 13. Start evacuating the students. Try to contact the school, too. Kaminari, you do the same. I'm leaving them to you." The hero crouched, before leaping down the stairs, his scarf streaming out behind him. Mineta cried, "What is he doing? He can't fight that many people at once, he's gonna get himself killed." Izuku grunted. "Don't count on it. If he's who I think he is, he's definitely got a good chance of kicking their asses. Still, this isn't exactly his forte. His specialty is a one-on-one fight, or a sneak attack from behind. Large crowds aren't his style." Eraserhead quickly set about proving Izuku wrong, leaping into the mass of villains and proceeding to tear the evildoers a new asshole. Izuku let out a noise of surprise, before shaking his head and turning on his heel. "You heard the man? Folks, we're sitting ducks here. We've got to move everybody back to the bus." The class started running back towards the double doors, only for purple fog to shoot up from the ground in front of them. "I can't allow that." 13 immediately held her arms out protectively, standing between the students and the villain. "A pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. We have invited ourselves here, to this den of heroes, so that All Might may take his last breath." The glowing yellow eyes at the top of the cloud tilted. "And yet, he is not here. Was the information we received inaccurate? Still, my role remains the same." Kirishima crouched, preparing to jump at the villain, but Izuku shot forward and grabbed the redhead's arm. "Don't. That's a suicide mission," the villain announced. "I will scatter you all and torture you to death." Purple mist exploded outwards, and the cap on 13's right index finger popped open. "I won't allow that." A powerful vortex of wind halted the mist, before drawing it towards the heroine's finger at a rapid pace. The villain froze, his body being dragged towards 13 ever so slowly. Izuku barked, "Ada, go get out of here while he's distracted. As vice representative, I cannot in good faith abandon you here to fend for yourselves." "You're not abandoning us, you're getting reinforcements. Run." Thankfully, the teen nodded and slammed his helmet over his head, his engines roaring to life and sending him shooting along the path towards the exit. The villain's eyes narrowed. "Are you truly so foolish as to discuss your plans right in front of the enemy?" 13 retorted, "You're not going anywhere." The villain chuckled. 13, you are a rescue hero, one who specializes in disaster relief. Your combat experience is less than half of a normal hero's. Another cloud of purple mist formed behind the heroine, and her black hole was channeled through the portal, shredding the back of her protective suit. 13 had the control to shut off her quirk quickly, but the damage was already done. The villain's eyes crinkled in satisfaction. "You have turned yourself to dust, and now I may fulfill my role." A blur shot forward, and the villain choked on his spit as he was hauled backwards through the air. Izuku's grip tightened on the villain's exposed neck brace, his hair a brilliant white. "No, you don't. As long as I'm still breathing, you aren't laying a finger on them." Katsuki caught on quickly, yanking his mask down over his eyes and blasting off, catching up to the two of them with sparks building up on his right palm. "Say goodnight, dirtbag." Red flashed out from his capsule and fused with Katsuki in an instant, and a massive explosion of fire ripped into the villain, sending him flying into the underside of the glass dome of the USJ. Izuku and Katsuki dropped to the ground, sliding a couple feet before skidding to a stop. At the same time, Ada wrenched the doors open and squeezed through, the roar of his engines signifying that he had taken off towards the school. The mist villain peeled himself off the glass, his eyes squinting. My, that's troublesome. If that boy contacts the teachers, then all this will be for naught. He turned his gaze on the class, and where Izuku and Katsuki were standing defensively in front of them. I must not forget that you are all brilliant golden eggs. You two in particular are quite troublesome. Perhaps you should be dealt with personally. Purple mist swirled underneath their feet, but Izuku quickly exchanged white for green, floating off the ground. Katsuki took to the skies, keeping himself aloft with continued blasts from his palms. Nice try, head. Let's see what else you've got. The villain's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Flight is a rare ability, and yet here are two within the same class. You are quite intriguing, boy with the changing hair colors. Izuku cracked his knuckles with a glare. I'd say I'm flattered, but I don't value the opinions of villains too highly. Katsuki shouted, You're already done for. Shitweed, the cavalry's on its way, and you're not laying a finger on us. The villain sighed. So it would seem. Suddenly, the mist vanished, and Izuku swore under his breath, spinning in midair to glare down at the fountain. As expected, the villain rose from the floor next to the one covered in hands. However, that was quickly driven from his mind, his heart leaping into his throat as he noticed that Eraserhead was pinned to the floor by a massively muscular villain. With barely a thought, he exchanged green for cyan and streaked through the air, bouncing off the underside of the dome and aiming straight for his teacher. He grabbed Eraserhead by the shoulders and pulled with all his might, ripping the hero from the Leviathan's grasp. Another flash saw him reform at the top of the stairs, his teacher held firmly in his hands. The misty villain leaned in close to the villain standing next to the fountain, who slowly raised his head to stare up at Izuku. His hands came up and started scratching at his neck furiously. For some reason, a chill ran down Izuku's spine. He slowly set Eraserhead down on the floor and crouched, adrenaline at full blast. The monster suddenly vanished, and the breath was driven from Izuku's lungs as the world suddenly blurred. 1 second, he was standing defensively next to his class, and the next, he was held in midair by the neck and the hand villain's face. Dimly, he realized that the Leviathan had him held in one meaty hand, easily encapsulating his entire back. The hand villain stepped closer, scratching at his neck with his left hand, and his head tilted curiously. Well, you're quite the interesting NPC. Not many units could beat Namu's command grab. Who are you? Izuku glared at the villain. Nobody you'll ever have the chance to see again. Face the facts, the heroes are on their way, and my classmates are untouched. You've lost, plain and simple. The villain chuckled dryly. Are you sure about that, NPC? Namu here is just as powerful as any pro-hero unit you can think of. In fact, he's been specifically designed to kill All Might. He's our cheat code, the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. Izuku scowled, but he had to admit that the beast holding him captive was undoubtedly strong. It had taken him everything he had to wrench Eraserhead from this thing's hands, and even then he'd probably caught it off guard. Maybe so, but you aren't dealing with just All Might, are you? When it comes to heroes, 1 + 1 = 3, and every hero on UAS staff is coming here right now. I doubt Namu could stand up to that. The hand villain huffed. Mouthy little brat, aren't you? The mist villain rumbled. Shigaraki Tamura. The boy has a point with the heroes on their way. There is a high likelihood that we will suffer severe losses. It may be wise to leave now. Shigaraki grunted. I'm still tempted to dust you for letting one of those NPCs get out, Kurogiri. But you're our home warp, so I can't. I guess you're right. This is probably game over. But why don't we leave a little present on our way out? Something to break All Might's pride as the uncontested symbol of peace. His hand reached out towards Izuku, frozen in Namu's grip. Pink let out the closest thing she had to a roar, shooting from her capsule and embedding her top spike into his palm. Shigaraki screeched in pain and flung the wisp away from him, clutching his right wrist with 4 fingers of his left hand. Namu, kill that thing. Izuku dropped to the ground as the monster released him, flashing across the bricks and grabbing Pink in one massive hand. The wisp shrieked as Namu's grip tightened, the beast ignoring the spikes stabbing through its scarred flesh. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat, and he dashed across the plaza, reaching out with one hand. No, his hair suddenly lit up with all the colors of the rainbow, his body moving without thinking. Swirling energy surrounded his body, and he leapt towards the monster, his eyes blazing and his right arm ed. Get your hands off of her. His fist slammed into the side of Namu's face, and a shockwave blasted the surrounding area, blowing the nearest villains off their feet. Namu skidded across the ground, plowing trenches in the bricks with the talons on its feet. Izuku curled into a ball and allowed the shockwave to force him back towards the stairs, clutching Pink against his chest. Shigaraki gaped, but Izuku ignored the villain as he held Pink in his arms. The wisp was unconscious, her single eye blank and unmoving. She didn't respond to his touch, and his heart sank into his stomach. He curled up on the ground, hugging her tight as tears leaked from his eyes. No, 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 no. There was another explosion, this time from the top of the stairs, and Shigaraki laughed. About time Namu kill All Might. There was another, gentler blur, and Izuku found himself deposited at the top of the stairs next to Eraserhead. All Might murmured, "It's all right now, young Midoriya, because I am here." Another gust of wind signified the heroes rushed down the stairs, but Izuku could only clutch at the limp form in his arms. The other wisps flew out from their capsules, hovering over him with worry in their eyes. Katsuki stepped forward, and his breath hitched. No, in that moment, something snapped. Izuku's hair turned a dark shade of purple, swaying as though it was underwater. He slowly floated upwards, pink spilling from his arms and landing on the floor. Purple energy swirled around his body, before concentrating around his hands and mouth and turning into ghostly claws and fangs. His eyes slid open, revealing that they were now a solid, glowing yellow. His mouth opened, and purple smoke flowed from his throat alongside a low snarl. Uraraka held a hand out towards him, but Katsuki stepped in front of her, gently pushing her back. Izuku growled, purple energy flowing over his costume and completely covering his body. He floated down and grabbed the floor, the energy digging into the pavement. His muscles tensed, and the ground cracked around his hands before he took off. Katsuki darted forward and grabbed Pink's lifeless form off the ground, desperately turning her over in his hands. Come on. How the hell do you do CPR on something that doesn't have a mouth?" Toshinori swore under his breath as he jumped away from the beast. His old wound from 6 years ago reopened by the creature's sharp fingers. "This thing, it knew right where to aim, to hit me where it hurts. But I know I killed all for one. I crushed his skull into paste." Shigaraki gloated, having trouble. "All Might. You won't be able to take Namu down so easily. He's a super efficient punching bag that punches back. You won't take him down with brute force. You'd probably have better luck slowly gouging out his flesh bit by bit, but he wouldn't be that patient." Suddenly, an animalistic roar shook the area, and a glowing purple figure shot past Toshinori, bounding across the bricks on all fours and leaping onto Namu, its eyes glowing with primal fury. It proceeded to tear into the monster with shadowy purple claws and ghostly fangs around its mouth, ripping off chunks of flesh and devouring pieces of skin. The whole time, it produced a furious growl that refused to die down, even when its mouth should have been otherwise occupied. "Is that young Takoyami's Quirk?" "No, I saw him back up at the top of the stairs, and he didn't seem close to rampaging like this. And the shape of the head makes me think otherwise. If anything, those curls most resemble young Midoriya." The newcomer roared again as it tore Namu's left arm off, howling at the ceiling as the purple energy coating its body covered the severed appendage, absorbing the arm into its own mass. Shigaraki scowled and ordered, "Kirigiri, get that thing off of Namu." The figure whirled towards Shigaraki's voice, murder in its eyes. Its mouth creaked open, and young Midoriya snarled, "You." Shigaraki took a step back, his eyes widening. Kirigiri." Young Midoriya took a step in the villain's direction, flexing his claws. "You hurt my little sister. You nearly killed her." Shigaraki protested. "I didn't even hit anyone other than Eraserhead." Young Midoriya snarled, "Liar. You ordered your pet to kill her. You hurt her. You nearly killed her." Shigaraki took another step back. Kirigiri, stop this thing, get it away from me." The misty villain obediently formed a portal underneath young Midoriya, and the student fell through. In his peripheral vision, Toshinori spotted the boy falling through the air towards the flood zone, still coated in that demonic energy. Shigaraki barked, "Namu, kill All Might while that thing isn't here." Toshinori immediately put up his guard, but the beast lay still against the bricks. As he looked closer, he could see faint wisps of purple coating its wounds and the stump on its left shoulder. That energy coating young Midoriya must be blocking its ability to regenerate. Shigaraki scowled. Damn it, how the hell did it disable our cheat code?" Kirigiri floated closer to his charge. "Shigaraki Tamura, the Namu has been disabled. The other teachers are en route, and I was only able to delay that thing for so long. We must retreat while we are still able." Shigaraki grunted, glaring at Toshinori. "Fine." Toshinori scowled and prepared a Texas smash. "And who said I would just let you leave?" A geyser of water erupted from the flood zone, and young Midoriya snarled wordlessly as he bounded across the landscape. Shigaraki screeched, "Kirigiri, do something." A portal formed in young Midoriya's path, redirecting the student and sending him careening into Toshinori. The boy hit with more force than expected, knocking him back and disorienting him just long enough for Shigaraki to duck through one of Kirigiri's portals. Young Midoriya snarled and leaped for the portal, only to soar through wisps of purple smoke and crash into the bricks by the fountain. The student sprang upright, still on all fours and snarling wordlessly. Toshinori cautiously approached him, holding a hand out cautiously. "Young Midoriya, are you all right? He hurt my little sister. He needs to pay." Toshinori hummed. "I understand, but he's not here anymore. Your sister is no longer in any danger. You can stop fighting now, young Midoriya. It's all right." The boy slowly relaxed, shrinking down slightly as the purple energy began to leave his body. flowing up his costume and pulling along his face before retreating behind his eyes. The yellow glow faded, and young Midoriya swayed, before tipping sideways and collapsing on the floor. Toshinori shot forward and laid 2 thick fingers against the boy's neck, breathing a sigh of relief as he felt the student's carotid arteries pulsing. Good, he's still alive. It was at that moment that the rest of the faculty arrived, alongside young Ida. Toshinori quickly scooped up young Midoriya in his arms and carried him up the stairs. When he reached the gathered students, he cursed under his breath when he saw that the pink wisp was carefully laid out on the ground, its singular eye blank and unmoving. I suppose that answers what he meant by his little sister. Katsuki met Toshinori's gaze. Is he gonna be okay? Toshinori cautiously set young Midoriya down next to the pink wisp. Young Midoriya should be all right. He merely exhausted himself with that newfound power. However, I cannot say for certain if she will wake up. What happened to put her in this condition? Young Bakugo. The blonde glanced to the side. That big villain had dragged Izuku down to the fountain before anyone could react. When the hand guy tried to grab Izuku's face, Pink stabbed him through the palm. Hand guy ordered the big guy to kill her, and he'd started squeezing her really hard until Izuku somehow punched him out of the way. A shockwave bounced both of them over to the base of the stairs. Then you showed up and moved them up here. I would have tried CPR, but, well, no chest, no mouth. Toshinori nodded grimly, meeting Netsu's gaze with his own. I see. Are there any other injuries? Young Yaoyorozu spoke up. Just Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei. The rest of us weren't even touched, since Midoriya-kun and Bakugo-kun kept the mist villain from attacking us. Netsu hummed. Well, we can take solace in the fact that there were very few casualties from this attack. However, it remains to be seen whether or not there will be a death toll. I sincerely hope not. Katsuki scowled as he leaned against the wall of the hospital room. Initially, the doctors had tried to make him go with his class, but he'd made it abundantly clear that he wasn't leaving Izuku's side at a time like this. The nerd in question was currently laying in a bed, dressed in a hospital gown and slowly breathing. His hero costume had been carefully removed and sent back to UA for repairs. Pink was laying atop a medicine cart next to him, her single eye having been manually closed by one of the on-site paramedics. Aunt and Co. had shown up at the hospital barely even a minute after Izuku had been admitted. The woman had been fraught with grief, and only marginally calmed down when Recovery Girl told her that Izuku was just suffering from quirk exhaustion. While her son may have been in relatively fine condition, Katsuki knew that she'd come to consider the wisps as her own children, and Pink's state had practically broken her. Auntie had been effectively catatonic when the hag showed up. Thankfully, Mom had always had a knack for reading the room. She barely spent any time fussing over Katsuki, quickly understanding that he was unscathed and gently guiding Auntie from the room. Logically, Katsuki knew that this wasn't such a terrible outcome. The attack on the USJ could have turned out a lot worse than a single injured student and 2 wounded teachers. Their classmates were completely untouched physically, at least, and a vast majority of the attacking villains were arrested, including the big bird guy. Statistically speaking, this was a major victory for the heroes. In spite of that, Katsuki still scowled. His brother and all but had come far too close to dying for his liking. And if what the nerd had said was any indication, he might as well have lost a 4 years younger sister, too. He didn't even know if Pink was still alive or not for all he knew. Her corpse was lying there on that bedside table. The other wisps weren't much better. White was constantly pacing back and forth in midair, 2 tentacles behind his back. Cyan had a permanent scowl and kept jolting between the overhead lights. Red was uncharacteristically morose, still fused with Katsuki. Orange was hovering over Pink's body, flitting back and forth. Yellow was settled atop Katsuki's hair, his usually active stripes now grimly dormant. Green had lost her usual optimism, and kept warbling something under her breath that Katsuki still had no chance of understanding. Blue was practically catatonic, sitting on the floor and leaning against the foot of Izuku's bed. None of them had the exuberance and playfulness Katsuki had come to know them for. A sudden stomping from the hallway caught his attention, and he pushed off from the wall as the door slammed open. The conscious wisps all erupted into startled motion, and Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh, before loudly clapping his hands together. Guys, chill. After a few seconds, the wisps calmed down, and Katsuki turned his glare on the newcomer, who he recognized as the support chick from a couple days ago. Mind telling me why you thought it was a good idea to barge into a hospital room where a guy's in a coma? She stared back, unfazed. Well, if you don't want me to share my hypothesis on what might help Pink, then maybe I'll just leave. The wisps all snapped their gazes to her, and Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Talk. Recovery Girl click-clacked into the room, swiping her cane at Dreadlock's shin. Out. Girlie, you're no medical student. And from what I've heard from Majima, I don't want any of your babies near that boy. Dreadlock scoffed. I wasn't gonna use any babies, it's just that you have preconceived notions about biology and might not consider what I'm proposing. So MLEH, she actually stuck her tongue out at the old lady, and Katsuki took a moment to be impressed by this girl's sheer confidence. Recovery girl sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Tell me what your idea is before trying to act on it, and I'll tell you if it seems reasonable or not. Katsum nodded. Fine by me. Now, I was fiddling around with the wisp capsule prototype that I kept, and I started wondering about the wisps themselves. Like, they don't have mouths, or noses, or seemingly any internal organs outside of their eyes, so how do they live? Because they definitely live, but they don't seem to get their energy from anywhere. And then I started thinking about how they can fuse with people. They have mass, obviously, but when they fuse, the host doesn't seem to gain any extra mass, and the mass doesn't really seem to go anywhere. So what are they made of? And then the answer hit me. Light answers everything about the wisps. Katsuki frowned. How so? Think about it. Light is composed of photons, which are particles that have mass, but they act like a wave, a form of energy. When the wisps are separate from people, their bodies become physical, more like traditional matter. But they're like photons, so they're able to float and move around without any sort of propulsion, and when they fuse, their bodies act like a wave, like a unique form of energy. Energy is stored in matter, and the wisps are stored in a host's hair, so when they're unfused, they're basically pure energy condensed into a physical form. The fact that they each have a signature color, a signature wavelength of light, pretty much confirms that they're living energy. Katsuki held up a hand. Okay, so you figured out what they're made of. Congrats. So they're living light particles, or whatever. How does that help us fix Pink? Hatsum beamed. Simple, since they're made of light. They absorb more light in order to stay energized, so, since Pink is in poor shape, we just gotta get her light energy that she can absorb and use to heal up. Katsuki paused. That might actually work. I have noticed that they tend to be more energetic during the summer, especially on cloudless days. But I'm not sure if the difference is large enough that shining light on Pink to heal her would be viable. He hummed, raising a hand to his chin. Though, I've noticed that Izuku's always had a huge appetite, especially in the mornings when they're less active. Maybe part of their energy is absorbed directly from him. Recovery girl nodded slowly. That would make sense, since a majority of sentient quirks tend to draw on their host's metabolism. Though, in the case of the wisps, it could be that they can also draw energy from the person they fuse with, as well. She stared at him pointedly. Have you been feeling particularly drained recently? Don't think I don't see those red highlights in your hair, boy. Katsuki frowned. No, I haven't felt any worse than usual. Either Red doesn't draw energy from me, or he hasn't because he's been inactive, almost like he's asleep or catatonic. Hatsum clapped her hands together. So, we agree that we can give my hypothesis a shot. Recovery girl hummed. Maybe. I need to get in contact with the counselor that registered Midoriya's quirk, see if they might have anything to add to this. She turned back to Katsuki. In the meantime, I won't try to force you out, but you should probably take a break from watching Midoriya for your own mental health. Katsuki huffed, but reluctantly headed for the door regardless. He paused to throw a backwards glance at Izuku's prone form, before nodding at the two remaining occupants and heading towards the lobby. Come on, Zu, you'd better wake your ass up. We promised to be the #1 hero duo, and I'm not letting you give up your end of the deal. Ugh, you're impossible. You keep insisting on charging way too much for what I'm asking. Hisashi seethed internally, but kept his face impassive. Sir, I know that having your own merchandise is an important step in a hero's career, but we simply can't accept exposure as payment. Our policy requires that the customer provide some form of capital before we can begin work. The hero standing over him bristled. Come on, my image would make millions. It already does, over in Japan. Hisashi resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. Sir, I've told you before, your resemblance to Hawks will only get you so far. We require concrete payment to begin work. Takahiro huffed and crossed his arms. Fine, if you won't do it, then I'll go find someone who will. The hero stormed off, and Hisashi let out a deep sigh, sinking in his chair and pressing his forefingers into his closed eyelids. I swear, if I could just have 1 week away from this. His cell phone beeped, and he pulled it out, grunting as he read the notification on the lock screen. His eyes shot wide open, and he quickly shut the meager door to his cubicle, spinning in his office chair and unlocking his phone. Breaking news, UA first years attacked by villains. Hero News Network Japan branch. UA High School was attacked on Thursday, April 22, 2234, by a group calling themselves the League of Villains. The group used a warping quirk to place themselves inside the unforeseen simulation joint, an isolated facility on the edge of the campus. At the time of the attack, the first-year hero course Class 1A was at the facility, reportedly for a class field trip. The class was trapped within the facility with over 150 thirsty villains. Reports indicate that the class homeroom teacher Aizawa Shouta ordered fellow Pro Hero 13 to protect the students, before jumping down and taking on the massive villains single-handedly. However, one of the villains, the warper by the name of Kurogiri, appeared between the class and the exit. 13 attempted to apprehend the villain, but Kurogiri injured her severely before turning his sights to the students. The students were forced to defend themselves, as the class representative Midoriya Izuku and his classmate Bakugo Katsuki drove Kurogiri away from their peers. While they held the villain off, the vice representative Ida Tenya managed to exit the facility, running towards the main building to alert the rest of the faculty. It was at this time that Aizawa was suddenly pinned to the ground by another of the villains, referred to as Namu. Kurogiri warped away from the students, causing Midoriya to notice his homeroom teacher's situation. He managed to free Aizawa from Namu's grip and bring him to the other students, but at the cost of drawing the villain's attention. Reports claim that Namu was ordered by the ringleader, Shigaraki Tamura, to grab Midoriya and bring him down to the central plaza. After a brief verbal exchange, Shigaraki attempted to use his reported decay quirk on Midoriya's face as he had done to Aizawa's elbow. At this point, Midoriya's sentient quirk attacked Shigaraki, stabbing the villain through the palm. According to witness reports, Namu then released Midoriya and grabbed hold of the boy's quirk, nearly crushing it to death. In response, Midoriya apparently struck Namu hard enough to send the villain flying, with the side effect of flinging himself towards the stairs leading to the exit. It was at this time that All Might arrived on the scene, quickly transporting Midoriya to his classmates before engaging Namu. At this point, reports from his classmates indicate that Midoriya suddenly entered some sort of berserker state. Midoriya ran back down the stairs and tore into Namu in a feral rage, managing to tear off several chunks of flesh and even ripping off the villain's left arm. Reportedly, Namu stopped moving at this point, and the animalistic Midoriya turned his attention to Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Midoriya reportedly lunged at the two villains, but was redirected at All Might, stalling the hero long enough for Kurogiri and Shigaraki to escape. Shortly after, the other faculty members arrived to subdue and arrest all remaining villains at the USJ. Midoriya has apparently since fallen into a coma and shows no signs of recovery. Thankfully, all the other students were unharmed, and both Aizawa Shouta and 13 are expected to make full recoveries within the month. However, it remains to be seen if Midoriya Izuku will awaken. UA has also closed for the time being, reportedly to beef up its security measures. Principal Nedzu was unavailable for comment at the time of writing. More information will be added as it arrives. Hisashi felt the drain from his face, barely even reacting as the door to his cubicle swung open. Hisashi, I just got word that another client walked out on you. If you keep losing customers like this, you're looking at a pay cut or worse. Hisashi glanced up at his manager. Sir, my son's class was just attacked by villains, and he's in a coma. Could I just have 1 week off to go check on him and my wife? His manager sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I've told you 1,000 times, Hisashi. We don't give time off for villain attacks. If we did, nobody would ever come in for work. I'm truly sorry about your son, but you're going to have to step up in order to meet your quota. Hisashi had spent years honing his patience. He was a far cry from the firebrand that he used to be, and while he still had a temper, he liked to think that he could temporarily keep it in check. However, at that moment, he snapped. That, his manager blinked. Excuse me. Hisashi clenched his fist. He stood up from his office chair, his eyes blazing and smoke leaking from his mouth. I said that. My only son is in the hospital due to being attacked by villains, and all you can tell me is that I need to work harder. This job, your job, and this whole goddamn company while I'm at it. His manager bristled. Hisashi, that is no way. The bastard was cut off by Hisashi throwing back his head and screeching wordlessly, a jet of flame scorching the ceiling. All conversation in the office halted, and all eyes turned to them. Hisashi stepped forward, stuffing his phone in his pocket and grabbing his manager's tie. 13 years. I've dedicated 13 goddamn years to this place, thousands of miles away from my wife and only son, putting in hours and hours of overtime until the bags under my eyes could hold my laptop. For years I've done my job as I was told, with no complaints from management. I endured asshole clients with a smile. I sweet-talked customers into paying more than they probably shoulda. Hell, I even convinced government inspectors that this building was up to code even when some parts of it definitely aren't. I've devoted months and months to this job. And yet when I only ask for a single week, you tell me no and work even harder while you're at it. Well, I've had enough. I quit. He shoved the poor excuse of a man to the floor and turned on his heel, grabbing the photo of his family off his desk. He shut his laptop and stuck it under his arm, before turning around and stepping over the manager that was laying on the floor, dumbstruck. He stormed past the rows of cubicles, ignoring the stares sent his way, as he headed to the lobby and grabbed his coat from the rack. He grabbed his messenger bag from the rack, stashing his laptop and picture frame inside. His manager finally caught up as he yanked open one of the front doors. Hisashi, wait, and maybe there's been a miscommunication here. Look, 2 will give you a raise. How does $5 more an hour sound? Hisashi turned his withering stare on the man. It sounds like bullshit. When I signed on, you made it abundantly clear that my pay was on a per-sale basis. And frankly, the pay was never my concern. I've poured out sweat and tears for this place, and all I got in return was a single paycheck every month. The only reason I stuck around this long was because my earnings were at least decent. I was hoping that maybe management would finally let me see my son for the first time since before his quirk manifested. But now I see that you dragged me away from my family just so you could extort a lifetime of labor. Well, I quit. I've had enough of this place. I'm going back to Japan. He turned on his heel and strode out of the building, ignoring the manager's desperate cries as he stormed off. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts list and hitting the call button. The line only rang once before she picked up. Hisashi, whatever it was you called me to talk about, now's not the time. Izuku, I know, sweetheart, Hisashi interrupted. I saw a news article about it on my phone. My manager came by to berate me about a client that had just walked out on me. I requested a week off, Inko, just 1 week, to check up on you too. And the bastard had the gall to tell me to work harder. I promise, I've been trying to request the time off to come home ever since you called me about Izu's quirk manifesting. I thought that if I kept devoting myself to the company, they'd eventually let me see you too. But today was the last straw. I'm getting on the next plane to Japan and coming home immediately. There was a long pause as Hisashi walked down the street. Eventually, Inko sighed and responded, I'll start looking for jobs in the area for you. Are you still into merchandising, or would you prefer something else? Hisashi grinned. I think it's about time I take a more active role in our son's future career. See what you can find on support work in Musutafu. Inko giggled. Oh, you and your little gadgets. Fine. Her voice suddenly took on a serious tone. You'd better not be lying to me, Hisashi. You remember our senior prom, don't you? And my fine control has only gotten better since. Hisashi nodded gravely. Of course I remember, Inko. Rest assured, I have no intention of having my manhood forcibly removed. He chuckled. And for the record, if you hadn't done that, I probably would have burned off the guy's what. Inko snorted. Of course you would have, dear. Now get home quickly. Hisashi blew into the microphone. Love you, darling. See you soon, I promise. The next day, the first thing that registered in Izuku's mind was how tired he felt. Someone poked his shoulder, and he groaned, turning over and pulling the covers up over his face. Too tired, let me nap. Then his memory kicked in, and he bolted upright. Shit, Pink. A hand pressed against his chest, slowly lowering him back down against the pillows. Easy, nerd. The rest of his senses caught up with his brain, and Izuku registered that he was lying in a hospital bed, wearing a light blue gown. Katsuki was on his left, Mom stood on his right, and Recovery Girl was writing on her clipboard by the foot of the bed. How long was I out? Mom frowned slightly. About 2 days. The USJ attack was on Thursday. Today's Saturday. Izuku glanced to the side and froze, the draining from his face as he noticed Pink lying limp on a table next to his bed. Is she? Katsuki huffed. Near as we can tell, she's alive, thankfully. Squeezed within an inch of her life, sure, but still kicking metaphorically speaking. That chick in support, Hatsume. I think her name has had a crazy idea that I'm pretty sure worked. Izuku paused. How so? Recovery Girl set down her pen and huffed. She hypothesized that your wisps are composed of an energy that acts much like photons, hence their levitation and fusion. Going off of that, she proposed that they absorb light for energy. She thought that since Pink was trying to draw energy from you while you were out from quirk exhaustion, it was creating a feedback loop that was keeping the both of you unconscious. So, if we gave Pink a different energy source to draw on, you would recover from your quirk exhaustion. Then, once her own energy was back, Pink would be able to recover fully. At least, that's the idea. Katsuki continued. So far, it seems like she had it right. You were out cold for a while, but once we brought in that sun lamp, you started showing signs of life, and now you're awake. Mom reached into her bag and pulled out several Tupperware containers, all packed with Izuku's favorite foods. And now that you're conscious, you can work on getting your strength back up. Since your only issue is quirk exhaustion, you're cleared for non-hospital food right away. Izuku hummed as Mom passed him a container of pork ramen and a pair of chopsticks. Did everyone make it out okay? He started eating, quickly speeding up once he realized just how hungry he was. Katsuki hummed and crossed his arms. You're the only injured student. None of the others got anywhere close to the villains, since you and I kept that misty guy away from M13's suit got torn open, but thankfully she only tore the surface layer of her skin before her quirk shut off. There's a doctor at this hospital who can grow huge patches of skin from a small sample, so once that gets grafted, she'll be ready to go. Izuku-sensei busted a few ribs, got his left arm broken, and lost some skin and muscle on his right elbow, but the medics said he could have been injured a lot worse if you hadn't gotten him out of there. All in all, not terrible. Sure, could have done without Pink's injuries, but hey, sometimes you gotta look on the bright side. Izuku took a huge sip of the broth, then set the container down on his lap and swallowed. So, what'd I miss in school yesterday? Katsuki snorted so hard he started coughing, and Recovery Girl immediately started whacking him in the back with her cane. Mom giggled and said, "Sweetie, Yue got attacked by villains. School was cancelled yesterday. You didn't miss anything." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. I'd hate to have missed out on my studies." White snorted. "Yep, he's feeling better." Izuku glanced over at where the other wisps were gathered in the corner, pausing as he ran a quick mental head count. "Hey, where's Red?" Katsuki pounded a fist into his chest and coughed out, still fused. "Hasn't responded at all since Thursday. I think he dissociated, or something like that." Izuku grunted, noticing the dim red highlights in Katsuki's hair. Are you feeling okay? We've never tested what happens if a wisp is fused for that long." Katsuki, now recovered from his coughing fit, shrugged. "Nothing out of the ordinary. If there's a stamina drain, it's hardly noticeable. Like I said, totally inactive since Thursday. I think he took Pink's situation the hardest out of all of them." Izuku nodded. "Makes sense. They always stuck together." He paused. "Hey, where's my hero costume?" Mom hummed. "They got it off when you were admitted to the hospital. Apparently, they get a lot of injured heroes here, so the orderlies are experienced in removing costumes from unconscious patients. I think one of the nurses said it was sent back to UA for maintenance." Suddenly, the door slammed open, and the wisps flew in front of Izuku protectively. The other people turned to the newcomer, a man with curly black hair much like Izuku's own. "Is Izuku all right?" Mom giggled. "For once, your timing is impeccable, dear. Izuku just woke up a few minutes ago." The man heaved a sigh of relief, straightening and pounding his chest with the inside of his fist a couple times. "Thank God. I was worried he died before I could see him again." A few wisps of smoke left his mouth, and Izuku paused. "Dad?" Katsuki blinked. "Uncle Hisashi." Dad grinned at Izuku. "Heya, kiddo. Sorry I didn't come back home earlier." Management. He paused, then chuckled. I was busy getting the milk." Izuku snorted, and White rolled his eye. "I see you got your sense of humor from him." Dad glanced at the wisps. "Oh, you guys must be his Quirk. Sorry I couldn't introduce myself sooner. My job wouldn't let me leave." He scowled. 13 years of tireless labor, and they wouldn't give me 1 week off." Izuku blinked. "Wait, if they wouldn't give you time off, then how are you here in Japan?" Dad chuckled and rubbed at the back of his neck. "Well, kiddo, you're gonna be seeing a lot more of me now, 'cause I kinda quit my old job." Mom smirked. "He claims he stormed out in a blaze of glory. Or fury." Supposedly, they were interchangeable. "I just hope it wasn't literal." Dad rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on. I only scorched the ceiling over my cubicle, nothing serious." Izuku hummed. "So, are you gonna get another job in merchandise, or something like that?" Dad shook his head. "Nope. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere in the area that does support gear." Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow. "And so, because Majima's recently been wanting someone to help with workshop supervision." Dad blinked. "Wait, seriously? There's a job opening at UA in the support department." Nedzu suddenly dropped out of a ceiling grate, startling everyone except Izuku, Recovery Girl, and the wisps. "Technically no, but being me has its privileges, I must say. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midori-san. Your son is quite the interesting student, I will say." Izuku balked. "Crud, the class rep Discord server, I still haven't finished setting it up." Nedzu chuckled and patted Izuku's foot. "Not to worry, Midori-kun. I took the liberty of arranging everything there. Rest assured, the other class representatives have settled into their roles quite smoothly. I did instruct them to hold off on, I believe the term is, pinging you until such a time that you awoke. However, that should be changing right about." He pulled back his left sleeve and checked the watch on his wrist. Now, Izuku's phone, sitting on a bedside table to his left, suddenly started dinging like crazy, a flood of Discord notifications nearly making it buzz itself off the stand. Fortunately, Cyan darted over and caught it before it hit the floor, then set it on Izuku's lap as Mom took the ramen container from him. #General, our rat and savior, Midoriya is awake now. You may proceed. Sonic, at Taste the Rainbow, are you well? I hope I managed to alert the faculty quickly enough. Catch these hands. At Taste the Rainbow, are you okay? You triggered my trap card. At Taste the Rainbow, please respond if you are able. Keep calm and kick ass. At Taste the Rainbow, I know you can see this. Respond, dude. Gotcha. At Taste the Rainbow, you're one of the few non-assholes I've met. You'd better be alive. A mind is a terrible thing to read. At Taste the Rainbow, come on, pick up the phone already. Chin up, bro. At Taste the Rainbow, bro, tell us you're okay. Green thumb. At Taste the Rainbow, respond. Or so help me, I'll cover your apartment with kudzu. Silence casual. At Taste the Rainbow, you're awake, right? The greatest earthbender in the world. At Taste the Rainbow, dude, tell us you haven't kicked the bucket yet. Lord of Thunder. At Taste the Rainbow, you good, man? Opposites attract. At Taste the Rainbow, respond already so I can get Hatsum off my back. General Mills. At Taste the Rainbow, you're raising quite the buzz among UAS rumor mill. Care to confirm anything? Wouldn't hit a guy with glasses. At General Mills layoff, he just got out of a coma. At Taste the Rainbow you're okay, right? Spin to win. At Taste the Rainbow, come on man. I've got 7 social media posts ready to roll out once you give me the go-ahead. Dad peeked over Izuku's shoulder and snorted. Management kids haven't changed since I was in high school. Izuku grinned. I've never felt so loved. His parents and wisps all gave him a variety of dirty looks, and he wilted. Okay, maybe I've felt this love before, just maybe. Taste the Rainbow, mostly okay. Really hungry and ready to nap for another day or so, but otherwise completely healthy. Jury's still out on Pink, but we might be in the clear. Izuku set his phone on his lap, smiling as the Discord server continued to fill with well-wishes, demands for comments, requests for approval, and lamentations about Hatsune. Well, sir, you wanted the different courses to be more familiar with each other. I think this is a good start, personally. Nedzu chuckled. I think I quite agree. Midoriya-kun, he turned back to Dad. Come by UA tomorrow around 1:30 p.m. for an interview. I suggest bringing a resume so I can determine where you might fit best on the staff. He grinned and gave a conspiratorial wink. After all, your skills may be useful in more than just the support department. Dad blinked as the mammal walked out of the room, the door sliding shut behind him. Did I just get a job at UA because my kid is a student? Isn't that nepotism or something? Recovery girl sighed. No, you being Midoriya's father was just a feather in your cap. Truth be told, Nedzu's been keeping tabs on your old employers for some time now. Never got the full details, something about extortion and poor employee retention. He's been muttering about sniping their top customer service agent recently. Dad blinked again. You know, I feel like I should be concerned that Nedzu of all people has been stalking me, but I'm strangely okay with this. The elderly heroine snorted. That's the right attitude around Nedzu, in my experience. Get used to it. Pink suddenly shot upright, and everyone froze. Where's that muscle bird bozo? I'm gonna cut him in half. There was a flash of light, and Red tackled Pink off the table, rubbing his face against hers excitedly as he shouted, You're okay, you're okay, you're okay. Naturally, the other wisps quickly snapped out of their trances and joined him, piling on the stunned Pink and pinning her to the floor in a massive group hug. The only reason Izuku didn't join in was because his legs felt like they were made of stone. And so he stayed in his hospital bed, merely chuckling as he watched the antics of his all-beautiful siblings. After about half a minute or so, most of the others had backed off, and Pink shoved Red's face away from hers, staring up at Izuku. So, what exactly happened? Muscle dude nearly squeezed you to death. I punched him across the USJ's plaza, still working out how that happened. Got so angry that my brain shut down. And then 2 days later, we're here in the hospital. Izuku glanced at Katsuki. Mind filling me in on what happened after All Might dropped us off at the top of the stairs? Katsuki grunted. I'm still not 100% sure, honestly. You just knelt there for a few seconds staring at Pink. And then you activated some kind of berserker state. It almost looked like you went into power mode, except it wasn't a color I've seen you use before. Izuku blinked. Really? Describe it in as much detail as you can. Katsuki frowned, laying a hand on his chin. The first thing that happened was your hair turning purple. It was creepy, almost like the pigments were bleeding into it from your scalp. You floated off the ground a good 6 inches, and thin purple mist flowed out of your skin, then solidified into ghostly claws and fangs. When you opened your eyes, they were completely yellow and glowing. Then some kind of freaky, dark purple energy covered your entire body, almost like a version 2 transformation from that old ninja anime, but purple instead of red. Izuku blinked. That's whoa. That sounds like something I wouldn't want to jump out at me from a dark alley. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, I think you scared the shit out of the lead villain when you jumped on Namu and tore it to shreds. Izuku paled. I killed it. Recovery girl grunted. Hard to kill something that's already dead. Dad blinked. I don't follow. The elderly woman sighed. When the police were cleaning up the USJ, Namu was surprisingly docile. Even let itself be handcuffed and restrained without putting up a fight. Didn't seem to respond to anything. Not a single word. So, out of curiosity, they brought him to me and I ran a functional MRI. Turns out, its brain is completely inert. Not a single one of its neurons are firing. It's mindless in just about every sense of the word. And from what we gathered, it was like that before Midoriya got his hands on it. Or claws, I guess. Izuku hummed. Okay, that's a little easier on my conscience. Not by much, though. So, how small of shreds are we talking? Katsuki huffed, tore off most of the skin from its chest and stomach area, and ripped its left arm clean off. Recovery girl grunted. More than that. For some reason, there's a coating of that same purple energy preventing cellular regeneration in areas where the skin got torn off. When one of my nurses cut off a piece of skin for examination, it regrew almost immediately. So it normally heals incredibly quickly, but something with that berserker state of yours is keeping it from healing at all. Izuku frowned. That's weird. What's weirder is that it sounds almost like a wisp power, but the color doesn't match anyone. Pink hummed. Actually, everyone turned to her, and she coughed. Well, even though I was largely unconscious, there was a brief interval where I could feel an insane amount of raw anger. Just pure, unfiltered, primal rage. I'm guessing the other wisps didn't pick up on it cause they were in shock. Izuku hummed. So Berserker state is a pretty accurate name for it? Huh. If I get too angry, I turn into that, then pass out, and when I wake up, I don't remember anything I did during it. Katsuki grunted. That's one way to put it. It's like you went into some kind of frenzy. After a brief checkover by some of the nurses at the hospital, Izuku and Pink were given the all-clear and released that Saturday afternoon. Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru came by shortly after they got home, and the two families held an impromptu party to celebrate Dad quitting his job in a blaze of glory which Aunt Mitsuki had apparently already expected. Sunday was spent lounging around the house, mentally and emotionally recovering from the USJ and everything that had happened since. Mom's supervisor at Musutafu General Hospital had told her politely yet firmly to take the day off to be with her family, something that made Dad very jealous. He kept grumbling about respecting employees and accommodating traumatic events all morning and through lunch, although his tune changed rather quickly when he came back from his interview with Nedzu. There was a new spring in his step that hadn't been there at the hospital. As it turned out, Dad's passion for studying quirks had landed him a job as an analyst for the UA agency. And since he was employed at a hero agency, that acted as a loophole for UA's policy of only hiring heroes. Thus, he landed a second job as a lab supervisor for the first-year support classes. Come Monday morning, UA had reopened, and the front gate was thankfully devoid of reporters. When Izuku walked into the classroom, there were several shouts of surprise, and Dark Shadow immediately tackled him into a hug. I thought you were gone forever, and that I'd lost my bestest friends ever. Takoyami coughed into his fist. She was very difficult to corral at night over the weekend. Izuku snorted. Now you know what it's like to get yellow to bed. Ashido bounced in her seat. Is her other buddy okay? She got hurt really bad at the USJ. Pink poked her head out of Izuku's bag with the closest thing she had to a smirk. Takes more than that to put me down. White rolled his eye. Just remember that you nearly were put down. We don't need you thinking that you're invincible now that you've escaped death once. Pink grunted. Yeah, I know. Just let me have a little confidence, okay? Izuku ignored their bickering as he walked over to his desk, setting his bag down and giving Dark Shadow a confident grin. As she returned to Takoyami, now certain that Izuku wasn't going anywhere, Katsuki strolled into the room and plopped down in his seat with a grunt. Wonder who's gonna sub for homeroom. No way Sensei would come in after he busted his ribs last Thursday. The door slid open, and Izawa Sensei walked in, his left arm in a sling. Enough chatter. Get to your seats. Uraraka protested. But sir, your injuries were hardly substantial, he interrupted. A broken arm and busted ribs are hardly detrimental to teaching. My patrols have been rescinded while I'm still healing, which I'm not thrilled about, but I'd rather not get on Recovery Girl's bad side. In any case, your fight isn't over yet. The class froze, wondering intently what that could mean. The sports festival is being held in 2 weeks. There was a collective sigh of relief, and Kirishima shouted, that's such a normal school event. Izuku snorted. Hardly. UAS Sports Festival is the most televised annual event in all of Japan, arguably even the world. Normal is understating it. Jiru frowned. Still, is it okay to hold it so soon after villains manage to infiltrate the school? What if they attack again? The hero sighed. If it were up to me, I'd have cancelled it or at least pushed it back a week or more, but it's out of my hands. Still, we are being careful in regards to security. Hero attendance will be tripled compared to previous years. Plus, as hero students, this isn't the kind of event you can afford to miss out on. Most hero agencies use the sports festival as a way to investigate the capabilities of the next generation, to look for anyone with potential, and if they find someone of interest, they'll extend an invitation for an internship. Of course, you don't have unlimited attempts at such an opportunity. The sports festival comes once a year, and you're only here for 3. That gives you 3 chances to sell yourself to the pros. So you'd better not slack off in your training these next 2 weeks. Plus Ultra and all that. The rest of the morning proceeded as usual. However, when Katsuki opened the door to head to lunch, he was met by a crowd of students standing outside the classroom. To the blonde's credit, he didn't do anything more than stare at them impassively. Y'all need something. Shinsu pushed his way to the front of the crowd, giving Katsuki an equally impassive stare. Oh, you know, just getting a good look at the heroes who survived a villain attack already. Must be a nice feather in your cap to have the media's eyes on you already, huh? Katsuki scoffed. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't give a shit either way. The media can say whatever they want. All that matters is that I'm working towards being a hero. Got a problem with that? Shinsu grunted, locking eyes with Izuku before scanning the rest of the class. Did any of you ever stop to think about those who didn't pass the practical exam? Some of us in Gen Ed still have heroic aspirations, but the test told us we weren't cut out for it. Well, a few of us aren't going to take no for an answer. See, the sports festival is a unique opportunity for more than just the hero course. If a student from another department demonstrates more aptitude than a hero student, there's a chance that the latter will be moved out to make room for the former. Mind is swallowed. Seriously, I thought passing the exam meant you had your seat secured. Izuku scoffed. Come on, great brain. Aizawa-sensei's declaration on day 1 should have shattered that notion. He scanned the faces of the crowd, noticing Tojike standing off to one side. Let me guess, you all decided to drop by to issue a challenge. Yes, something about how you'll take our seats from us if we're not careful, he smirked. Fine, maybe you'd be a better hero than me, maybe not. But just know that we're already being careful about proving that we belong here. Our homeroom teacher is infamous for expelling anyone he doesn't think fits his standards. And he doesn't discriminate, he's expelled entire classes before. The only reason why we're still a full 20 is because we've all shown that we can meet the demands of the coursework. So if you think you can waltz into the sports festival with a Y attitude and a little bit of spite, think again. All of us are gonna go out there and give everything we've got. And you'd better believe you'll have to put in the work to outperform us. His smirk softened. But then, nobody said it had to be a competition. Sure, we might be in different departments, but there's no rule saying we can't be on friendly terms. UA keeps its gyms open after school hours, and any student from any course can use them. So if you drop by and happen to spot one of us there, don't feel like you've got to be a stranger. Kirishima pumped his fist. So manly, tell him like it is, class rep. Izuku met Shinsu's gaze with a grin. If you do have what it takes, then by all means, show us what you've got. When Izuku sat down for lunch in the cafeteria, it wasn't long before a familiar figure plopped down in the seat next to him. There you are, Captain Rainbow, come on. Spill, was my hypothesis correct? Before he could respond, she huffed. Of course it was. 1, I'm me, and 2, since you're sitting here, then clearly it worked. She paused. Wait, no, you could be up and about even if Pink's not okay. Is Pink okay? Please tell me Pink's okay. I can't stand being wrong. Izuku snorted. Pink's just fine. He pointed up at the ceiling, where the wisps were currently chasing each other around the rafters. See, Hatsum sighed in relief. Good, that means I was right. She sat upright, her grin widening. So we got a new lab supervisor today. And he's so much fun. When he saw the baby I was working on, he actually had a good suggestion for me. Izuku raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Oh yeah, how so? Okay, so I was working on my capture gun baby, and I was having a little trouble with the ammo capacity. I just wasn't able to get more than 1 cartridge in the magazine with the materials I was working with. Then the new guy comes over, and he asks what I'm working on. I tell him that I'm trying to fit more than 1 net in the gun, and I expect him to just nod and move on like most people do. But no, he looks over my shoulder and says that I could make more compact nets if I use carbon fiber instead of steel cable, and wouldn't you know it, he was right. I've gotten it up to 3 shots before needing to reload. Izuku chuckled. Sounds like a fun guy. Did you happen to catch his name, by any chance? Hatsum shrugged. Nope, but he had these weird freckles on his cheeks, so I'm just calling him Frecklison for now. Actually, now that I think about it, they were kinda like yours, Captain Rainbow. Pretty weird. She jumped. Oh, that's him over there. Izuku glanced over to see Dad standing next to Power Loader in the line, talking about something with the hero. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the familiar sight of a Campo's notebook in Dad's hands. Can't help but think he looks familiar. Hatsum paused. Really? She squinted, her pupils dilating. Huh, now that you mention it, he does look kinda familiar. Ada, who had also taken a seat at their table, hummed. Indeed, I don't believe I've seen him before, but his features are familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. Power Loader said something, and Dad nodded, closing his notebook and scanning the cafeteria. His eyes landed on Izuku, and he glanced at the others at his table before grinning. Izuku chuckled and turned back to his lunch, picking up a bite of rice in his chopsticks and humming contemplatively. So, what do you think we'll be doing for the sports festival? Like, what kind of sports will we be playing? Ida huffed. Really, Midoriya-kun, the sports festival, despite the name, usually does not involve official, regulated sports. The events are randomized every year, and while some may resemble regular playground games, there is often a unique twist. There is no way of knowing ahead of time what tasks we will be expected to complete, so we must prepare for any eventuality. Hatsum scoffed. Come on, mufflers, any good inventor knows you can't be prepared for everything. It's better to find a thing you're good at, then specifically develop that one thing until it's basically an art. She leaned back and pointed a finger up with a sage expression. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but the man who has practiced 1 kick 10,000 times. She returned to her usual grin and leaned forward, her arms crossed on top of the table. Found that quote online once a while back. Sage advice, if you ask me. Ada started chopping his arm furiously. But if you encounter a situation where you cannot use that one skill, then you become entirely useless. You must practice several skills so that you may be able to act in as many scenarios as possible. There was a cough, and they glanced up to see Dad standing by the table, a lunch tray in hand. If I might interrupt this fascinating debate, you kids mind if I sit here? Hatsum beamed. Freckless and high, I was just telling Captain Rainbow about how you helped me with my capture gun baby. Dad chuckled and sat down next to Izuku. Ah, it was nothing. Any good inventor knows that you sometimes need an outside perspective to make progress. If you hit a roadblock, a new angle is often just what you need to keep going forward. Izuku interjected. Still, there's something to be said for persistence. Rather than backing away every time you hit an obstacle, sometimes you need to keep pushing at it until you hit a breakthrough. Dad grinned. Ah, but then if you never make progress, then you'll have wasted all that effort on pushing through when you could have gone around and spent far less energy. Ada hummed. Excuse my interruption, but could I please have your name? I don't believe you introduced yourself. And he paused and turned to Hatsum. For that matter, I don't believe I caught your name, either. I am Ada Tenya, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hatsum grunted, still squinting at Dad and Izuku. Hatsum may. Same, I guess. Ada nodded and turned to Dad. And you are? Dad exchanged a smirk with Izuku. Midoriya Hasashi. A pleasure to meet you, Ida-kun. Izuku speaks highly of you. Ada froze. So you are? Izuku snorted. My dad, yes. Took you long enough to put that together. Hatsum smacked a fist into her palm. Oh, yeah, no wonder he looked so familiar. The hair and the freckles are the exact same. Wow, Captain Rainbow, you really got your looks from your dad? Huh. Izuku shrugged. Mom says I get my shape from him and my colors from her. At least, before my quirk developed. Ada paused. Wait, your hair wasn't always reflective. Izuku grinned. Nope. When I was a little kid, it was dark green. Some of the kids at daycare called me Bush on occasion. Actually, now that I think about it, those same kids called me Mirror after my quirk came in. Dad chuckled. I can confirm, his hair was the same color as Inko's when he was young. Ridiculously fluffy, too. And still is, despite what the coloration would make you think. Izuku rolled his eyes. If you ruffle my hair, I want you to know that you deserve everything that comes your way. Ada coughed into his fist. So, Dad grinned. Just use my given name, I don't mind. You work in America for over a decade. You adapt to the traditions. Ada nodded. So, Hesashisen, why are you here at UA? Is it because of Midoriya-kun's recent hospitalization? Dad paused. I guess I am, in a way. I used to work for a merchandise company in America. And up until recently, I was getting annoyed that they hadn't let me come back to Japan to visit my family. Seriously, I hadn't seen Izuku since he was 2, so when I read an article that my kid is comatose after a villain attack, I obviously asked my boss for a week off. He scowled. And not only did the bastard say no, he had the gall to tell me to work harder. Smoke started flowing from his mouth, and Izuku sighed. Dad, don't trigger the smoke detectors. Dad blinked, realized his quirk was acting up, and coughed a few times, waving his hand to clear the air. Whoops, sorry about that. Anyway, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I quit my job and got on the first plane back to Japan. And when I showed up at Izuku's hospital room, Principal Nedzu offered me a job interview. Well, first he dropped out of an air duct and then offered the interview, but yeah, I'm technically working 2 jobs now, since I had to be hired at a hero agency before I could be added to UAS faculty. They have a clause in their hiring policy that only allows them to take on employees that are heroes or work at hero agencies, which I find a little weird, but whatever. In any case, I first got hired as an analyst for the UA agency, and then got hired as a lab supervisor under Power Loader. Ada hummed. Interesting. My brother employs a few analysts on his team, but I must admit I'm not as familiar with their work as I probably should be. What sort of work do you do as an analyst? Dad chuckled. Nothing so far, honestly. I've really only done stuff as a lab supervisor so far. He glanced at Hatsum. I will say, inventing is really different when you're in an official workshop. I'm hoping I'll get some time to do some engineering of my own, but it's nice to walk around and see what other people are working on, and occasionally offer advice. Hatsum gasped. You make babies, too. Dad hummed. Well, not to the extent you do, Little Miss Lab Safety. But yeah, when I was younger I had a penchant for tinkering. See, due to my quirk, my mouth is fireproof, and I used to chew small bits of metal like gum when I was a teenager. But when I started getting older and lost the habit, I had lots of scraps that were just sitting there, so I took up engineering as a way to use them up. After a few prototypes, I started making little gadgets that helped with day-to-day tasks. Handheld electric pencil sharpeners, electric letter openers, thermos heaters, stuff like that. Hatsum hummed. Electric letter openers. Dad chuckled. Oh yeah, that was one of my better ones. It was basically a razor attached to a pair of wheels. You'd insert the blade on one side of an envelope, hit the button, and let the wheels pull the razor along the flap to cut it open. Helpful when your breath tends to light paper on fire while you're trying to open it with your hands. Takoyami, who had just sat down, nodded. That does sound like a good thing to have for such a situation. Dad gasped. Oh, you're the kid with the other sentient quirk, Takoyami, right? Takoyami hummed. That would be me, yes. Do you have business with myself or the demon residing within me? Dad pulled out a notebook and pencil with stars in his eyes. I had a few questions on how your connection affects you. First off, if the sun is particularly bright on a given day, does it still hurt Dark Shadow even if she's currently inside you? And for that matter, where does she go when she's not manifested outside your body, and why does it always look like she's coming out of your navel? Takoyami blinked. Izuku sighed. Dad, chill. Save the quirk analysis for the second meeting at the earliest. Dad blinked, then blushed furiously as he stowed his notebook and pencil in his pockets. Sorry, I just get really excited about new quirks. That's another hobby of mine, actually. I just find quirks so fascinating, and sentient ones especially are so rare. Dark Shadow emerged, setting an arm on Takoyami's head. You hear that? Fumi, I'm rare, imagine that. Dad blinked again, then turned to Izuku. You didn't mention that she can speak Japanese. Izuku shrugged. Didn't exactly come up. We're fairly certain it's because she has a mouth and vocal cords, which the wisps don't. He paused. Actually, going back to Hatsume's idea that they're composed of energy, that could be how they're able to make noises without a mouth, nose, or lungs. They're converting light energy directly into sound energy. Dad hummed, pulling the notebook back out and scribbling something down in it. An interesting thought, and something I'd really like to test out if I get the opportunity. There was a cough, and Dad glanced up to see Power Loader standing over their table. Oh, Majimasen, is my lunch break over already? Darn, I was hoping I'd have more time. The hero chuckled. Don't worry about it, Hisashi. Just wanted to let you know that I'm heading back to the labs for my own lunch, and that you can join me when you're finished up. If you're here, that means Hatsume has supervision, and I can stop worrying that she's going to blow up the cafeteria or something. Hatsume pouted. But sensei, explosions are a sign of progress. I know, the hero finished. Just keep the progress to the workshops, all right. Hatsume grinned. Absolutely, sir, this place doesn't have the proper equipment, and I wouldn't want cross-contamination. Anyway, can't have radiator fluid getting into the combustion chamber. The man sighed. Sure, kiddo. As the hero walked off, Hatsume seemed to remember something, spinning to face Izuku with stars in her eyes. Oh, that reminds me, I got your costume all fixed up, Captain Rainbow. Izuku blinked. Fixed? I didn't realize it needed repairs. Hatsume snorted. Repairs? PFFT? Nah, it was intact, but that doesn't mean it didn't need fixing. Izuku blinked again, confused, and Dad sighed. She means she made a few adjustments to it. That makes sense. What do you change? She clasped her hands together. Well, most importantly, I figured I'd add some purple for that frenzy thing you did. Sure, it's not pretty, but it's still a part of your quirk, so it deserves representation. I added a purple stripe to your hood and purple outlines to the palm flames on your gloves. I also was gonna add another wisp capsule, but 1, I didn't have any more of your hair to work with, and 2, Power Loader told me you didn't get another wisp, so there wasn't much need for an extra. Dad blinked. Wisp capsule. Hatsume gasped. Right, you haven't seen those. She reached into her bag and pulled out a slab of metal, slamming it down on the table. The base was some kind of metal painted the same teal as Izuku's costume, 8 inches long, 4 inches wide, and maybe an inch thick. 8 clear circles were set in a grid on top, each circle containing a small loop of prismatic hair. There was also a teal fabric strap on one side, almost like a messenger bag or a purse. Here, I made this in accordance with civilian equipment legislation. It's like your own carry-in wisp capsules, so that they don't have to fly around everywhere while you're not in costume. Dad hummed, leaning forward and peering at the glass circles. How does it work? Hatsume beamed. I'm glad you asked. Freckless and see. When a wisp fuses with a host, the energy they're composed of is stored in the molecules of the host's hair follicles, which is why it changes color. Since the wisps are Captain Rainbow's quirk, they're able to fuse with his hair even when it's not connected to his body. Unfortunately, they can only stay in individual strands for so long, but when you braid multiple hairs together into rings like you see here, the fusion lasts pretty much indefinitely. Izuku frowned, noticing that the capsules were missing the hinges. Wait, how do the wisps get in? Hatsume scoffed. Since the wisps are basically living photons, there's no need for hinges. Just pop through the glass cover and into the hairs, right? Light flew down, considering the apparatus carefully. He set a tentacle on the closest capsule and closed his eye, humming intently. After a couple seconds, there was a flash, and the hair inside was bone white. There was another flash, and white floated next to Izuku's shoulder, tentacles crossed. She's right. Since light passes through, so do I, as long as I focus less on the glass and more on the hairs underneath. Might need some time before I could do it without thinking, though. Still, that's really useful in the field, since it means we could go straight from the capsules to the air without Izuku having to open them. Dark Shadow nodded. Yeah, that makes teamwork a lot easier. Dad was scribbling furiously in his notebook, and Hatsum beamed. See, now you've got a nifty little case for your wisps on the go, no need for them to fly everywhere. Izuku grinned. And it means I won't have to get them all crammed in my backpack to get on the train. Cyan heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God. I hate getting stuffed in there with all your school supplies. I keep getting stabbed in the butt by your pencils. Red snorted. What butt? Present Mike shouted. Ladies, gentlemen, and that wonderful rainbow in between, welcome to the UA Sports Festival. We've got 3 fun-filled, action-packed days of entertainment for both you lovely attendees in the audience and all you listeners watching at home today. You'll get to witness our first-year courses show their stuff. They may not have the experience of the third years or the honed talent of the second years, but a few of them can boast raw power to match seasoned pros. Don't take your eyes off of them for even a second. Izuku got to his feet, recognizing his cue. 1A, we're up, get out there, don't hesitate, and give it everything you've got. The class roared in agreement, falling into step behind himself and Ida. Present Mike continued, kicking us off with a bang. It's the class that stared down villains without flinching, 1A of the hero course. Izuku stepped into the stadium, the light from above glaring in his eyes and the roars of the crowd echoing in his ears. It hit him for the first time just how many people were watching this. But rather than being intimidated, it only stoked the fire burning in his chest. A grin stretched over his face, and he walked onto the field with confidence filling his stride. This is it. This is my chance to show the world what I can really do, Present Mike announced. Next up, we've got the class with less media attention, but no less talent, 1B of the hero course. The crowd roared again, but substantially quieter. Izuku winced and stole a glance at 1B, where he could see a blonde kid fuming from his position at the rear of the class. That must be Monoma. Better keep an eye out for him. Kendu told me he's one heck of a wild card. Moving on, we've got our general education course, classes 1 degrees Celsius, 1D, and 1E. There was a brief pause, followed by a sharp cough. Right. They may not have passed the hero course exam, but there's a good chance that an underdog may rise up to dominate the competition. The crowd cheered a little bit louder after Mike's additional comment, but not by much. Izuku could see Shinsu stewing in the front of his section, and he sent the insomniac a cautionary glance. Let your actions speak for you. Next up, we've got our incredible support course, classes 1 Fahrenheit, 1G, and 1H. They may not have the physical prowess of their peers, but brain often triumphs over brawn. Keep a close eye on the gadgets on display here, folks. The cheering picked up a bit, and Izuku met Hatsum's gaze, matching her demented grin with his own. You market those babies like there's no tomorrow. Rounding out the roster, we've got the management course, classes 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin. They may not be direct powerhouses like the hero or support courses, but even All Might answers to his PR team. That got a few laughs out of the audience, and Izuku exchanged quick nods with Atama, Rikai, and Memai. Good luck with whatever you're planning today. Mike finished, serving as referee for today's events. It's the R-rated heroine, Midnight. Several cheers and wolf whistles emerged from the crowd as the woman took the stage. Takoyami hummed to himself. Is it okay for her to be present at a high school event if she's R-rated? Minda scoffed. Of course it is. Midnight snapped her whip out to the side. For the student pledge, please welcome to the stage Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Izuku nearly balked, but quickly recovered, stepping away from the class and heading towards the stage. Whispers rose up from the students behind him. One kid from Gen Ed muttered, "Isn't that the guy who got injured at the USJ? Is he even okay to be competing?" A management kid huffed, because of course they went with a hero kid to represent the entire student body. Tojik shot back. Shut it, he got first place in the practical exam, and I hear he topscored on the written one, too. Izuku stepped up to the microphone, scanning the faces of his fellow students and the people in the stands. It's no secret that my class was attacked by villains only a couple of weeks before this festival. UA seems to think that keeping this event on schedule is a way of proving that they're as strong as ever. But I don't think that's quite enough. He fell silent for a few seconds, letting whispers work their way through the crowd, before grinning. I think that we need to show that UA is stronger than ever. The villains attacked because they thought they could kill All Might, plunging society into chaos by removing its greatest protector. I want my class, my peers, all of you gathered here today to show that what they expected would never come to pass. That even if the shining beacon of hope was snuffed out, a meteor shower would continue to illuminate the world in its place. I pledge to give my all, to prove that heroes will grow ever stronger with each generation, and I invite all of you to do the same. No matter the class, we all have the makings of a hero, whether we admit it or not. So get out there today and show that, if circumstances were just a little bit different, you could be up here making this pledge. He thrust his fist in the air. Go beyond. The crowd roared in unison, plus ultra, as Izuku retook his place among his class. Present, Mike shouted. Now that's an inspiring speech. 1AS got the makings of a leader in their midst now. Before we get into today's events, there's one last announcement to go over, so bear with me. Folks, normally, I'd have one of the Hero Course homeroom teachers commentating with me. But this year we have a special guest, a new hire of the staff, a parent of one of our students, and an all-around awesome guy. Give it up for Midoriya Hisashi. Dad chuckled. Come on, Mike, I'm not that special. Pure luck that I just happened to be available today. In any case, the loudmouth here will be doing most of the announcing. I'm just here to offer my own opinion of whatever happens. Mike huffed. No flair for the dramatics, I swear. In any case, let's kick things off with our first event. Midnight, spin that wheel. The heroine snapped her whip towards the large screen above the announcer's booth, which shifted to a spinning roulette wheel. Izuku clenched his fists, a bead of sweat running down his neck in anticipation. The wheel snapped to a stop, displaying the words obstacle race next to a stick figure tripping over a traffic cone. Midnight announced. The qualifier event for this year is an obstacle course race. All 11 classes will race around the outside perimeter of the stadium. About 4 kilometers in total. Remember, one of UAS selling points is its freedom as long as you stay on the course. Anything is fair game now. Take your places, everyone. A large gate to everyone's left suddenly hummed to life, the 3 green lights on top turning on. The crowd of students immediately rushed towards the starting line, being careful not to cross prematurely. Izuku, in contrast, stayed towards the rear of the pack, running through a few preliminary stretches. Katsuki stopped beside him, rolling his shoulders and popping a few sparks in his palms. So, what's the plan, nerd? Izuku grunted. No plan, just roll with the punches as they come, and make sure nobody dies. Katsuki huffed, cracking his knuckles. Works for me. The lights blinked out one by one, and Izuku flexed his fingers in anticipation. Guys, be ready to act fast. We don't know what's coming. White nodded. Just say the word. Red mimed, cracking his knuckles. Let's do this. Pink matched red. This is gonna be fun. Orange hummed. I really hope nothing bad happens. Yellow giggled. Come on, let's go. Green smiled. This ought to be interesting. Blue sighed. Don't go all out immediately. We've still got 2 more events to get through after this one. Cyan huffed. This is gonna be easy. The last light shut off, and Midnight announced, start. The crowd surged forward, pushing and shoving into the relatively narrow hallway. The ones in front managed to get through, but those in the middle and back were immediately squished together. Izuku grunted, crouching low and setting his fingers on the ground. It's the media break-in all over again. Katsuki huffed, pointing his palms behind him. But this time, we're prepared. Izuku sent his best friend a quick grin. See you at the finish line. Katsuki snorted. I'll be waiting for you. They took off simultaneously, Katsuki blasting through the air while Izuku bounced between the walls as a cyan beam of light. He soared out of the stadium at top speeds, solidifying in midair just in time for Frost to shoot across the ground and up the walls. The frontrunners were suddenly trapped in place as Todoroki ran ahead. Mike shouted, and Todoroki Shadow immobilizes most of his competition in one fell swoop. Dad huffed. Sure, he got the other students with that trick, but his classmates aren't impeded in the slightest. Class 1A is taking an early lead right off the bat. Izuku switched out cyan for white and hit the ground running, a white teardrop streaming out behind him as he charged forward. In the back of his head, he registered that Katsuki was close behind, and most of his classmates had found ways to launch themselves over the ice. Minta in particular was bounding from ball to ball, quickly catching up to Todoroki. Looks like I've outwitted you. Golden boy, how pathetic now. Take my ultimate at it. He was cut off by a 1-point robot emerging from nowhere and slamming a fist into him, sending him tumbling head over heels back towards the entrance. Izuku skidded to a stop, cursing under his breath as a veritable army blocked the path ahead. Targets acquired, Mike announced. Ooh. And it looks like Minta Minoru of 1A has taken a savage blow from our first obstacle. Let's see how well these kids fare against the Robo Inferno. Dad choked on his spit. Where the hell did those things even come from? More importantly, where do I get my hands on the blueprints? Kaminari shrieked. Aren't those the 0-pointers from the entrance exam? How are we supposed to deal with those? Todoroki huffed, laying his right hand a couple inches above the ground. So they use these for the general admissions exam. I almost wish they'd brought something better. Frost surged outwards, and spikes of ice shot up behind him, especially since my dear old dad is watching. He swept his right hand forward, and an enormous wave of ice followed the motion, completely covering the closest 1-pointer and freezing it in place. There was a shocked gasp from the loudspeakers, mirrored by most of the Gen Ed students in the vicinity. Todoroki stood upright, gathering himself for a second before running forward. Izuku took a second to whistle in admiration. Damn, he's not a recommended student for nothing. A Gen Ed kid shouted. Hey, the legs are open, we can get through underneath. Todoroki called back. I wouldn't if I were you. I froze it while it was off balance. The zero-pointer creaked, before crashing to the ground in a massive cloud of dust. It'll fall over. Izuku chuckled under his breath, before rolling his shoulders and cracking his knuckles. Alright, so that's how we're playing, fine, then. There was a bright flash of light, before an orange blur shot off the ground, streaking through the air and punching through a zero-pointer's chest. The massive robot paused, before a massive explosion of fire tore it apart from the inside, the two halves of its chassis falling to either side of the track. Izuku stood in the wreckage, tilting his head back and forth, before laser focusing on the sole student ahead on the path. Now that's how you safely clear the way. He leapt from the zero-pointer's smoking carcass, hitting the ground and quickly taking off in a bullet of white energy. Mike shouted, wholly cannily recreating his greatest stunt from the entrance exam. Midoriya Izuku utterly annihilates a zero-pointer in spectacular fashion. Dad snorted, show off. Izuku tuned out the commentary, quickly gaining on Todoroki. He cut off the boost as he reached the other teen, running next to his classmate. Having fun yet? Todoroki glared at him. Out of my way, Midoriya. Izuku snorted. That implies you're not eating my dust. His brain caught up with him, and he skidded to a stop at the edge of a massive chasm. Mike announced, oh, and it looks like our lead runners have reached our second obstacle. If you fall, you're out. If you don't want to fall, then crawl. It's none other than the fall. Dad hummed, no need to worry. My notes here say that there's a net at the bottom to catch you if you do fall. But hitting the net means you're disqualified, so do try to avoid that. Todoroki hummed as he considered the series of ropes and pillars stretching across the chasm. Izuku gave his classmate a quick glance, before letting a grin stretch across his face. Well, have fun being subjected to the laws of gravity. He cackled madly as he launched himself off the edge, letting physics take hold as he plummeted into the chasm. There was a bright chirp, and green flew out of nowhere, catching his fall and bringing him back up above the pillars, already floating across towards the other side. Mike shouted, whoa, what's this? First he shoots over the heads of everyone else, then he destroys a zero-pointer with ease. And now he's flying over the fall. Is there anything Midoriya can't do? Dad snorted. For one thing, cook. If that boy lasts even a week on his own after graduating, I'll be surprised. Mike laughed. Hey, aren't fathers supposed to be supportive of their kids? Dad chuckled. Shows what you know. In other news, it looks like 1A isn't the only class with a fearless gremlin. Hatsume just launched herself halfway across the fall with a combination of her wire arrows and hover souls. Trust me when I say that girl's going places. Izuku turned in midair to fly backwards, grinning when he saw Hatsume quickly catching up. Having fun, Mayday. Hatsume cackled. Don't be taking this lightly. Captain Rainbow, I've got to prove my babies are just as capable as hero students. If you're slacking off, that just makes me look incompetent. Izuku rolled his eyes with a smirk. Well, excuse me, princess. Noticing that the chasm underneath had stopped, he rotated upright and switched out for white, dropping to the ground and running along the path. In the back of his mind, he registered that Todoroki was quickly catching up, propelling himself with his ice. Katsuki wasn't far behind, blasting through the air and refusing to touch the dirt. The rest of the class was making their way over the fall with varying degrees of success. Something caught his eye, and he suddenly doubled back, swapping white for cyan and streaking through the air, stopping in midair right behind Yaoyorozu and her forced passenger. No free rides make it across on your own, but his legs swung out, and Minda was launched off of Yaoyorozu's back and towards the start of the chasm. The girl gave Izuku a grateful look, and he answered with a grin, before bolting forward and quickly retaking his place among the frontrunners. Mike shouted, whoa, did Midoriya just sacrifice his lead to halt his own classmates' progress? What the heck is going on here? Dad grunted. Minda Minoru was clinging to the back of Yaoyorozu Momo, forcing her to cross the fall for both of them. Here at UA, we try not to let students coast by on the efforts of others, and Midoriya was simply enforcing that mentality. Besides, it hardly cost him anything in the long run. He's already in the lead again. Mike hummed. I guess that's one way to look at it. In any case, it looks like the frontrunners have reached our final obstacle. No way around it. It's a minefield, plain and simple. There came the sound of shuffling papers. Here we go. Not to worry, folks, these mines aren't strong enough to cause any lasting damage to the students. They're more akin to concussive grenades than frags, just sound and force with a pink smoke cloud for that extra flair. Still, hitting one will seriously hinder your forward progress, so try to avoid them if you can. Izuku rolled his eyes with a snort. No accounting for the sky these days, I swear. Red grunted. To be fair, flight's a pretty rare ability, but given that this is UA we're talking about, it doesn't make sense that they're not prepared for flyers. Suddenly, a whirring sound echoed over the course, and several cylinders shot out of the ground to the sides, before swiveling to point in Izuku's direction. Dan chuckled. Oh, and by the way, UA likes to prepare for every eventuality. Those cannons will fire our proprietary cement foam at anything that remains at a consistent elevation more than 10 feet off the ground. Handy for taking the wind out of a person's wings? No. Pink shot Red a half-hearted glare. You had to say something. Red huffed and rolled his eyes. So I might have tempted fate just a little too much. Sue me, Izuku snorted, but kept to the ground regardless. He noticed that while Todoroki and Katsuki had to move carefully to avoid the mines, those towards the back were moving substantially faster. This obstacle makes things harder for the frontrunners, since they don't know where to put their feet, while the laggers can just follow their example. White hummed, true, so what do we do about it? Izuku grinned. Simple, we can't go over it, and we can't go through it, so we go under it. He jumped into the air, and Yellow squealed with glee, fusing with him in a flash of light. A conical yellow aura surrounded him, the point at his feet, and he shot into the ground. He burrowed through the dirt at top speed, aware that the mines were only a few feet above him. Once he judged that he was on the other side of the field, he pointed himself upwards, popping out of the ground feet first at a forward angle. Dad choked on his spit. That one can do that, no wonder he doesn't use Yellow very often. Mike coughed. Okay, so maybe we aren't prepared for as many eventualities as we thought. Still, what a creative solution to the problem with that maneuver. Midoriya solidly cemented his position in the race. Izuku cackled as he shot forward, Yellow giggling with delight as the wisp flew alongside him. That was so much fun, we should do that again sometime. We should see if Ground Omega is available after hours. Dink huffed. Well, that's the only place it'd be safe to do that, so it's kind of her only shot. Wonder if we'll ever do forest work as part of the curriculum, though. Izuku shrugged as he dashed along the track, rounding the final bend and heading towards the tunnel back into the stadium. Mike crowed. Well, talk about exciting, coming ahead of everyone else by an astonishingly wide margin. Midoriya Izuku takes first place in our qualifying event. The crowd roared in excitement, and Izuku skidded to a stop on the grass, flashing a wide grin at the closest camera as sweat ran down his face. Hoo boy, never used white that much before. He turned to the screen above the announcer's booth, which was displaying footage from the camera drones over the minefield. Katsuki and Todoroki were fiercely battling for second place, only to suddenly stop fighting as Hatsune shot past, her hover souls carrying her over the mines with ease. Izuku sat down cross-legged, clasping his hands under his chin as he watched intently. The three frontrunners were neck and neck as they raced along the track towards the stadium. Hatsune with her hover souls, Todoroki with his ice, Katsuki with his explosions. The crowd was cheering with anticipation as the three students shot towards the finish line. Hatsune's soul sputtered, and she dropped behind, scowling as she pumped her legs furiously to try and catch up. Todoroki stumbled, his breath coming out frosty as he continued pushing himself. Katsuki dropped a couple inches, his explosions weakening with each consecutive blast. It looked as if it was going to be a photo finish. At the last second, Katsuki seemed to dig deep into his reserves, pulling out one final explosion that launched him ahead of Todoroki and across the finish line, digging a trench in the grass as he slid to a stop. Mike shouted, "What an upset!" After staying neck and neck with the lead for the entire race. Bakugo Katsuki has claimed second place just ahead of Todoroki. Shoto in third. Hatsune Mei limps into the stadium in fourth place, followed closely by Shizaki Ibara in fifth, Honuki Juzu in sixth, and Ida Tenya in seventh. The other students of the hero course began streaming into the stadium pretty quickly after that, though Izuku noticed that 1B's students were hanging near the back. Shinsu strolled into the stadium in 27th place, immediately locking eyes with Izuku and nodding. Minta stumbled inside in 41st place, just ahead of Akiza-looking Aoyama in 4th Con. Well, we all made it past the qualifier. Let's see where things go from here. Present Mike announced. All right, folks, now that we've got our top 42 competitors, our qualifier is officially over. For anyone still on the course, please head to your designated seats in the stands as soon as you're able. Dad interjected. For the few of you stuck at the bottom of the fall, sit tight, power loader will be along shortly to dig you a path out. Even if you didn't move on, don't feel too bad. Remember, you got into UA. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. Mike continued. In any case, let's not waste any time and jump right into our second event. Midnight. You're up. The heroine snapped her whip at the main screen, which switched to another spinning roulette wheel. Now, what could it be? What could it be? The wheel snapped to a stop, displaying the words cavalry battle next to three stick figures in a triangle formation. It's a cavalry battle, Kaminari swore under his breath. Dang it, I at those. Midnight smirked. This is a little different from your normal playground game. Kiddos, here's how it works. The screen swapped to an image of Present Mike, Snipe, and 13 holding up All Might. Students will form teams of 2 to 4 people. You'll need to designate one person as the rider, who will be given a headband with your team's point value on it. Points are assigned based on your positions from the race, with faster times giving more points. The values go up in increments of 5. So 4 Ice Gond is worth 5 points, 4 to first is worth 10, 40th is worth 15, and so on up to second place, which is a whopping 205. However, here at UA, we don't believe in coasting by easily, so the first place finisher is worth an incredible 10 million points. In unison, the entire student body swiveled to glare at Izuku hungrily. Orange whimpered and ducked under his hand, but Izuku refused to be cowed, meeting their stares with one of his own. So I'm a prime target. Works for me. Let's do this. Midnight snapped her whip again. Now, onto the actual rules. You'll have 15 minutes to swipe as many headbands as possible. Your team's band must be worn on the rider's forehead, and any stolen bands must be worn from the neck up. Don't worry, they'll come off easily. So don't worry about getting choked, and remember, if you lose all your points or fall apart, you're not out. The game lasts for the full 15 minutes, so you'll have a chance to steal your points back. The screen suddenly swapped to a minute-second timer with 15 minutes on it. You've got 15 minutes to assemble your teams. Go. Immediately, most of the pack split away from Izuku, already gravitating into groups of their own classmates. He chuckled, sticking his hands in his pockets and glancing over at Katsuki. I'm guessing I can't convince you to join my team. Katsuki snorted. What was it you said before the entrance exam? Glow squid something about a black hole of epicness. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, throw my own words back in my face. Why don't you? His expression suddenly turned serious. But we've been chummy for long enough. It's about time we had a little rivalry. Katsuki smirked. Couldn't agree more. You make your team, I'll make mine. And may the better man win. Izuku chuckled. I intend to. The blonde let out a bark of laughter and walked off, leaving Izuku alone. He chuckled, before laying a hand on his chin. All right, now who do I want on my team? His vision was suddenly filled with pink dreadlocks and golden cross-haired eyes. Captain Rainbow, team up with me. Izuku grinned. Mayday. Let me guess. All eyes on the top scorer means all eyes on your babies, right? The support student beamed. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Takoyami walked up with a resigned sigh. I was hoping to prove myself against you, but Dark Shadow was quite insistent on teaming up with her besties. Izuku chuckled. Fine by me. Now, let's see if we can get one more. Shinsu walked up, hands in his pockets. Yo, got room for another? Izuku nodded. Sure, I was kinda expecting you to challenge me in this event, though. Shinsu huffed. Originally, I was going to, but everyone else already has their teams formed up. I was gonna stick myself on a team of 3 and control them, but something told me that wouldn't exactly endear me to anyone in the long run. As much as I don't like trying to make friends, being a 24/7 asshole doesn't make a fantastic hero. Izuku grinned. How right you are. How'd you like to be the rider? Shinsu blinked. Wait, seriously, I thought you'd wanna be the rider, having won the race and all. Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm not the one trying to prove I should be transferred to the hero course. If your name's on the board, then the attention's gonna be drawn to you. Hatsum interjected. Besides, your stick figure ass wouldn't be worth anything for offense or defense. Izuku sighed. Mayday, I was being diplomatic in not pointing that out. Thanks for that. Shinsu shrugged. I mean, she's got a point. Sure, I've used the school gyms a bit, but 2 weeks does not a bodybuilder make. Same goes for the other transfer hopefuls, honestly. Notice how I'm the only Gen Ed kid to make it to round 2. Takoyami bowed his head briefly. True. Izuku cracked his knuckles. Right, Hatsum, you take the rear while Takoyami and I handle the front. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be better if you were in the back, since you can run fast and fly? Izuku grunted. 1. My more mobile wisps could use a break after I pushed them during the race, so I'm gonna focus on the others for now. And 2, he pointed across the field at Todoroki's team. Ada is in front over there. Takoyami hummed. Ada, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Todoroki. 4 major players on one team. They could prove quite a handful. Izuku grunted. You said it. Izuku scanned the outside of the arena where the other teams were forming up. Katsuki had Kirishima in front with Ashido and Siro providing support in the back. Kendo was riding atop 3 of her classmates Yanagi, Takage, and Komori if Izuku remembered correctly. Shouta had teamed up with Anjiro and Aoyama to carry Tsu. Shaoji was seemingly standing on his own, but Izuku could make out a hint of purple between the large boy's webbed arms. Uraraka had wormed her way onto a team with 3 students from 1B Kodai, Bondo, and Fukadashi. Monoma sat atop Tsuburaba, Kaibara, and Kiwaro. Hagakure rode on top of Kuda, Sadu, and Jiru. The rest of 1B made up a team of 4 and 2 teams of 2, scattered around the edge of the arena. All told, there were 12 teams ready and rearing to go, headbands fastened around foreheads and gazes locked on Shinsu's 10,450 points. Izuku met their gazes evenly, sending out a wordless challenge to everyone present. You want it, come and get it. The timer on the big screen hit 0, and Mike roared, start. Immediately, almost every team charged onto the field, instantly angling towards Izuku's own team. Battle cries echoed from throats, and the sound of trampling feet quickly reached Izuku's ears. He shot a quick grin at Takoyami on his left, who responded with a silent nod. Hatsum giggled behind them, and Shinsu wordlessly cracked his knuckles. The nearest team was a group of 4 from 1B, consisting of Tetsu, Honuki, Awase, and Shizaki. The gray-haired teen shouted, "Come on, Midoriya, give us a good fight." Shinsu cracked an eyebrow. "You do realize the points are mine, right, since I'm the rider and all?" Awase retorted. "Only according to the scoreboard. Anyone with half a brain cell knows that the real leader here is Midori." Shinsu smirked. "And what does that make you?" Awase blinked. "Huh." Their group deftly sidestepped, Shinsu flicking Awase's forehead as Tetsu's team charged past. As they skidded to a stop, Awase's eyes went blank, and he stood stock still. Shinsu commanded, "Now weld your shoes to the ground." Tetsu opened his mouth to say something, only to go pale when Awase let go of his leg and did exactly that. "Yo, subro, the hell are you doing?" He turned to Shinsu with a glare. "What did you do to my bro?" Shinsu smirked. "Are you sure you want to know?" "Of course." His eyes suddenly went blank, and he sat upright. Shinsu chuckled, then ordered, "Now go steal for as long as you can." A metallic sheen immediately covered the other boy's body, and his horses suddenly found themselves pinned in place by their unresponsive rider. Hatsum cackled madly and tapped Izuku's shoulder. In unison, he activated the hover soles he was wearing, green fused with Takoyami, and Hatsum turned on her jetpack. Their team shot into the sky, soaring over the barrage of projectiles launched their way by the swarm of teams heading in their direction. Mike gasped, "Holy cow, Team Shinsu just went airborne crazy." Dad hummed, "A clear combination of gear from Hatsum and clever application of Midoriya's quirk. Good team synergy will get you far." "And that's an excellent display of said." Explosions rang out, and Katsuki launched away from his team to fly upwards, streaking through the air towards their group. "Get back here, nerd and company, you need to play with the rest of the class." Shinsu raised an eyebrow. "He's actually acknowledging all of us. Color me surprised." Izuku grinned madly and removed one hand from Shinsu's leg, holding it in front of him as his hair suddenly shifted to a brilliant shade of red. "Have fun obeying gravity, Katsuki." The blonde unleashed an explosion in their direction, but it was countered by a burst of fire from Izuku's extended palm, forcing Katsuki to backpedal and fall back down towards his group. Zero shot out a strand of tape, reeling the blonde back in and catching him before he hit the ground. Mike shouted, "And there's an odd play by Team Bakugo. Is that even allowed?" Midnight gave a quick thumbs up. "So long as the rider doesn't touch the ground, it's fair game." Katsuki grunted, his gaze locked on the 10 million point headband sitting up there in the sky, tantalizingly out of reach. "Well, so much for that. Time for Plan B." A sudden pressure on his head caught his attention, and he snarled wordlessly as his headband was ripped off. A blonde kid from 1B twirled the stolen points around his finger. My, 1A, so quick to give up, and I heard you were so determined when facing down villains. Were the rumors made up? And you're just a collection of cowards." Katsuki scoffed. "You talk mad shit for a guy who wasn't there." The brat chuckled, wrapping Katsuki's points around his neck. "You know, I don't understand why 1A chose to go all out from the beginning. Far smarter to hang back, observe, and plan while your opponents waste their energies. But then, I doubt you ever think about anyone else." Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. Blonde, smug, and an ego bigger than the globe on Might Tower. "You must be Monoma. The nerds heard a lot about you from Kendo." The prick smirked. "Why, I'm flattered to know the name of someone outside your own class must be a true achievement for you." Katsuki huffed. "From what I've heard, Kendo kicks ass and takes no shit. That gives her points in my book. Jury's still out on you, though." The douche edged dramatically and laid the back of his hand against his forehead. "Oh, how barbaric to resort to insults and threats immediately. How characteristic of 1A's narrow-minded attitude." Katsuki grunted. "That's so." The asshat smirked. "I know how 1A thinks. You bask in the glory, patting yourselves on the back merely because you got a few oohs from a couple of meanies on a field trip. Come off it, you're nothing special. 1B is vastly superior, but you all get praised like gods among men because somebody got spooked by a few nasty villains." Katsuki felt Clifford tense, the signature grinding noise of his quirk slowly growing louder. He gently kneed the guy between the shoulder blades and retorted, "Try taking on villains yourself before claiming that you're hot shit, yeah." Doucheface raised an eyebrow smugly. "Oh, because you would know all about that, wouldn't you? I had hoped I'd get to face your class rep myself." But his head's so high in the clouds he probably doesn't even realize there are people trying to fight him. Say, he was the one who got injured during the attack, wasn't he? What happened? Did someone put an OE on his Finji? Having seen it coming a mile away, Katsuki calmly stood up and stepped onto the shoulders of Ridley and Scotch, letting Clifford shoot forward and bodily drag Doucheface off of his horses. The guy roared. "He got put in a coma, you titanic asshat." Ridley went pale, as did most of the nearby teams, even as Kirishima absolutely yeeted Doucheface across the field, sending him skidding across the concrete and sliding onto the grass. The redhead panted angrily, his shoulders heaving and his eyes blazing. Doucheface's team slowly backed away, before cautiously hurrying to where the jackass was laying on the grass, dumbfounded. Kirishima walked backwards into position, holding a strip of cloth up to Katsuki. Got your headband back, bro? Katsuki chuckled. Thanks. You feeling any better? The redhead snorted like a bull. A little. Let's get some more points. The other teams in the vicinity started backing up, and Katsuki grinned evilly. Sounds like a ing plan to me. 8 minutes into the battle, Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced over at where Todoroki was staring him down. Midoriya, I'll be taking your points now. Shinsu huffed. So rude. Hello, rider up here, you know. The guy with the points, hello. Todoroki ignored the Gen Ed student, gaze locked on Izuku. Yaoyorozu, Ida, Kaminari, you know the plan. Go. The group shot forward, Yaoyorozu forming something from her exposed lower back and sparks crackling in Kaminari's hair. At the same time, several other teams charged in, all aiming for Shinsu's headband. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Defensive positions, go. Dark shadow emerged from Takoyami's navel, her head feathers tipped with blue highlights. She crossed her arms, which grew to massive size to completely cover their team from the front. At the same time, Kaminari threw back his head and shouted, indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. Electricity surged outwards from the blonde's body, crashing into the other teams and stopping them in their tracks. The lightning rolled across the ground, slamming into Dark Shadow's crossed arms. The shadowy apparition grunted, but her defenses held. As soon as the electricity cut off, Todoroki grabbed the pole coming out of Yaoyorozu's right arm, sending a layer of frost down it and across the ground, freezing the other teams in place. Less than 6 minutes left. Mike shouted, whoa, what happened? Todoroki stopped all the other teams in an instant. Dad grunted. He learned from the start of the obstacle race. He saw how many people avoided his freeze then, so he used Kaminari's AoE to disorient them long enough for it to work now. I'm guessing he only targeted the teams behind him so that his own team's maneuvering wouldn't be hindered. Mine leaped from Shaoji's arms, bouncing off the heads of the other teams. No, I won't go out like this, not before I get to feel Yaoyorozu's incredible wise. He was intercepted by Cyan streaking through the air, catching him in the chest and sending him flying. Izuku pulled back, locking eyes with Todoroki as the other team approached. Eyes shot up from the ground, trapping the two opponents in an enclosed space at the edge of the field. You've been a nuisance for far too long, Midoriya. This ends now. Izuku scoffed, considering his options. Hardly. We're not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with us. Shouta scowled down at the midget that had landed on the grass just outside of the field. Mainta, tell me that you didn't say what I could have sworn you said. The short student stared up at him, sweating running down his neck. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, sir. Shouta's scowl deepened, and Mainta squeaked. The hero crouched down, a cold fire burning behind his eyes. The camera drones record both video and audio. Now, I could have sworn I just heard you say not before I get to feel Yaoyorozu's incredible wise. But that can't be right, because there's no way one of my students would be that perverted. Right, Mainta squirmed. Well, that is, Shouta glared at the short boy, unflinching, as he pulled a handheld radio out of one of his belt pouches. Nedzu, it's Aizawa. I know you're busy watching the festival, but I suggest you clear your schedule. There's a small matter that needs addressing. Mike roared. With just 1 minute left in this event, it's all coming down to the wire. Folks, Todoroki thought he'd created a situation where he could claim the 10 million points immediately. But Shinsu's managed to hold him off for 5 minutes in that enclosed space. Dad interjected. With the 10 million points locked away behind that ice wall, the other teams have had to get creative to earn points, and we've seen some interesting scuffles break out. As things stand, Team Shinsu is in the lead with their original headband. Behind them is Team Todoroki, followed closely by Team Bakugo and Team Kodai, respectively. This final minute is sure to be nail-biting. Ada grunted. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari. I have one last trick up my sleeve, but I'll be useless afterwards. I leave the rest to you. He crouched low, his engines humming loudly. Torque over. Izuku swore under his breath. Pink. Blue flames shot from Ada's exhaust pipes. Recipro burst. Todoroki's team rushed forward, too fast for any of Izuku's teammates to react. Only he saw what was coming, his perception and reflexes honed by years of moving at similarly incredible speeds. Todoroki reached out with his right hand, aiming for the headband around Shinsu's forehead. The two-tone team grabbed hold, the force pulling the Gen Ed student backwards. It seemed like their victory was about to be ripped away from them when the unthinkable happened. Todoroki let go. The other team sped past, the wind from their movement blowing in Izuku's face. They slid to a stop inside the edge of the arena, Ada's engines sputtering to a halt. The blue-haired teen glanced up at his rider, only to pale when he saw Todoroki's empty hand. Yaoyorozu blinked, then looked back at Shinsu. No, Mike shouted. Whoa, what happened that was so fast? I couldn't keep up. Ada swiveled his head to stare at Izuku. But I never told you about my secret move. Izuku chuckled. No, you didn't. I hadn't expected you to pull out an ultimate move like that. But I noticed you were preparing a last-ditch effort, so I employed my own emergency defenses. Shinsu turned in his seat, grinning widely with the headband still firmly around his head. His purple locks swayed in the lingering breeze, and Ida's eyes widened upon noticing the pink highlights. No way. Izuku's grin widened. You should know better than to use that phrase in reference to Class 1A. Vice Rep. Dad whistled in admiration. That's a pretty ingenious play. In order to prevent his team's headband from being stolen, Midoriya used his quirk to effectively fasten it to Shinsu's head. So when Todoroki grabbed hold of it, he was forced to let go due to the counteracting forces at play. A piece of the ice wall exploded, and Katsuki's team charged through the breach, Kirishima with murder in his eyes and Katsuki with a wide grin on his face. Nowhere left to run. Nerd and company, you're mine. Izuku grinned, calling red into his body. I'll never run from you, Pomeranian. Mike shouted. We're running down the clock. It's down to the last few seconds. Midnight. Start the countdown. Izuku ignored the crowd's cheering, focusing on the two teams standing against him. Todoroki charged forward, accepting a metal staff from Yaoyorozu and coating it in ice. Katsuki rushed in, eyes locked on Shinsu's headband. Hatsum cackled with delight, relishing in the cameras hovering over their position. Takoyami grunted, calling on Dark Shadow for defense. Shinsu crossed his arms in front of his face, ghostly pink spikes coating his skin. Making a snap decision, Izuku broke away from his team and launched himself in Todoroki's direction. Seemingly out of reflex, Todoroki coated his left arm in fire, holding it in front of his chest defensively. Izuku narrowed his eyes and swapped red for blue, covering his right arm in a protective layer of blue energy. He swatted Todoroki's hand aside, before planting his foot in Ida's chest and shoving them backwards. Ignoring Todoroki's witty stare at his left hand, Izuku darted back to his team, flinging blue into Dark Shadow just before Katsuki ripped into the apparition with an explosion, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Calling on red, Izuku answered with a blast of his own, dispelling the smoke and driving Katsuki's team back. Kirishima roared wordlessly and charged forward, his hardened body slamming into Dark Shadow and forcing their team backwards. Hatsum shouted as she kicked her jetpack into high gear, pushing back against Kirishima. Izuku blinded the redhead with a burst of fire. Katsuki laughed maniacally and thrust a hand out, reaching for Shinsu's headband. Shinsu grunted and lashed out with a clenched fist. The two riders were mere inches from each other. Time's up. Both teams froze in place. Katsuki's hand was only centimeters from Shinsu's headband, and Shinsu's fist was pressed against Katsuki's cheek. Izuku had his palm against Kirishima's forehead, and the redhead had a fist mere inches from Izuku's stomach. Hatsum had her capture gun aimed at Ashido's face, and Ashido had a hand filled with acid ready to throw at Hatsum's jetpack. Dark Shadow had a hand over Siro's head, and Siro had an elbow aimed at Takoyami's chest. Mike shouted, "That's it, the cavalry battle is officially over." The crowd roared as the two teams peeled apart from each other. Katsuki dropped off of Kirishima's shoulders and popped his back, before holding a hand out to Izuku. "Well, I gave it my best shot. Good work, nerd." Izuku grinned and accepted the handshake. "Same to you." Ashido grabbed hold of Kirishima's clenched fist and started patting him on the shoulder gently, most of the tension bleeding out of the redhead's frame. Siro shrugged in resignation and gave Takoyami a grin, who responded with a curt nod. Hatsum, as expected, immediately turned on her heel and started checking over her babies, making sure none of them were terribly damaged. Shinsu stood off to one side, holding the 10 million points in his hand and staring at it incredulously. Dad announced, "It was touch and go at the end there, and oh man did things get intense." Mike snorted. "You can say that again in any case." In first place, having held on to their points the entire game, its team Shinsu Izuku gave the Gen Ed student a grin, which was quickly returned. In second place, just barely edging out the competition, its team Todoroki Yaoyorozu sighed and patted an apologetic on the back, while Kaminari slumped on the ground and Todoroki continued staring at his hand in disbelief. In third place, having decimated a majority of the other teams, its team Bakugo Katsuki grinned at the cameras, and Izuku heard a distinct and familiar whoop from the stands. Finally, in fourth place, having hung back and stayed away from the heavy hitters, its team Kodai Uraraka walked up to Izuku with a heavy sigh of exhaustion, as her teammates all high-fived and congratulated each other. Midnight announced, "We'll take a break for lunch and recreational games, then we'll jump right into our final event, Midoriya." Izuku glanced away from his team to see Todoroki staring at him resolutely. "What's up? We need to talk." "Okay, so talk. Not here. Somewhere private." Izuku exchanged glances with Katsuki, before sighing and meeting Todoroki's gaze. Fine, lead the way. Todoroki led him to a secluded hallway underneath the stands, far away from any obvious cameras or bystanders. They stood in silence, against opposite walls for a few seconds, before Todoroki spoke. Just now, at the end of the cavalry battle, I normally wouldn't have acted the way I did, but I saw red hair coming at me, and I forgot where I was for a second, and as a result, you made me break my oath. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Both. Todoroki nodded and glanced down at his left hand. I swore to never use my left side in combat. I thought that my right side would be more than enough, or at least for the first year. And yet, you overpowered me so completely to force my left side out. Not even a full month in. You claim you aren't a hero's kid, and yet you have the power to match one. Who are you? Izuku sighed. Nobody special. I already told you my mom works as a nurse at Musutafu General Hospital, and my dad's just a hero nut who likes to make things. As far as I know, I just happened to hit the genetic lottery when it comes to my quirk. Todoroki shook his head. No, there's something special about you that made your quirk so strong, even if you might not be aware of it. Take it from someone who knows. That much power had to come from somewhere. Izuku blinked. Someone who knows, what does that mean? Todoroki hummed. What do you know about quirk marriages? Izuku grunted. Not much. They were a lot more popular during the second and third quirk generations, but they've since been outlawed by the government. Why? Todoroki nodded. Right. It's common knowledge that quirk marriages tend to produce extremely powerful quirks. It's also common knowledge that Endeavor has been number 2 under All Might for a really long time. What's less known is that Endeavor's never been comfortable with that position. He's always wanted to be number 1, and he hates that he's never managed to surpass All Might. So he decided that even if he couldn't, he'd father a child who could. Izuku paled as the pieces clicked into place. Well, shit. Todoroki nodded again, looking down at his left hand. My mother's family wasn't very well off, so my father was easily able to sway her parents with the money and connections he could offer. Once their marriage was secure, he immediately set about trying to create his perfect successor. The first child was a partial success, or so I'm told. A powerful fire quirk, even stronger than Hellflame, but at the cost of burning his own body. My older sister, Fayumi, was deemed a failure due to her lack of a fire quirk. The third child, my brother Natsuo, was even more of a failure since he lacked a combative quirk entirely. Finally, I was born, the perfect balance of fire and ice that Endeavor sought. Almost as soon as my quirk came in, he started training me to be a hero to surpass All Might. He scowled and clenched his left hand into a fist. I refuse to become the tool of that ass. In every memory I have of my mother, she's crying. She calls my left side unsightly as she pours boiling water over my face. Izuku winced. Explains the scar, I guess. I'm angry because I wanted to show that bastard that I could win this festival without using the fire he gave me. I'm going to reject him completely by winning the whole damn thing without using his fire. And I'm angry because you forced me into breaking my oath. Izuku clenched a fist. I don't know what you expect from me, Todoroki. I didn't know about your oath when I went out there and competed in the cavalry battle. But even if I did, it wouldn't have changed anything. Todoroki snapped his gaze up to meet Izuku's. What? Izuku met the other boy's stare evenly. You heard my student pledge. I promised that I'd go out onto that field and give it my all. And I asked everyone out there to do the same. That hasn't changed. I'm giving this festival my best effort, and I'm certain that everyone else is doing the same. But you're only using half of your quirk. If anything, we're the ones who should be angry. We're out there giving our all, and here you are half-assing everything. Sure, you've got a good reason to hate Endeavor. I won't take that away from you. But if your spite leads you to only give half of what you can give, then that's going to have consequences further down the line. Will a mother forgive you if a child died on your watch because you wouldn't use your fire to save them? Will a villain hold back if you explain your self-imposed handicap? Will Endeavor even care if you cast aside half your potential? Todoroki paused. Think about it. You said it yourself. He wanted to father a child that would surpass All Might. To him, the means are trivial compared to the end result. As long as you become number 1, he'll consider that a success. With fire, without fire, it doesn't matter. If you charge headlong towards that goal he set for you, you're only feeding into his desires. If you do nothing but hunt down the position of number 1, he wins. You don't want him to win, do you? Todoroki bristled. Of course not. Then find another way to spite him. A way that won't potentially put innocent lives at risk. A way that won't put your life at risk. Because let's be honest, your quirk isn't designed to be used at half power like this. Take it from someone else with a multifaceted quirk. You can't only use a single part of it. I take the time to train all my wisps to make sure they can all meet whatever the situation demands. Why? Because as much as they're separate individuals, they're still all part of the same quirk. And if one underperforms, they drag the others down with them. Even if your own quirk isn't sentient, it follows the same logic. Casting aside your fire will only serve to hurt your ice. And I do mean your fire. Like it or not, that ability is a part of you. A piece of your life that will never be taken away. It doesn't matter if you don't like its origins. You accept it and you give it the respect it deserves. Todoroki glanced down at his hand. Maybe so. Maybe I could rebel against him another way and rescind my oath. Maybe I could use my left side as fluidly as I do my right side, or as you use your wisps. But even if I wanted to, I still can't see my fire without associating it with endeavor. Izuku pushed off of the wall, summoning Red to his side. He snapped his fingers, fire bursting from his skin at the point of contact. Then you find something else to associate it with. It doesn't have to be endeavor. Sure, he might have been the most prominent fire user in your life before now, but that's changed. You're at UA now, and there's more to you than just your relationship with him. You have people here that want to be your friend. Not because they want to be closer to endeavor, but because they want to be closer to you. Think on that, okay. When Izuku got back to the field after lunch, he saw that Cementos had his hands in a tube that was pouring liquid cement, sculpting a rectangular arena on top of an elevated platform. 2 sets of stairs on each short side granted access to the top surface, and 4 fire pits sat on the corners. As the flow cut off, Mike announced, "All right, ladies and gents, it's the event you've all been waiting for. Forget the pretense of surprise. Because we all knew this was coming, there's only one way to close out this sports festival, a one-and-on tournament." The crowd roared as the big screen shifted to a tournament bracket, displaying 16 names along the bottom. Dad interjected. During the lunch break and recreational events, our computer system was hard at work putting together these matchups. The first round won't pit any cavalry battle teammates against each other, but beyond that, it's up to the whims of fate. Mike finished, and so, without further ado, here's our lineup. Bondo Kajiru vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Todoroki Shoto vs Shinsu Hitoshi. Kodai Yui vs Kaminari Denki. Midoriya Izuku vs Ida Tenya. Shiro Hanta vs Uraraka Ochako. Fukadashi Manga vs Kirishima Ijiru. Takoyami Fumikage vs Bakugo Katsuki. Ashido Mina vs Hatsume. Izuku hummed to himself, tossing a glance at Ida, who was standing nearby. "Are your engines okay after that move you pulled earlier?" Ida nodded, sipping out of a can of orange juice. "I will be fine. However, I cannot pull off a recipro burst of the same intensity. My normal speeds are fair game, though." Izuku grinned. "Good to hear. It wouldn't be any fun if it wasn't a challenge." Momo rubbed her left arm nervously as she walked out of her designated tunnel, slowly climbing the steps up to the arena. Mick-sensei announced, "Coming up now, it's one of 2 recommended students to make it this far, Yaoyorozu Momo of 1A. Midoriya interjected. "That girl has one of the most broken quirks I've ever heard of. Seriously, it's ridiculous." Momo tuned out the commentators in favor of focusing on her opponent, who was seemingly dead calm as he walked up on the other side of the arena. Mike boomed, and entering the arena, "It's the master trapper of 1B, Bondo Kajiru." Midoriya hummed, "Another interesting quirk, and one that I'm excited to see in action. Less versatile than Yaoyorozu's, but still useful." Midnight snapped her whip. "All right, fighters, listen up. To secure victory, you must immobilize your opponent. Force them out of bounds, get them to surrender, or knock them unconscious. Injuries are okay, thanks to our lovely recovery girl on standby, but anything lethal is a no-go." Cementos sat down on the concrete throne he'd just erected on the edge of the arena. "I'll intervene if anything goes too far." Midnight finished, contestants ready. Momo steeled her resolve and squared her shoulders. "Ready." Bondo nodded. "Ready. Begin." Momo wasted no time in fashioning a staff and shield, grabbing the items out of her forearms and dashing forwards. Her opponent was seemingly caught off guard by her quick start, and stumbled backwards a few paces in surprise. Her instinct was to capitalize on that moment of weakness, but her sense of honor made her pause, wondering if that was truly the right call. That moment of indecision was all it took for Bondo to recover, an off-white substance spraying from the holes in his face. Momo gritted her teeth and fell back, the goop pouring over her. Suddenly, the substance turned rock-solid, trapping her in place. She struggled within her prison, but it seemed hopeless. Bondo rubbed at the back of his neck. "Sorry about this. You seem like a way better fighter than me. You should probably move on. But my glue is really tough when it hardens like that." Momo's eyes widened. "Glue, you say?" A grin stretched over her face against her will. "That tells me all I need to know." A clear liquid began oozing out of her exposed skin, and the hardened glue began melting away. Bondo took a few steps back, clearly surprised despite his literally unreadable expression. "Acid," Momo huffed, ignoring the irritation spreading over her skin. "Hardly. This compound is often used for other purposes, but it's quite an effective glue softener. Hydrogen peroxide." She strode forward, confidence filling her steps. She was in her element, and Bondo knew it, falling on his rear and backpedaling rapidly. "And no, wait." He stopped just in front of the boundary line, and Momo stood a couple feet away from him. She calmly lifted her staff, pressing the end underneath Bondo's chin. "Submit." The taller boy raised his hands in surrender. I yield, I yield. Midnight snapped her whip. Bondo has surrendered. The winner of this match is Yaoyorozu Momo. The crowd began cheering, and Momo sighed with relief, removing her staff from Bondo's chin and stowing it under her left arm. She held out her free hand to the boy. My apologies, but I must always make use of whatever I have available to me. Bondo chuckled and accepted the hand up. No problem. I just wish I was as confident as you. Momo blinked, her next words driven from her throat. As confident as me. Bondo gave a soft smile. Good fight. Let's spar again sometime. Yeah. She nodded numbly. Of course. I would be honored. Shadow heard the crowd's cheers and took that as his cue. He stood up from his chair and left his waiting room, quickly turning around the corner towards the tunnel that led into the stadium. However, he paused, a scowl coming over his face. You're in my way. Endeavor leaned against the wall in front of him, his expression cold despite the fire over his eyes and beard. You're being disgraceful, Shadow. Shadow said nothing, simply starting forward and paying the bastard no mind as he walked past. Leave me alone. If you'd just used your left side, you would have claimed uncontestable victory in the first two events. Stop your childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might. Do you understand? Shadow paused just before the exit, his fists clenched. Is that all you have to say to me? I'll win this festival with only Mom's power. I won't use your power in battle. Endeavor huffed behind him. Even if that works for now, you'll quickly reach the limits of your right side. Shadow ignored him, but a fire burned in his chest. He walked up the steps to the arena, the hero's words ringing in his ears. Present Mike announced. Entering the ring now, it's one of the powerhouses of 1A, Todoroki Shadow. Midoriya's father hummed. Should be interesting to see how he handles this fight. He's shown aptitude for both overwhelming power and fine control, so just about anything could happen. Shadow ignored the commentators, just barely registering his opponent walking up on the other side with a smug grin. Mike continued. And his opponent? The utter enigma that is Shinsu Hitoshi of 1 degrees Celsius. He hasn't really done anything to stand out yet, so he may have a hidden ace up his sleeve. Midoriya added. Keen viewers may have noticed his quirk in use during the obstacle race and cavalry battle, but he's done a good job of hiding it. And you're not getting any spoilers out of me, so don't even try. Midnight shouted. You win if you immobilize your opponent, force them out of bounds, knock them unconscious, or get them to surrender. Fighters ready. Shinsu called. Ready. Shadow merely nodded wordlessly, not trusting his voice. Midnight snapped her whip. Begin. Shinsu stuck his hands in his pockets, rocking back and forth on his heels. So, you're pretty strong. But I bet a lot of that came from being Endeavor's kid. How much of your accomplishments are really your own? Ordinarily, Shadow would have simply ignored his opponent's words and calmly frozen the other boy to the ground. But Endeavor had gotten his boiling. He shifted his right foot and muttered, sorry. Hasashi had always been more perceptive to changes in atmosphere than most people. He had to be, in order to notice if his fire breath was acting up and cut it off before anything went wrong. So he considered himself lucky for being able to notice the sudden shift in the air, and to follow his instincts and throw himself away from the window. Mike had just started turning in his seat, a question on his lips, when the temperature in the booth dropped like a rock, and an absolutely massive wave of ice erupted from one side of the arena. The attack stretched above the roof of the stadium and almost beyond the outer wall. At a glance, it looked like nobody in the stands was trapped inside, but it certainly blocked the students' view of the field. Down in the arena, Todoroki stood at the base of the glacier, his breath visible and the right side of his body coated in frost. Midnight stood stock-still, half of her body covered in ice. Cementos, despite being untouched, was shivering in his seat. Shinsu, the poor kid, was almost completely encased, with only his head exposed, and even then only from the nose up. He could still breathe, which was good, but he certainly wasn't capable of talking, which meant he was well and truly done. Midnight stuttered out, "Sh Shinsu, see can you move?" The Gen Ed student gave her a look that clearly conveyed a message of what the hell do you think? Hasashi, after noticing Mike's shock-induced paralysis, cleared his throat and scooted up to his microphone. Shinsu Hitoshi is unable to continue fighting. Todoroki Shadow moves on to the next round. The crowd was silent as Todoroki walked up to his defeated opponent, muttering something and laying his left hand against Shinsu's frozen chest. Steam rose from the point of contact, and the ice around the Gen Ed student's body began to melt. Hasashi muted his microphone and leaned back in his chair. There's overkill, and then there's that. Somebody should talk to Todoroki. Make sure he's doing okay. Mike nodded numbly. I'll get someone on that, as soon as I can. Half an hour later, Denki strutted up his side of the arena, the grin on his face masking his inner anxiety. I have no clue who I'm going up against, oh man. What if they turn out to be one of 1B's powerhouses, like Todoroki or Midoriya? I could be totally screwed. Mike shouted. Coming up to the arena now, it's my fellow blonde of 1A, Kaminari Denki. Midoriya's dad hummed. His quirk is definitely a powerful one, but the way he uses it doesn't quite sit right with me. I'd love to talk to him about it later, but now's not the time. A plain-looking girl with an impassive expression walked up on the other side, and his opponent, the enigmatic Kodai Yui of 1B. Midoriya's dad grunted. And there's a quirk that loves to break the laws of physics. Those have been getting more common in recent years. Have you noticed that? Midnight announced. You win if your opponent is immobilized, forced out of bounds, knocked unconscious, or made to surrender. Fighters ready. Kaminari shoved down his anxiety and grinned widely. Ready. His opponent nodded once. Begin. Kodai immediately reached down and tapped the floor, before picking something up off the ground. Kaminari wondered for a second what it was, before shoving it aside and building up a charge. Hey, I just met you. And this is crazy, and I'm gonna win, but call me maybe. Kodai immediately hid a giggle behind her hand, and his grin widened. I saw that you've fallen hopelessly in love with me. Don't take it too bad. All right. He raised his hands over his head, before pointing them at the ground. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Electricity surged outwards from his body, rolling across the floor and quickly spreading towards Kodai. Denki grinned, his victory all but assured, until a giant concrete wall popped up out of nowhere. Denki blinked. Cementos. He glanced at the hero, but Cementos was still sitting, leaning on one hand with a grin on his face. Denki glanced back at the wall, feeling his consciousness slipping as his guaranteed victory zapped the few brain cells he still had. Then his indiscriminate shock petered out, and the wall vanished, showing Kodai standing there with a small grin. She tossed something up and down, and Denki's jaw dropped as he realized that it was a tiny square of concrete and part of the arena floor was missing. She smirked over at him and winked. Call me maybe. Denki couldn't help but grin. Oh, she got me good. Then he blacked out, scurrying to the nearest Pokémon Center and protecting his exhausted Pokémon from harm. Izuku cracked his knuckles, walking up his side of the arena and flanked by the 8 wisps. Mike announced, coming up now, it's the prismatic president of 1A, Midoriya Izuku. Dad added, for the sake of honesty, I'll admit that I'm rooting for him, but can you blame me? Mike cackled. No, we really can't. Ida walked up to the other side of the arena, stiff as ever. Oh, and entering the arena is his opponent, the breakneck legacy of 1A, Ida Tenya. Dad hummed, as the youngest of the Ida family. He's got big shoes to fill, but I'd say his Recipro Burst has done that in spades and then some. Seriously, Ingenium never displayed that level of speed until several years into his career. And his kid brother does it barely even a month into his first year of high school. Respect. Midnight announced, you win if your opponent is immobilized, forced out of bounds, knocked unconscious, or made to surrender. Fighters ready. Izuku called, ready. In unison, the wisps warbled, ready. Ida called back, ready. Midnight snapped her whip out. Begin. In the blink of an eye, Izuku fused with white and dashed towards the center of the arena, seeing Ida come rushing forward to meet him. The two collided, Ida's kick clashing against Izuku's own. After a brief stare-down, they slipped past each other, skidding towards opposite sides of the arena before turning on their heels and charging back in. Elbow charge met elbow charge. Out and back in. Flying knee met flying knee. Out and back in. Another clash. Out and back in. Again. Out and back in. Again. And again. And again. Faster and faster until the outside world became a blur. Izuku barely even registered the running commentary from Mike and Dad, laser focused on the fight. Rather than feeling worn out, each clash just served to reinvigorate him, and he could tell that Ida was in the exact same mindset. The taller boy's engines were firing in quick succession, the pace picking up as the fight went on. After a few more seconds, Izuku practically even forgot this was a fight at all. This was just an utter thrill, a contest of speed to see who could reach their limits first. The pain from the clashing blows didn't even register, absorbed as he was. Sadly, it couldn't go on forever. Even though Izuku had energy to burn, Ida's quirk didn't have the same fuel capacity. And it showed when, about 5 minutes in, his engine sputtered. Ida missed a step, and Izuku, lost in his elation, slammed into the taller boy at top speeds, sending both of them careening towards the edge of the arena. Pink trilled an alarm and flew in. White diffusing just in time for her to take his position and lock Izuku's feet in place, mere inches from the boundary line. Ida, in contrast, went flying out of the arena, bouncing off the grass once before slamming into the concrete wall under the stands. The crowd muttered in shock, only to sigh in relief as Ida shot upright, patting his chest a couple times before tossing out a thumbs up. Midnight gave a sigh of relief and shot a grateful look at Cementos, who Izuku realized had a hand pressed against the closest section of the concrete wall. Mike shouted, "Whoa, what even happened there?" Dad hummed, "My guess is that Ida's engines misfired, causing him to stall for only a moment. But since Midoriya was moving so fast, that one moment was enough for him to slam into Ida, carrying both of them towards the edge. Thankfully, Midoriya's quirk caught him before he could launch himself out of bounds, and Cementos managed to soften that part of the wall just enough that Ida didn't shatter on impact." Mike let out a whistle, Wow, and going back over the footage in super slow-mo, it seems you're right impressive, considering I'm a trained pro and even I couldn't tell. Dan huffed. I think that's less a point in my favor and more a point against yours. Mike groaned. Oh, come on. Midnight announced. Ida Tenya is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku deactivated the spikes and dropped down to the field below, running up to Ida. You all right? Ida chuckled. I will be fine, Midoriya. As your father said, Cementos softened the wall before I hit, so the impact wasn't terrible. Nothing seems broken, at the very least. Izuku hummed worriedly. Yeah, but you were still going pretty fast. Are you sure you're all right? Ida blinked. You know, upon further consideration, there appears to be 4 of you, and there are black spots in my vision. Perhaps you should catch me. The taller boy fainted on the spot, but Izuku was prepared, catching Ida before he could eat dirt. Midnight winced and said something into her earpiece, and a pair of one-wheeled robots emerged from the nearby tunnel, carrying a stretcher between them. We will take it from here. Izuku cautiously loaded Ida onto the stretcher, his worry evident on his face as the bots wheeled his bice rep towards Recovery Girl's emergency office. He shot a glance at Midnight, before steeling his resolve and jogging after the robots. I gotta make sure he turns out okay. Mirai hummed, poring over the footage of the most recent match. At speed it definitely could be one for all. He's certainly fast enough for it to be so. But the presence of the squid creatures makes me think otherwise. The analyst said that the pink one was Midoriya's quirk, and he's the boy's father, so he'd certainly know if that was the case. Still, it's far too varied to possibly be a singular quirk. Could it be that his original quirk was creating those creatures, and One for All augmented it to become that? No, Toshinori would have told me if he'd chosen a successor. A thought hit him, and he froze. But One for All isn't the only way for a quirk to drastically mutate in such a way. We already suspect that he survived the battle 6 years ago. Could Midoriya be him in disguise, or could Midoriya be his secret child? It's possible that each squid is a stolen quirk, and fusing grants that quirk to the host. In that case, the personality of each squid might reflect that of the original user. Mirai nodded, the way forward clear as day. Too many things line up for it to not be the case. This Midoriya clearly possesses some form of all-for-one's quirk. A secret child, or the original villain disguised as a student. Either way, I must have him where I can keep an eye on him, and perhaps find out just what he knows. Making up his mind, he reached into his desk and retrieved a certain form, filling out an invitation to Midoriya Izuku for internships. Ochako couldn't help but feel nervous as she walked up to the arena. She was at a massive disadvantage here. Zero was primarily a long-range fighter, and she was entirely a close-range one. All he had to do was wrap her in tape right off the bat, and she'd be done for. She shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind. No, I can't think like that. A good hero can find a way out of any bad spot, Mixensei announced. Entering the arena now, it's the physics-defying witch of 1A, Uraraka Ochako. Midoriya added, physics-defying is right. I still have absolutely zero clue how her quirk actually functions, but we don't have time to get into all of that. Zero strode up to the other side of the arena, grinning smugly. And her opponent, he's good, real good, but there's that plainness he just can't shake. It's Zero Hanta of 1A. Midoriya snorted. Plainness? Do you see those elbows? Zero chuckled and cracked his knuckles. That's just mean. Midnight called. You win if your opponent is immobilized, forced out of bounds, knocked unconscious, or made to surrender. Fighters ready. Ochako steeled her nerves and settled into a rudimentary stance. Ready. Zero called back. Ready. Begin. Ochako knew instinctively that if she slipped up for even a moment, Zero would capitalize on that and string her up like a set of Christmas lights in a heartbeat. So I won't give him the chance. She took off like a rocket, running low to the ground with her hands held down by her knees. Zero appeared surprised by her sudden start, and he took a step back in shock. Ochako was briefly reminded of Yaoyorozu's match against Bondo, but quickly dismissed the thought and kept going. To his credit, Zero recovered quickly, shooting a strand of tape from his left elbow towards her upper body. Either the adrenaline pumping through her body was more potent than she thought, or her reactions were better than she thought, but Ochako saw it coming a mile away. She ducked to her right, going underneath the tape and continuing forward. Zero visibly panicked, frantically throwing out another strand of tape from his right elbow that swung around like a lasso. Ochako ducked under it again, before lunging forward and upward. Her right palm slammed into Zero's stomach, knocking the breath from the boy's lungs. At the same time, all 5 finger pads made contact, and Zero was sent flying out of the ring, gravity no longer able to slow him down. Fortunately, air resistance was still active, and Zero's momentum was slowed just enough that when he hit the wall, it didn't do more than make him gasp for breath. Ochako froze, still standing with her knees bent and her right palm outstretched. The crowd was silent, stunned by the match being over so quickly that Mike hadn't even gotten a word in. Midnight blinked. Zero Hanta is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Uraraka Ochako. The crowd started muttering amongst themselves in confusion, And then cheers started to rise up, but Ochako ignored them, staring at her right hand. What the hell was that? Ijiru scowled as he walked up to the arena. Normally, he'd have a big grin on his face and manliness in his heart, but that Monoma guy from the cavalry battle had ticked him off. Who does he think he is? Insulting the class and acting like Midoribro didn't get seriously hurt at the USJ. Like announced, coming into the ring now, it's the manliest man to ever man, Kirishima Ijiru of 1A. Midori-san added in a breath. Yikes, even from here, he looks pissed off. I feel sorry for the other guy. A dude with a speech bubble for a head cautiously stepped into the arena on the other side, displaying the kanji for afraid. And here comes the other guy in question, the manga man himself, Fukudashi Manga. Yet another quirk that loves bending physics. He's honestly lucky he speaks Japanese. We've got a whole slew of onomatopoeias compared to other languages. Dude, are you doing okay? You look really mad. Did I do something wrong? Ijiru cracked his knuckles. No, just trying to work off some steam. Your classmate didn't get to the tournament, so you'll have to do. Fukuda Shibro winced. Monoma, I'm guessing. Ijiru nodded wordlessly, and Fukuda Shibro sighed. Figured. He makes 1A out to be this challenge to overcome while simultaneously badmouthing you guys every chance he gets. It's weird. Ijiru huffed. You're not bad, Fukuda Shibro. But this anger isn't going anywhere, and it wouldn't be manly to unload it on my classmates. Fukuda Shibro sighed in resignation. Yeah, I get it. Shame it had to be this way, but whatever. Midnight nodded and cracked her whip. Begin. Ijiru rushed forward, his arms hardening in a shower of sparks with his fingers extended. Fukudashi's head turned spiked as the kanji shifted to shocked. And he shouted, Suda Suda. The corresponding kanji appeared behind his legs, and he darted away from Ijiru's charge faster than the redhead expected. Midori-san grunted. Interesting application. And definitely a useful one in that scenario. I'd hate to be on the other end of an incoming truck, personally. Mixensei snorted. Ice-Sky fans would disagree with you on that. Fukuda Shibro chuckled nervously, laying a hand over his heart. Man, that was scary, but if I'm gonna be a hero, I can't let stuff like that get to me now. Try a gatten on for size. A massive set of kanji shot away from Fukuda Shibro, sounding just like a freight train and bearing down on Ijiru. Ordinarily, he'd have ducked out of the way, but that blonde asshole had his boiling. So he did something stupid. He charged forward. His entire upper body hardened and slammed into the metallic kanji, grabbing it by the sides and planting his hardened feet against the ground. Ijiru skidded backwards along the arena floor, digging trenches in the concrete. The kanji huffed and puffed, and he roared wordlessly, shoving back with all the power he could drag from his muscles. Somehow, miraculously, he slid to a stop just inside the boundary line, the momentum of the kanji dying. His eyes blazing, he tightened his grip, digging holes in the metal symbols, and slammed his hardened head against them. Huge cracks ran along the entire length of the attack, and the kanji rapidly crumbled. As the dust cleared, Ijiru stalked forward, his pumping and his head pounding. He ignored the pain shooting through his legs, ignored the ringing in his ears, ignored the cracking of his hardened skin to focus on Fukuda Shibro. Mixensei was oddly silent, and a few throat clears came from the speakers before Midori-san said, That kid effectively just tanked a runaway train and then crushed that train with a goddamn headbutt. You know, just in case anyone missed that. Ijiru slammed his hardened right fist into his left palm, cracking his neck by tilting his head back and forth. Come on, Fukuda Shibro hit me like a real man, hit me harder. Fukuda Shibro took a step backwards and nervously shouted, Gashin. Rocky kanji formed in the air over the arena, before gravity took hold and they fell down, slamming into Ijiru's head like a ton of bricks and kicking up another dust cloud. He stalked out of it, looking no worse for wear, but feeling slightly less pissed. Come on harder. Gobo gobo. Watery kanji washed against him, soaking his gym uniform, but he was unfazed. Harder. Kon. 2 quick sets of kanji slammed into him, each one forcing him one step backwards, but he continued forward. Harder. Bito. 2 sets of kanji appeared under his feet, sticking them to the ground like mintas. Ijiru angrily glanced at them, before continuing forward by ripping out the chunks of concrete directly underneath his feet and walking on them like platform shoes. Come on, I said, hit me. Mira. Fiery kanji erupted around him, and his uniform shirt burst into flames, only to quickly burn away. Harder, bro, harder. Goro. Several sets of kanji appeared out of nowhere behind Fukuda Shibro, rolling across the arena floor and slamming into Ijiru in quick succession, driving him back towards the boundary line. A massive grin stretched across his face, and he smashed his right fist into a rocky kanji, sending it flying back into another one. That's it, that's what I'm talking about. Bro, no holding back, man to man. Gora. Ijiru grinned wider and charged forward, barely noticing that the sticky kanji had vanished. He smashed through boulder after boulder, quickly gaining ground. Fukuda shouted louder and louder as he approached, the kanji coming faster and stronger. At about the middle of the arena, Izuku was forced to stand his ground, breaking through each boulder as it came without being able to move forward. Goro go. Fukuda suddenly doubled over, clutching at his throat with both hands. Mike shouted, "Ooh, it looks like Fukudashi has finally hit his limit, folks, but will Kirishima take advantage of this opportunity?" Izuku scoffed, letting his hardening fade away. "Of course not. Fighting when your opponent's got nothing left isn't manly at all." Midnight stepped forward. "Fukudashi, are you able to continue?" The 1B student glanced up at her and shook his head, quickly forming an X with his arms. He rasped, "No juice left. I'm done." Midnight cracked her whip. Fukudashi manga is unable to continue. The winner of this match is Kirishima Izuku. The crowd roared in excitement, and Izuku let out a sigh of relief, walking over and extending a hand to Fukuda. "Sorry about all of that, bro. Thanks for helping me let off some steam, though." Fukuda chuckled weakly. "No problem, Kirishima." Tetsu sat utterly still, his eyes blown wide and his jaw hanging. "Guys, I think I might not stack up to Kirishima, bro." Monomabro huffed. "Nonsense, you can do everything he can and then some." Kamikuribro scoffed. "You seriously think Tetsu could tank a freight train with his bare hands? I doubt it. That Kirishima guy just earned some respect in my book." Monomabro scoffed. "Well, at least Tetsu has a better grip on his temper than that 1A brute." Kaibarabro cracked an eyebrow. "I figure he was right to be pissed, after you referred to their class rep being put in a coma as getting an OE on his Finji." Tetsu bristled and glared at Monoma. "Dude, not manly." Katsuki cracked his knuckles as he walked up to the arena. "If I make it to the semifinals, that fight's gonna be interesting. Sheik has some real fire in her, and Kirishima's a lot tougher than I thought," Mike announced. Entering the ring now, it's the expert demolitionist of Class 1A, Bakugo Katsuki. Uncle Hisashi chuckled. "I feel sorry for the poor sap who has to fight this kid. He may not be my kid, but I've heard enough about him from my kid that I know him just as well. And from what I've heard, he's not a guy you ever want to tangle with." Edgar Allan Crow strolled up the stairs on the other side, a calm expression on his face. "And here's the poor sap in question, Class 1AS resident of darkness, Takoyami Fumikage." Uncle Hisashi chuckled again. "The kid's got quite the unique quirk, that's for sure. Sentient quirks are a rare find. And the relationship between host and let's go with passenger can make or break their fighting skills. Let's see what these two can do." Katsuki grinned and slammed a fist into his palm. "I doubt we'll see much out of our resident demon. I noticed during the cavalry battle that she needed blue to tank Pikachu's attacks. That, and the fact that she's called Dark Shadow leads me to believe that she doesn't do well with light." His grin widened as Edgar Allan Crow winced. "And explosions usually have a lot of that." The bird-headed student grunted. "That may be true, but even still, a hero must continue to fight, even if the odds are stacked against them." Katsuki smirked. "Bingo. So you'd better not even think about surrendering, Edgar Allan Crow." The feathers above the guy's right eye shifted, which Katsuki took to be the equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "How uncouth. You could at least have the decency to refer to me by name." Katsuki chuckled and set off an explosion in his left palm, burning away a bit of excess sweat to keep his blasts from becoming lethal. "If you want that privilege, prove that you deserve it." Midnight glanced back and forth between the two students. "You win if your opponent is immobilized, forced out of bounds, knocked unconscious, or made to surrender. Fighters ready." Katsuki grinned. "Ready," quoth the raven huffed. "Ready." The heroine cracked her whip. "Begin." Dark Shadow. On it. The apparition shot out of the other guy's navel, soaring across the arena and bearing down on Katsuki. He merely grinned and drew back his right hand. "Coming at me right off the bat. Not bad. Not bad. A hero can't afford to hesitate." Dark Shadow lifted her right claw, before swinging it down at where Katsuki was standing. The key word being was. At the last second, he jumped to his right, dodging the blow and letting the shadowy bird bury her claws in the concrete. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he took off, running low to the ground with sparks building up on his right palm. Quoth the raven paled and braced himself. "Dark Shadow, to me." Katsuki cackled. "Here's the thing, I don't gotta get both of you out of this ring, just the host." He lashed out with a vicious right hook, only for the explosion to slam into Dark Shadow's wing. The other arm swung out wildly, and he was forced to disengage, jumping back and skidding along the cement floor. "All right, not bad. Didn't think you could move that fast." Dark Shadow huffed, shaking her left arm like it was bruised. "Didn't have to move. Just had to not be for 1 second, and then be the next." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "So it takes time for you to get away from your host, but practically no time at all to get back to him." "Neat trick," quoth the raven scoffed. "She seems to think that my safety is more important than victory." He rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. "A ridiculous notion, if you ask me." Katsuki snorted. "So you do have a sense of humor. And of course, like everything else about you, it's dark." "Should have known," quoth the raven smirked. You really should have. Why would you expect anything else from the eminence of Shadow? Dark Shadow whispered something to her host, and the Raven hummed. Well, it is at least worth a shot. I would have preferred to test this in a more controlled environment, but no time like the present, I suppose. Dark Shadow repositioned herself to hover over the Raven, her arms held above his. She slowly floated down, practically merging with him until there was a thin layer of shadowy energy superimposed over his physical body. The same energy coated his head and upper back, though his normal eyes were still visible in front of Dark Shadow's glowing yellow ones, and demonic purple claws covered his hands. Katsuki grinned. Damn, that's cool. Uncle Hisashi whistled. Whoa, looks like Takoyami found a new application for his quirk. Katsuki locked eyes with his opponent. But is it any good? The Raven chuckled. Let's find out, shall we? Cracks appeared under his feet before the bird-headed student launched himself across the arena. The crowd gasped, and Katsuki's grin widened, drawing back his left palm. We shall. His opponent launched a left hook, and Katsuki countered with one of his own, enhanced with an explosion. The colliding forces sent both combatants sliding backwards. But the Raven grinned. It seems this form lowers Dark Shadow's weakness to light. Your blows are no longer as potent against us. Katsuki sent an answering grin and cracked his knuckles. Then I'll just have to turn up the heat. They raced forward again. Right hook meeting right hook. Another explosion rang out, and Katsuki jumped backwards out of the cloud of smoke, Dark Shadow's claws barely missing his shirt. He lunged forward with his left hand, swinging from the ground to the sky and aiming at the Raven's chin. His opponent stepped back, before retaliating with a right hook to the stomach. Katsuki sidestepped, before swinging his right hand down, sparks building up in the palm. The bird-headed student caught the blast on a shadowy arm, the dark energy receding for just a moment before rushing back over the skin. They continued exchanging blows, getting faster with each collision. Katsuki took a claw to the shoulder that ripped through his gym uniform. The Raven took a blast to the face that left him dazed and stumbling for a couple seconds. Katsuki's shirt was torn through, thin red lines opening across his chest. The Raven lost one leg of his uniform to a blast he couldn't quite avoid. Both were giving everything they had, and it seemed they were pretty evenly matched. However, Katsuki knew that he had an advantage. The cloudless sky allowed sunlight to constantly beat down on Takoyami, and that was keeping Dark Shadow just weak enough for his blasts to have an effect. And he was proven correct when Takoyami was just too slow, an explosion going past his defenses and burning his uniform shirt away, Dark Shadow recoiling in pain. The bird-headed student stumbled back, and Katsuki capitalized on that brief moment of weakness, pouring it on with a barrage of attacks from nearly every angle. Up, down, right, left, center, shoulder. Takoyami was forced backwards, trying to get away from his opponent until he was standing just inside the boundary line. A quick glance at the nearby edge of the ring seemed to bolster Takoyami's will, and he stood his ground, devoting everything to defense and refusing to leave any openings for Katsuki to exploit. Unfortunately for him, that just meant he couldn't retaliate, and Katsuki had fuel for days. Katsuki laid into Takoyami with a noticeably larger blast, forcing Dark Shadow to retreat under his skin entirely, leaving him largely defenseless. To his credit, Takoyami didn't give up, choosing to lunge forward and aim a clumsy punch at Katsuki's face. Unfortunately, he was completely tapped out, and Katsuki caught the blow easily, before forcing Takoyami onto his back, pinning his arm by the wrist and laying a knee on his chest. Yield. Dark Shadow appeared behind Takoyami, ready to lunge for Katsuki, but he held his right hand out, sparks popping in quick succession. The shadowy bird flinched back, and Takoyami sighed in resignation. That is enough, Dark Shadow. We are finished. Midnight cracked her whip. Takoyami Fumikage has surrendered. The winner of this match is Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd roared in delight, and Katsuki removed his knee from Takoyami's chest, pulling the bird-headed boy to his feet. Not bad, Takoyami. Not bad at all. Takoyami grinned. Likewise, Bakugo. They grinned widely as she strode onto the stage, followed closely by her newly appointed assistant decked out in her wonderful baby. Vocal cords hummed. That's weird. Looks like Ashido is using some of her opponent's support gear. Is that even allowed? Frecklison, once again proving that he got May, chuckled. Not to worry. Hatsum approached Principal Nedzu with her proposal earlier, and this particular situation was approved before those two came out. We're in for a real treat here, folks, so sit back and enjoy the show. They tapped at her headset, the ping notifying her that everything was up and running. She tossed a thumbs up at her assistant, before clearing her throat, the sound echoing from the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, viewers of all ages, prepare to be amazed. Pinky cut in. Come on. Come all, now's your on-scene-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the work of the incredible Hatsume on stage, and in person. Nowhere else in Japan will you ever have the chance to witness such fine craftsmanship, milady. If you would be so kind as to start us off. May grinned. But of course, my lovely assistant now, as any good hero knows, the most important part of saving a life is getting there in time to save it well. If you couldn't before, now you can. Thanks to these electromagnetic souls, her shoe babies hummed to life, and she bounded around the arena like she was on the moon. True to their name, these beauties use electromagnetic induction to effectively lower the effects of gravity, thereby greatly increasing the wearer's speed. Pinky interjected, "Of course, fancishmancy siffy technobabble is all well and good. But sometimes, you need good old physics to get you where you're going, not to worry. The hover souls are just what you need." The fans roared to life, and she hovered off the ground, before shooting forward to catch May in her arms. With 2 high-power fans on each soul, plus 1 on each heel, you can get wherever you need to be in less than 1/5 of the time it'd take on foot, guaranteed. And with a hybrid wind solar battery, you'll never need to recharge. May grinned widely. But when you get there, you're obviously gonna need a way to keep those nasty villains contained until the police arrive. Have no fear. Hatsune May is here. This trusty capture gun will fire specially made carbon fiber net, guaranteed to restrain even the toughest of foes. And just in case you happen to miss the first time, not to worry, up to 5 nets can be fired before needing to reload. Pinky held up a finger. But that's not all. Isashi made sure his mic was muted before letting out the laughing fit he'd been holding in. Yamada was dumbfounded. She turned her match into a business advertisement, and Nedzu let her borrow the speaker system. Hisashi switched from laughing to coughing, before composing himself and grinning at his fellow commentator. I mean, she'd have used the speakers anyway, but I convinced her to ask Nedzu first before trying to hack the systems. Besides, it's not gonna go on forever. Yamada blinked. Are you sure about that? Because she's still got a lot of babies she hasn't talked about yet, and it doesn't seem like she's slowing down anytime soon. Hisashi chuckled. Just wait. 8 minutes later, right as May was in the middle of detailing the varied uses of the wire arrow, her earpiece beeped, signaling that she only had half a minute left with the speakers. Unfazed, she continued, and you can swap out the barbed point for a jointed claw to use on human targets. Silently, she signaled to Pinky that their time was almost up. The other girl nodded and announced, naturally, this item is even more useful if used alongside the electromagnetic souls or hover souls, milady. How about a demonstration? May beamed. But of course, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. But if you'd like to know more, contact UAS support department and ask for Hatsune May. That's Hatsune May. Now go beat the snot out of your classmates, my lovely assistant. The arrow on her right hip suddenly swiveled 180 degrees and fired, burying the tip in the concrete wall behind her. The electromagnetic souls hummed to life, and the wire started retracting, dragging May over the boundary line and off the side of the arena. As she left, she did a backflip with a 2-fingered salute, her babies retracting and deactivating as she landed upright on the grass. As soon as her feet were on the ground, the speakers clicked, and Midnight's throat clear was audible. Hatsune May is out of bounds. Ashido Mina moves on to the next round. Several people in the stands sighed with relief, but May paid them no attention. Her eyes locked on the support company representatives muttering amongst themselves. She grinned. Mission accomplished. Pinky launched herself off the side of the arena, nimbly landing on the grass and jogging over to May. Man, that was fun. May chuckled. I try. She grabbed Pinky's shoulders and undid the clasps of the auto balancers, collapsing the baby and sticking it under her arm. Anyway, you don't get my babies for the other rounds, so gimme. Pinky grinned and obediently started stripping off all the babies May had loaned her. You know, the cables on the wire arrow are strong enough that you could probably use one like a chain weapon. Ever heard of rope darts or flying claws? May beamed. Nope, but they sound really cool. Let me get back to you on that. Shadow peeked around the corner, sighing with relief when he saw that Endeavor wasn't present this time. He quickly strode through the hallway, exiting the tunnel to the cheering of the crowd. Present Mike shouted. Coming up to the ring now, it's the Arctic Emperor, Todoroki Shadow. Midoriya's father added. Fortunately for the stands, he doesn't look nearly as pissed this time around. With any luck, we won't need to spend half an hour getting the arena cleared for the next fight. Yaoyorozu walked into the arena on the opposite side, wringing her hands nervously. Mike continued, and here's his opponent, the Viceroy of Variety, Yaoyorozu Momo. Midoriya grunted. If she can channel the same confidence she had during her last fight, she's more than capable of pulling out another victory here. Knowing her, she's already got something in the wings to deal with extreme cold. Yaoyorozu cautiously locked eyes with Shadow. Todoroki-kun, are you alright? You've been rather closed off. Shadow sighed, flexing his right hand. It's nothing personal. I've just had to deal with my old man more than usual today. He glanced past her to where Endeavor was positioned at the back of the stands, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Frost spread over Shadow's right shoulder against his will. He's not even paying attention. He's assuming the result of this match is a foregone conclusion. A scowl crossed Yaoyorozu's face for only the barest moment, before she composed herself and clenched a fist. Todoroki-kun, he's not important right now. Please, try to ignore him. Shadow cracked an eyebrow. Ignore him, you say that like it's possible. He's everywhere I go. I can't escape him. Yaoyorozu grabbed her left wrist with her right hand. Todoroki-kun, please, you're not fighting him right now. Shadow sighed, feeling the cold spread through his fingers. I wish that were true. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. Yaoyorozu immediately snagged a staff and shield from her thighs, darting forward with determination etched in her face. Under other circumstances, Shadow might have let her fight him for a little while, to show Endeavor that she was strong, but he wasn't in the mood right now. He easily sidestepped her hasty swing, grabbing the metal pole and releasing his quirk. Sorry about this. Ice quickly spread along the metal, then down her skin before she even had a chance to react. In seconds, Yaoyorozu was solidly frozen to the floor, with no chance of moving. Her head was still free, but the rest of her body was completely still. The crowd fell silent. After a few seconds, Midnight slowly raised her arm. Yaoyorozu Momo is unable to move. The winner of this match is Todoroki Shadow. Shadow stepped forward, allowing heat to flood his left hand as he held it over Yaoyorozu's stomach, the ice melting away. I'm sorry, but I need to win this tournament. I can't afford to waste time. He ignored the pained look Yaoyorozu gave him. Izuku cracked his knuckles as he walked up to the arena, the other wisps floating behind his shoulders. Based on her match against Kaminari, she's able to shrink and grow things. White's tapped out, so who wants to take point this time? Yellow giggled. Ooh, pick me, pick me. Green sighed. You probably should go with him. He'll be unbearable for the rest of the day if he doesn't get used during the tournament. And now seems like the best time to do so. White hummed in agreement. Makes sense. You'd be able to drill through anything she throws at you, and go through any barriers she tries to put up. And we don't need to worry about her looking incompetent. She already shut down that notion against Kaminari. Cyan rolled his eyes. Literally everyone looks competent against that dunderhead. Pink smacked the other wisp upside the head. Be nice, Present Mike announced. Entering the ring now, it's the luminous lieutenant of 1A, Midoriya Izuku. The crowd cheered loudly, and Dad chuckled. Listen to that. Sounds like he's made a few fans in the stands today. Kodai walked up on the other side of the arena, humming to herself as she stared at Izuku wordlessly. Light continued, and here's his opponent, the size-changing marvel of 1B, Kodai Yui. More cheers rose from other parts of the stands, and Dad snorted. She's gained a following of her own, not that I blame them. I did always like Ant-Man. Midnight cracked her whip. You win if your opponent is immobilized, forced out of bounds, knocked unconscious, or made to surrender. Fighters ready. Izuku called. Ready. Kodai nodded. Begin. Yellow fused in a flash of light, and Izuku shot forward. At the same time, Kodai crouched low to tap a concrete panel in the floor, shrinking it to the size of a 100 yen coin before snatching it up. Izuku at his right arm, racing towards his opponent as she held out her right hand. She flicked the shrunken panel at him with her thumb, like she was flipping a coin in his direction. She clapped her hands together, and the panel grew back to full size in seconds, still spinning through the air. Izuku grinned widely and pulled his right arm down, before punching upwards. His fist caught the edge of the panel as it spun down towards him, and the clashing forces sent it slowly spinning back the other way. Izuku hopped back, letting the panel spin once in midair, before lunging forward. Yellow energy swirled around his body, forming a conical aura around him with the point above his head. Right as the panel turned upright, Izuku shot through the center of it, leaving a hole about a meter in diameter with cracks running from the hole to the edges. Landing on his back as the panel broke into pieces behind him, Izuku rolled upright and continued running forward, eyes locked on his opponent. To her credit, Kodai appeared unfazed, shrinking the panels by her feet before erecting them in front of herself as a two-layer barrier. Grinning wider, Izuku crouched low, before jumping as high as he could, left arm swinging back, up, and around. He caught the top edge of the nearby barrier and planted his feet against the concrete face, before hauling himself up and over. Kodai glanced up as he soared over her head, one arm reaching for the barrier in front of her. The panel began to shrink as Izuku fell, and she leaned forward to grab it out of the air. Not today. Izuku reached back with his right hand, grabbing hold of Kodai's shirt collar and dragging her with him, pulling her away from the shrunken panel that was just starting to fall. His feet hit the ground, and he lunged forward, continuing with his momentum while pulling with all his might. Kodai was lifted off the ground and yanked past Izuku. As soon as she was in front of him, he let go, digging his heels into the concrete. Kodai was flung towards the edge of the arena, skidding across the concrete as her arms pinwheeled, trying to regain her balance. Unfortunately, she couldn't quite halt herself in time, and she slid to a stop just outside the ring. Midnight cracked her whip. Kodai Yui is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Midoriya Izuku. Tako had a scowl on his face and his hands in his pockets as he stomped down the street. Fire me because of my mutations. Fine, I'll just take my work somewhere else. Ordinarily, he'd have walked by the TV store without a care, but he heard the woman on the screen shout the name Midoriya, which made him pause just enough to get a glance in. He noticed that the TV was playing footage of UAS Sports Festival, currently in the middle of the Standard 1-on tournament. The second match of the quarterfinals had just ended, and a kid with bright yellow hair was holding a hand out to a girl with long black bangs that was outside the ring. There was a flash of yellow light, and the kid's hair was suddenly prismatic. Taco scowled as he recognized his nephew. Wasn't enough to take my place as the kraken of the family. I just had to get into UA and show me up, too. To make matters worse, that head Hisashi was one of the commentators, and Taco cringed at the heaps of praise he was dumping on his kid. Great. Bet there's nepotism involved, too. Taco continued on his way, more pissed than before and just one more incident away from snapping. And unfortunately, he'd get it. He accidentally bumped shoulders with some idiot wearing a mask over his face. Taco grunted out a quick sorry and kept going. But the other guy had other ideas. A gloved hand suddenly clamped down tight on Taco's shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Why the hell do you think you're doing? You don't just bump into a pro hero and walk off with just a sorry. Taco glared at the hero, who he recognized as that D-lister, Slugger. Sorry, having a bad day. Can I go now? Slugger huffed. Nuha, you're not going anywhere until you crank out a proper apology, right now. Go on, I'll wait. Taco's scowl deepened. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm very sorry I interrupted your patrol. I won't do it again. Can I please go about my day? Slugger tilted his head and clicked his tongue. Nah, I don't think that's quite enough. You know, with the right spin on this ball, it'd look like some mutant freak attacked a pro hero in broad daylight. That wouldn't look very good. Now would it? But maybe we can hit a double here if you show a little more respect. In any other instance, Taco would have edited up and gone along with what the jerk was asking. But he'd had a terrible day. He was in a terrible mood, and he'd just run out of S to give. Taco snarled under his breath, pulling his two right hands out of his custom-made pockets. Nah, I think you're gonna strike out. His lower right arm shot out, grabbing Slugger by the throat and hoisting the hero into the air. Everyone nearby froze and turned towards the ordeal. Slugger choked out, "The do you think you're doing?" Taco huffed. Hey, you're the one who brought up the idea of a mutant freak attacking a pro hero in broad daylight. He flexed the fingers on his other right hand. You know, I never understood why you always wear that mask. Don't you want to show your pretty smile to the cameras? Slugger started thrashing vigorously as Taco reached for that stupid white mask. No, don't. Taco ignored the hero, grabbing the mask in his hand and gripping tightly before ripping it away from his face. The hero shouted as the white covering was torn off. Underneath, the man had several burns on his face, including one that had taken out his left eye. Several bystanders gasped in shock, and one woman outright fainted. Taco chuckled darkly. Damn, no wonder you're aiming S. Depth perception, pal, look into it. His grip tightened, and Slugger clutched at the arm holding him up. Then again, the image doesn't feel quite complete. He brought the hero closer, feeling the familiar bubbling in his throat. Say cheese. Taco swished the ink around in his mouth for a bit, before pursing his lips and spewing the liquid onto Slugger's face, directly into the hero's remaining eye. The man howled in pain, and Taco released him, letting Slugger drop to the ground. The hero began thrashing about blindly, and Taco took a few paces back, chuckling at the man's antics. Aw, what's the matter? Little man, did something get in your eye? Slugger roared. Damn villain, once my sight comes back, I'll have your hide for this. Taco huffed, sticking one right arm in a pocket. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. With that much ink concentrated on your eye, there's no way it's ever clearing up. Have fun being blind, head. He glanced around at the shocked bystanders, before huffing. Listen, and listen well. You made an enemy of Midoriya Taco today. But you're in luck, because that guy just died. Say hello to the new me. Innsmouth. As Cementos began filling out the missing spots in the arena floor, Hisashi's phone dinged. Glancing at the notification, he scowled, muting his mic before heading towards the door. Right as he left the announcer's box, Inko ran up to him, fear in her eyes with her phone in hand. Hisashi. Hisashi sighed. I know, Inko. I just got the notification myself. Damn it, Taco. I know society isn't great towards mutants, but did you have to permanently blind Slugger and publicly declare yourself a villain? Inko hummed worriedly. What should we tell Izuku? Hisashi sighed again. The truth, obviously. Hiding it from him isn't going to help anything in the long run. But we need to make it clear that just because his uncle went villain doesn't mean we expect him to. Ryuko sighed as the commission representative barged through her front door, just as she expected he would. Let me guess, I'm expected to go chase down my cousin. The man paused, before clearing his throat and straightening his tie. Yes, Ryuko. As Midoriya Taco is your relative, the president believes it is your responsibility to find him and bring him in. Ryuko sighed and waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, sure. I'll get on it as soon as I can. The man nodded. Excellent. The Hero Public Safety Commission thanks you for your commitment to the protection of the public. Ryuko ignored the man as he left, turning her attention back to the TV that was tuned to the sports festival tournament. Ochako climbed the stairs nervously, wringing her hands as she walked into the arena. Mike shouted, "Coming up now, it's the heavy-handed brawler of 1A, Uraraka Ochako." Surprisingly, there wasn't any commentary from Midoriya-kun's dad as Kirishima jogged up on the other side, a wide grin on his face. And her opponent, the literally hardened battler of 1A, Kirishima Ijiru. The crowd roared in excitement, and Mike added, "Also, my co-commentator had to step away for personal reasons, but don't worry, he'll be back shortly." Kirishima smacked his fists together and sent Ochako an encouraging grin. "Let's go, Raka." Ochako rubbed her arm nervously. "I dunno." Kirishima rolled his eyes. "Don't worry about me. I already worked out most of my frustrations against Fukuda Shibro. Besides, you've got all the advantages here now, come at me." Ochako sighed and settled into a combative stance. "All right, then." Midnight glanced back and forth between the two fighters before cracking her whip. "Begin." Like with Zero, Ochako shot off like a rocket, quickly charging across the arena. However, Kirishima did the same, arms hardening in a shower of sparks and hanging low as he ran. The two of them rushed towards each other, neither showing any signs of backing down. As they met in the center of the ring, Kirishima lashed out with a quick punch towards Ochako's face, and she leaned to the side, before grabbing it with both hands, making sure to keep her pinkies lifted. She threw Kirishima towards the edge of the ring, hoping that his momentum would be enough to end it early. Unfortunately, he was able to catch himself on the concrete, skidding to a stop just inside the boundary line. He grinned and called, "What? Not gonna use your quirk on me? Come on, Raka, we're supposed to take this seriously." She shot back, "I don't want to hurt you like I did with Zero." Kirishima rolled his eyes with a wide grin. "Come on, he can take worse than what you gave him, and if he can, so can I. Don't worry about hurting me, just fight me." Ochako sighed, and her expression hardened into one of determination. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Kirishima grinned wider and charged back in, crossing his arms in front of his face. Ochako stood her ground, letting the redhead come to her. As he approached, she crouched low, flexing her fingers in anticipation. When the charge hit, she caught the blow with both hands, before rolling onto her back and planting a foot against his stomach. The pads on her fingers flashed pink, and she grunted with exertion, sending Kirishima flying upwards with a push from her leg. As the redhead floated upwards, Ochako slowly got to her feet, glaring up at him. "Good enough for you." Kirishima laughed. "Not bad at all, but let's see if this works." He raised one hardened arm, before punching himself in the back of the head. The force of the blow sent him spinning head over heels, but also plunging down towards the ring. For a moment, Ochako panicked, but then a thought crossed her mind, and she placed her fingers together. Release. Gravity took hold, and Kirishima slammed into the arena with the force of a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust. When nothing happened after several seconds, Midnight carefully stepped into the arena, pulling a folding fan out of her back pocket and blowing the cloud away. Kirishima's upper body was buried in the floor, his legs bent at the knee and sticking comically up into the air. Ochako cautiously stepped forward and grabbed one leg with 4 fingers, before pulling as hard as she could. The redhead was dragged out of the ground, his tongue lolling and his eyes unfocused. Midnight giggled into her hand, before stowing her fan and cracking her whip. Kirishima Ijiru has fallen unconscious. The winner of this match is Uraraka Ochako. The crowd laughed as Ochako immediately slung Kirishima over her shoulder, surprised at how light he seemed, even without her quirk active. "Kirishima-kun, are you okay?" "Easy squeezy lemon peasy." Despite herself, Ochako giggled. "Sure, Kirishima-kun." Katsuki cracked his knuckles as he walked up into the arena, Ridley doing the same thing on the opposite side. Mike shouted, "Coming up, we've got the little boy with capitals of 1A, Bakugo Katsuki." Uncle Hisashi added, with a firm grip on his quirk and an excellent sense for combat. "He's a natural when it comes to fighting." And his opponent, young and sweet, only 15, the dancing queen, Ashido Mina of 1A. Uncle Hisashi coughed. "Abba, seriously." Mike huffed. "What, they made good music." Midnight chuckled, before composing herself. "You win if your opponent is immobilized, forced out of bounds, knocked unconscious, or made to surrender. Fighters ready." Katsuki huffed. "Born ready." Ridley bounced on her feet with a grin on her face. "Ready." The heroine cracked her whip. "Begin." Katsuki launched forward, sweat building up on his right palm as he ran. At the same time, Ridley hopped up, tipping forward and landing on her hands. Acid poured from her left palm, and she pushed off with her right, spinning her in place. She let herself pick up speed, before kicking her legs out and dropping into a flawless unstabbed windmill. Katsuki took a second to realize that she'd borrowed the boots from her hero costume like he had, before jumping back as acid sprayed from her whirling feet. The ground sizzled as the liquid made contact, and Ridley transitioned into a 1990, before pushing off the ground and backflipping to land on her left foot, her right pressed against the side of her knee. Her arms were held out to her sides, and acid slowly poured from her palms, full bore and into the abyss. Katsuki grinned and shouted, "Are you mad? Are you afraid to get wet?" Katsuki grinned wider and shot forward. Ridley bounced on the of her feet a couple times, before jumping over the sizzling circle and tossing out a wide kick that sent acid flying at him. He ducked to the side at the last second, noticing that the concrete didn't dissolve where the attack landed. She won't use corrosive acid on another person. Noted. Ridley hopped back, leaving puddles of acid where she landed that spread across the concrete like water. Katsuki darted forward, sparks building up in his palms. She lashed out with a high roundhouse accompanied by a spray of acid, and he ducked underneath with a sweep drop, aiming his swinging leg at her supporting foot. She nimbly backflipped over it, her right hand coming back, down, and around towards his face with a palm full of acid. Katsuki angled his leg skywards, letting the momentum from his sweep carry him off the ground enough to plant his palms against the concrete. A quick twin blast launched him over the splash, and he backflipped, before combining an air swipe with a controlled explosion that kicked up a cloud of debris. Ridley stumbled back out of the dust cloud, coughing into her fist. "Damn, Blasty, you've got moves." Katsuki smirked. "The hag signed me up for a gymnastics class when I was a little kid. Was never really a fan of the showy stuff, but it has its uses." He shot forward, and Ridley rolled her eyes, before suddenly slipping on a puddle of acid under her feet. For a second, Katsuki was worried, but then he saw her grin and realized she'd just executed her own variation on a knee drop. He danced to the side as her right foot flashed upwards through the space where his chin had just been, and he retaliated with a coin drop that transitioned into a flare. Several roundhouse kicks flashed out in quick succession, but he only needed to land one, and land one he did. Ridley managed to duck under the first kick, hop over the second, and execute a horizontal spin to avoid the third, but the fourth caught her in the stomach. The force of the blow sent her sliding back towards the boundary line, and Katsuki capitalized on the brief opening, launching himself off the ground with a pair of explosions. Ridley frantically splashed acid in his direction, but he front-flipped over it to land in front of her, right arm instantly executing a palm heel strike to her ribs. Ridley slid back a couple more feet, just enough to put her on the other side of the boundary line. Ridley dropped to her knees, panting heavily, and Midnight immediately cracked her whip. Ashido Mina is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd roared, and Ridley jumped to her feet with a massive grin on her face. "That was so cool, you've got to teach me some of your moves." Katsuki smirked. "Only if you teach me some of yours." Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.